Entering the 30th year of racing in this cauldron of speed, welcome to Britain's premier kart circuit, PF International, for the first round of this year's Wera Motorsport UK British Kart Championships for Rotax and Honda. It's finals day for the field of over 200 drivers from across the UK and the world. And a year where this part of the world will welcome the FIA Karting World Championship later in the autumn, it's a bumper field full of quality across 5 classes, including current and former British champions, world's best in their fields, new drivers to the national scene, and international representatives from across Europe, Africa and Australia. There's plenty on offer today, starting with the remaining heats in Micromax, Minimax and Honda Cadet, the Repechages, pre-finals and then the finals, with up to 34 drivers per class looking to qualify through and take victory in the first round of this new season. It's not just the best of British, it's the best of karting for Rotax and Honda for round 1 of the Wera Motorsport UK British Kart Championship, coming to you live from PF International.
And a very good morning indeed from Lincolnshire. Andrew Mather and Henry Baudet back again for Sunday here at PF International for the first event, the first finals day of this new 2024 Wera Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. Good conditions here today, similar to what we had yesterday. Dry, little bit windy, as it often is in this part of the world. A good day for racing. Henry, we're here again. Yes. Great day yesterday for the heats, and more to come, I think, here today.
It was a very, very competitive day yesterday. The weather is set fair for the day. We've got blue skies, a bit of cloud. It's not warm. It's still British summertime, but it's certainly not summer temperatures. However, the racing yesterday was excellent. We've got 3 heat races. The Repechages for junior and senior Rotax are absolutely stacked.
They are indeed.
The temperatures there on the screen, it does feel very brisk. I mean, the drive into the circuit this morning was lovely, and it has cooled somewhat since we've arrived. The drivers have all done their warm-up sessions, and we'll be getting underway shortly with the start of the 3 remaining heat races. But of course, it's not only you and me. We've got our third member of our broadcasting team, Nicole Sutherland, and Nicole will be bringing you up to date with all the information from the pits and the paddock during the course of the day. Lots of interviews and insight. But Nicole, are you out there at the moment somewhere in the paddock? What's going on?
Thanks, Henry. So we are trackside this morning. We'll be bringing you all of the Parc Fermé action and really making sure that we capture everything post-race for the audience at home. Fantastic start for the weekend yesterday. Drivers definitely know how to put a show on, I'd say. Strawberry Racing and Senior Rotax wants to beat most definitely. Callum Bradshaw and Teddy Pritchard-Williams dominating that category. Harry Bartle, also Strawberry driver in the junior Rotax category. He went from 26th in qualifying all the way up to first in intermediate classification, which is great to see. Unfortunately, this weekend we've lost a few drivers in the ranks. So Aidan Mitchell and Lyons has gone back to Northern Ireland. Really wishing that those drivers recover, unfortunately injured. Great conditions today for the Rotax category, nice and cool, so that means that the engines will be running at great temperatures and making it really manageable for the drivers. Definitely looking forward to seeing the progression in the races, and we'll go back to you, Henry and Andrew.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Yeah, we do send our best wishes to Aidan Mitchell and Isaac Lyons. We did speak to Aidan yesterday in the Paddock Show.
Oh,
and,
yes.
We'll build up to the Paddock Show, because we will
yes.
have that at the lunch break. Don't go anywhere. Stay with us for the whole day. Plenty of entertainment to come here. But yes, we've had a couple of other drivers out as well. James Anagnostiidis won't take any further part in the round here today, Henry.
Yes, unfortunately, the Australian driver, a member of the Mercedes Formula 1 Young Driver Programme, an exclusion from the meeting, trying to reattach his front fairing after the race, which is, as you know, in karting, a big no-no. What have we got for you today? Well, we've got the 3 remaining heats, 2 repechages, and then we will have 5 pre-finals and 5 finals. One thing that we do have to say, the Paddock Show will be going the Paddock Show will be the premiere for the Paddock Show will be at lunch break. You will not want to miss that. But what else? How else are we going to bring you the action? Not necessarily on trackside, but behind the scenes as well. There is the CCTV room. That's David Manchester looking at the circuit cameras. He will be judging any incidents on track in association with the race directors, Dan Ashton, Nigel Edwards, on circuit. We also have our driving standards assistant, Alfie Garford. He's working with the stewards in the Motorsport UK race control centre as well, just to try and make the process of penalising drivers fairer. There are don't mess around with the sponsor banner, the branding. We planned that almost. Look there, but there are some of our Minimax drivers. I think I can see. Is it Minimax or Micromax? Minimax, the first race up. They look like micros. I was going to say that looks like a Charlie Page coloured crash helmet, if ever there was one. Third from the left. But yeah, it's been a fantastic weekend so far. We really, really are grateful for all the support. On the Instagram, on the social media side of things, Team Socials are doing a decent job. If you want to ask myself or Andrew a question, go onto the Instagram page, which is... what?
At British Kart Championships.
Excellent, there we go. And at British Kart Championships, there's a post on there, Ask the Commentators. Get your questions in there. And Lucy Derrick, head of Team Social for the British Championship, she will be in and we will answer those live on air. Please keep your comments as well coming in on the live chat. Good morning, Motorsport Magpie, David Whitehouse. It is finals day. And no, unfortunately, there aren't two Andrew Mathers. There's only one Andrew Mather, and unfortunately, there's one me as well. There's a look at the grandstand, which is filling up slowly. Now, the Dan Holland Racing team are there on the left-hand side of the screen. You can see Jess Matthews. Jess Matthews there, she is mechanicking for Stephanie Hobika, the Lebanese young lady, the only all-female team in the paddock, driver and mechanic. Lewis Wera is also in there, the leading driver in the FIA karting rankings last year.
Yep.
Which, of course, this event does qualify towards the FIA karting rankings. Now, there are some of there's the green light waiting. Now, there have been some questions that have come in already, Fran.
Already?
Let's have a little look.
Hello to
Sahib.exe.
Andrew, hope your red paint job isn't collecting too much dust behind the wheel soon. Probably not, mate. I'm too old, too fat, too slow and too poor.
That's
in that order.
Describing me as well. Kieran Mogg, do we want rain today or not? Would it improve? I personally don't want to see rain because I think the racing will be absolutely world class in the dry. So there we go. Tiff Lod C, you are the best. Thank you very much. Thank you. There you can get the £20 in the post. How is Kart Mechanic Bingo going for round one, says JS05Y. Well, it's a bit cold for Kart Mechanic Bingo, but don't worry. When it comes to finals, we will see how Kart Mechanic Bingo is going. We will come back to some of the questions, but before then, as we see the Synergy team on our screens there, they're going to have a lot of interest in this race because race number 13, Minimax Heat 3, is coming up now.
Final heat for Minimax 950. Their grid looks a little bit like this. Albie Friend starts on pole position. Harry Taylor alongside on the front row. Blair Smith and Luca Holmes-Ballack on row 2. Finley Lyons and Adam Turacek on row 3. Edward Haynes and Charlie King go from row 4.
On row number 5, Max Gilman and Oliver Spencer with Devin Taylor from South Africa and the Czech Republic's Delek Babicek on row 6. Then it's Theo Bradshaw and Hasnain Khan, Fraser Anderson and Finley Hines.
Riley Murrow and Olivier Chassé go from row 9. Alfie Ward and Kieran Stewart complete the top 20. Sebastian Clark and Jacob Jack go from row 11. Archie Rogers, Tyler and Jensen Chalk go from row 12. And it's Alex Goodson and Jensen Walker on row 13, completing the 26 kart field. Results from yesterday, just to quickly recap, they had 2 races. Everyone's raced once already from this field. Albie Friend took a race win. Harry Taylor a 5th. Blair Smith needs to do some work here. Was P23 in his first heat yesterday. Luca Holmes-Balak was a winner yesterday as well. Just for a little bit of housekeeping, this is Groups A and B. So any drivers who were placed in Group C from timed qualifying yesterday, they're done in terms of their heat racing. So they'll be keenly watching this one from the sidelines. This will decide the intermediate classification and those positions on the grid for the pre-finals and the repechage. This is another class that will have a repechage as well. Let's find out what's going to happen in this one, though. 10 minutes plus 1 lap are away and racing once again at PF International. There's one of the karts, I think it's one of the synergies towards the back that was on the grass there. So there's already a little bit of drama before we've even got to the Bruno Ferrari S's. Round the long left-hander onto the bridge for the first time in this one, diving down towards hairpin 1, and once again, Henry, it's Albie Friend with the perfect start at the front of the field.
Yes, and after a bit of a disappointing O-plate for Albie Friend, and also then, more disappointment in the opening round of the Euro Trophy at Genk the other weekend, Albie Friend back on form here with the Strawberry Racing team through the Fullerton S's, named after Terry Fullerton, of course, the legendary kart driver that Ayrton Senna named as his greatest ever rival, into Bobby Game Corner, and then the Mike Wilson Complex, named after 5-time world karting champion Mike Wilson. The second place driver, that is Blair Smith for the Synergy Racing team, Stonehouse Smith. We only got one Blair Smith with us this weekend. He's from Stonehouse in Scotland. Then it's Luca Holmes-Balak, Harry Taylor, and the O-plate champion Finley Lines, Charlie King, Adam Turacek, Oliver Spencer, Edward Haynes, and Danek Babacek for the TEPS Racing team. He's running out of the Hunter Motorsport awning, rounding out your top 10.
Yeah, really good stuff from Babacek so far. Had a good run yesterday to 7th place. Meanwhile, towards the front of the order, this is a move for 2nd place. That's Luca Holmes-Balak going down the inside of Blair Smith. I've been impressed so far this weekend, Henry, with Luca Holmes-Balak. He's looking really up for it as there's another move. This time, I think that's Harry Taylor coming through is out of the race. That's Max Gilman by the looks of things.
Yep, the Thule Motorsport driver.
He had a strong run to 6th yesterday. Will still make the pre-final, I think, but that is not the kind of result, not the kind of way he would have wanted to start finals day. Harry Taylor losing positions that time. That's Finley Lines coming through. Another driver who needs a good result, was classified 18th in his first heat yesterday after a time penalty, and is now up to 3rd in this one.
Yes, indeed. And Holmes-Balak trying to close in a 1/4 of a second behind our race leader. Now, yesterday, I believe it was Luca Holmes-Balak was against 3 DHR drivers. And managed to come out on top, so he'll have a bit of pep in his step, as it were, because he knows that he can, be on his own, have no teammates around him, and still come out on top. He's got a couple of teammates in this one, Blair Smith and Finley Lines, and Lines has passed Smith to move into P3, and closing in. There's a look further down the order. That's the number 142 of Oliver Spencer. Chasing Charlie King. Hasnain Khan for the Hunter Motorsport team is behind them. So this is just towards the lower reaches of the top 10. But the leaders are closing up as they cross the line to complete lap number 3, which did 7 minutes to go. You can see that although Holmes-Balak is with Friend, Lines and Smith are gradually easing towards the front runners.
They are indeed. I tell you who's on a tear at the moment. Jensen Chalk up 13 places so far in this race in the 118 for Strawberry Racing. A little bit further off the back of this main group, up to 11th place now. Has just made a move on Zdenek Babicek for that position. There's still a good amount of time on the clock. Back at the front of the field though, Friend and Holmes-Balak working together at the moment, Henry, and with good reason, because Finley Lines right there, rejuvenated after a difficult day yesterday. They do not want to allow the O-plate champion to get to the front of the lead, because typically what we've seen so far in 2024 is when Finley Lines hits the front, he disappears.
Yes, good night, Irene, is what he says to everybody else. Speaking of Minimax, one of last year's Minimax contenders, Ellis Bell, not with us this year, the tiny Carter, but, Kirsty Hosey from Bonnie, Scotland, wishing us all good luck. It's a shame that Ellis isn't racing, but I know that Ellis has been doing very well in the west of Scotland's kart club up in Lark Hall, which we will be visiting for the next round of the Rotax Championship. But we've got a change. Finley Lines has assumed position, picking up where he left off at Wilton Mill. He takes the lead. Friend down to second. Holmes Ballock is third. Smith is fourth. And Harry Taylor for Dan Holland Racing in P5. We've got a 5-kart breakaway at the front.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting to see how Friend, Holmes Ballock, Smith and Taylor deal with this. There's a lot to think about for the Minimax field off the back of the O-plate. It's down the inside there. Lovely move by Luca Holmes Ballock. There was an opportunity there coming off of Bobby Game corner, and a swift move from Luca Holmes Ballock. Now, what does this do to the intermediate classification? Finley Lines confirmed as your new race leader. That move for second place now means if the race was to finish like this, it would be Holmes Ballock on pole position for the pre-final, flanked by Friend on the front row. So that fight for second place is more than just second place right now. It's a potential pole position in the pre-final and also championship points.
Yes, indeed. Lines looking over his shoulder. Here comes Taylor to look at the inside of Smith into hairpin number 1. Makes the move nice and cleanly. Now the switchback section into hairpin number 2. And just in front of them, change for second place, side by side. Oh, and a spin. That is one of the Coles Racing karts, possibly Finley Hines. Here comes Friend looking at the inside into Bobby Game corner. Great move there from Albert Friend on Luca Holmes Ballock. Gets shuffled back to 5th.
Yeah, and that's a good move from Friend. Also good opportunistic driving from Harry Taylor in the 153 up to 3rd place now. But look at this. This is a repeat of what we saw at Wilton Mill at the end or a few weeks ago at the O-plate. Lines at the front, now cleared by over a second. There's a move there from Luca Holmes Ballock down the inside of Blair Smith once again. It's great entertainment, Henry, but right now this battle for second place is handing victory to Finley Lines. I will just counter that though, because of course, in terms of the IC, Lines is a little bit further back. Oh, bold one down the inside from Holmes Ballock, gets back past Taylor. Smith takes advantage as well. So it's a change of order again as they come out of hairpin number 2. Lines, Friend, Holmes Ballock, then Smith, then Taylor.
But at the moment, in the intermediate classifications, Albert Friend would start from pole position for the pre-final. He's got 2 points. Don't forget, it's in the heats. This is heat points, not championship points. Heat points. 0 points for a win, 2 points for second, 3 points for third, and so on and so on. So Albert Friend at the moment has 2 points because he finished second. He won his heat yesterday and he's running second today. Luca Holmes Ballock has got 3 points because he's third in this race and he won his first heat yesterday. Adam Turacek getting a 5-second in-race penalty. Josh Griffin and Jack Collinson would currently start the pre-final from the second row of the grid. Then it would be Harry Taylor and Edward Haynes. Haynes is running 6th in this race. You can see the Thule Motorsport karts gradually edging towards the lead 5. Well, they're not a lead 5 because Finley Lines has pulled out a 1-second lead over Friend, Holmes Ballock, Smith and Taylor, with Haynes, there he is on your screen, being chased by Charlie King, going into the Mike Wilson complex, running in 6th and 7th.
Yeah, we saw a great move there from Jensen Chalk, continuing his run up through the field, getting past Oliver Spencer as they ran up onto the bridge there. Driver in the Strawberry Racing entry once again on the Tony kart, with the white helmet with the red and blue details. So keep an eye out for Chalk. I think that's a driver where we'll really see performance shining through in the finals. At the moment, he's just got to have a bit of damage limitation after a weaker qualifying than he would have expected. He'll take those points when he can. Less than a minute and a half to go. There is your driver in second place, Albie Friend, is starting to close in a little bit. The gap is back under a second, but have they got enough time? Have they got enough speed and performance in the tyres and the chassis, etc., to close down Finley Lines? Well, it's in the balance right now. That was a good second sector from Friend. The gap now down to 0.86.
It is indeed, and a couple of questions. Now, this is not the entire Minimax field. There are 38 Minimax drivers in total. So Group C, which includes Emerson McAndrew-Uren, they're not in this heat. They've already done, Group C have already done both their heats. So you'll see Emerson McAndrew-Uren, a couple of people on the live chat asking questions about that. Good morning to Cross-Eyed Lion as well. I believe you're tuning in from Germany. Roger Young tuning in from Chinese Taipei and the island of Taiwan, and we've got people tuning in from Australia as well. There is the man that they're all trying to catch, and do you know what, Andrew? These three drivers, Friend, Holmes, Ballack and Smith, they are starting to reel in Finley lines, but with 10 seconds to go, they should get the last lap board next time around. I think they're going to run out of time.
Yeah, the other problem for them is Finley Lines is really good through sector number 3, the technical part of the course. He's growing that gap back out, which means he doesn't really have to think at all about defending through sectors 1 and 2. That's where we see most overtakes happen in these heats. There is the final lap board. Last lap time that time around, 1 minute, 60.68 seconds for Lines, 60.66 for Friend. The gap is 0.93 of a second. This should be a straightforward win for Finley Lines. There is a yellow flag I can just see out of our commentary box window under the Litchfield Bridge. We'll keep an eye on what's going on there. Meanwhile, battle for second place, very close. Luca Holmes Ballack down the inside. Albie Friend just about gave him enough room. And on the exit of the corner, Luca Holmes Ballack takes the position. Back down the inside from Friend on Blair Smith now for third place. It's going to defend to the inside as they run towards the Fullerton S's. Blair Smith down the inside, fully committed. Loving that from Blair Smith. Fighting through to third. Friend now having to think about holding on to fourth place from Harry Taylor behind, but it's going to be Finley Lines winning yet again in Minimax 950. A great start to his Sunday, to his finals day. It wasn't a good result yesterday. That's him back on course for a strong result here this weekend. He takes the win ahead of Holmes Ballack. Oh, very close on the line there.
Oliver
I think that was Oliver Spencer, Hasnain Khan all in
Yes.
there as well. Zdenek Babicek not too far behind. That was all over the top 10. So yes, Lines wins it from Holmes Ballack. Smith in third, Friend fourth, Taylor fifth, Edward Haynes P sixth.
Jensen Chalk making really good progress up from the back of the field after a terrible run in qualifying yesterday when he got caught up in somebody else's accident. Jensen Chalk, the reigning Micromax Grand Finals champion, finished 8th. Oliver Spencer, Hasnain Khan, then Zdenek Babicek, Riley Murrow, Alfie Ward, and Theo Bradshaw. Ward from the United Arab Emirates. Alex Goodson, Devin Taylor from South Africa. Canada's Olivier Chassé was next, and then Jacob Jack, Adam Turasek, Archie Rogers Tyler, Jensen Walker, Finley Hines, Sebastian Clark. Sadly, Fraser Anderson, Kieran Stewart and Max Gilman failing to finish. Now, we've had a couple more comments coming in, of course. So here's something. So Alpha Live have asked me to come up with some questions, a poll about myself on the live chat. So, of course, today is not only this, but it's the London Marathon.
It is.
And I want to wish David Whitehouse, his wife, good luck for running the London Marathon. Now, believe it or not, I have run 2 half marathons. Not too long ago, I did. And I want to know, what was my fastest time?
Ooh,
What's my personal best in the half marathon? Is it A, less than 2 hours? Is it between 2 hours and 2 hours and 30? Or is it between 2 hours 30 and 3 hours? Or is it above 3 hours? But genuine thing, I used to be a runner, not too many years ago.
Can I have a piece of that as well? So my times. I've done 2 half marathons as well.
Go on,
I've not run since.
But no. Okay. Oh, there we go. Who's got the fastest personal best in a half marathon? Is it me or is it Andrew Mather?
There we go.
And then So put your votes in. There'll be a poll going up on the live chat at some point. Who's got the best half marathon time? Is it me or Andrew Mather?
Let's just have a quick run of these are provisional results. The intermediate classification. So as things stand for Minimax 950, Luca Holmes Ballack would have pole position for the pre-final, 2 points. Albie Friend second on the grid with 4. Joshua Griffin and Jack Collinson on row 2.
A bird.
Now,
Right.
a bit of wildlife here in Lincolnshire.
Is that a black-chested warbler, or is it some sort of finch?
Answers in the comments.
Yes.
Let's head down to Park Ferme, because I believe Finley Lines is with Nicole Sutherland.
Over in Park Ferme with O-Plate winner and Minimax Heat winner, Finley Lines. Finley, how was the race for you?
It was quite nice, to be honest. We had a bit of a struggle at the start. On the start, we couldn't really get into the back. We dropped down to like 5th or 6th. I can't remember, to be honest. I got through the pack halfway through the race, and when Luca, my teammate, went for a move on for an Albie friend, I just went through and took both of them. And coming out of the corner, I had a little bit of a gap, and I knew I was going to be gone by the next few corners.
So now you'll be going into finals. How do you change the way you drive in a heat compared to the way you drive in a final?
Well, obviously, I'd be quite defensive because there's more points on the line. I do need to be more be careful because I did have a bit of a bad race in the heat one, so I need to come through the pack a bit in the pre-final. Hopefully, it's a bit the front for the final, but I think I can do that quite easily.
And a big win for you at the O-Plate. We saw how excited you and your mechanic Macaulay were about that. How has that helped you going into this championship?
I think when I won the O-Plate, it just gave me a boost of confidence, like thinking that I know I'm better and I know that I can win.
Well, best of luck to you for the rest of the weekend. Thanks, Finley. And we'll go back up to Henry and Andrew for the next race of the day.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Great work as always. Henry, we've got some more questions.
We have got some more questions. Okay, Racing Numbers asked, what's the best corner at PFI?
Ooh, good question. I always enjoy going up onto the bridge.
I like the banking as well, because I think that's a real, you can make moves inside, outside. It's a real thinking corner. Drivers can set people up for a move. Here's one, D. Whitehouse saying, who's the best driver ever to have the honour of your commentary on their racing? Well, I mean, I've been doing this a long time, so I mean, I've commentated on Max Verstappen, Charles Leclerc, George Russell, Lando Norris, Alex Albon, Rubens Barrichello, Antonio Pizzonia, quite a few of the Formula One grid. They're the best drivers that I've come. I mean, that's my get of jail card free.
I'll go with Lando as well with an event a few years ago.
There we go. Leon_Fasty. Thoughts on Lachlan Johnson's haircuts? I've got many thoughts on them. None of them are printable at this time of the day. How fast do these karts go, says Ichbats? Well, the Micromax karts that you're looking at now on your screen, they'll top out at about 55 miles an hour, there or thereabouts. The senior Rotax karts, for the fastest karts that we have here, they'll be doing mile an hour speed. What's the rough speed? Well over 70 miles an hour. Well over. Let's have a look there. That's so far. Thank you for your questions, and keep them coming in on the Instagram page, but also. And also keep them respectful as well. And let's have a look. Name drop Henry. Well, I've been doing it along. Henry, be honest. Do you miss Anthony commentating beside you? Says Ilyas Mufakia. No. How's that then? No, I'm only joking. Love you, Anthony. No, I don't. I'm. Well, he flew the nest, and now Andrew is realising why he flew the nest after spending 2 days with me.
He sends his love, though.
He does. In his own way, there was a video. He didn't quite say the words "I love you." Well, he did, but there were some other words in there as well. Some other words as well that we can't print. Name drop Henry. I'm sorry. Oh, Motorsport Vampire actually believes that I ran the half marathon quicker than you.
Oh,
Henry, in 3 hours.
Let's come back to that later, because right now, out on circuit, it's Micromax UK. Race 14, heat number 2 for Micromax UK. Here's their grid. Luke Millward on pole position alongside on the front row Joshua Cook, George Swire and Sebastian Behrman on row 2, Alfie Garrett and Lucian Smith on row 3, Alfie Mayer and James Roots go from row 4.
On row 5, we have Max Jolly and Joss Huschka, Charlie Page and Maximilian Abrahart on row number 6. Row 7 is Maria Roberto and George Climo, then Benedictus Masiokas and Harry Radcliffe.
Row 9, Logan Rolfe and Harris Barber, Soren Gallagher and Arthur Farrow on row number 10. Ansel Murray and Chloe McGill on row 11. Buddy Hugo and Dean Bahal on row 12.
Then you've got William Crombie, Albert Farrow and Austin Oman looking to charge up from the back of the grid. Now, Dean Bahal yesterday, apparently he retired from his one race. Nicole went to interview him and he went, oh, and there's a problem. That is the number 24 cart of Arthur Farrow. But Dean Bahal said he had some chips that had just been bought for him and he wanted to go and eat his chips. So he didn't do an interview yesterday because he wanted chips. Which is, there we go, Micromax drivers for you. Gotta love them.
Well, they're all ready to go here. One race so far this weekend for Micromax UK. Results from that one and the one about to come will decide the grid for the pre-final. Here we go then, 10 minutes plus 1 lap, and we're going to go round again. That was a false start.
And I would say if I was Lucian Smith, I would be quite grateful because he was well out of the tram lines there, so that's probably saved his bacon, as it were.
Live intermediate classification after one race.
Yes.
The benefit for all of these drivers is they're guaranteed a spot in the pre-final. No worries about repechages and not making it, of course. Millward leads, 0 points, having won the heat yesterday. Cook second on 2. Swire, Behrman, Garrett, Climo, Huschka and Mayer. That's your top 8 right now. And for Luke Millward, he's been great form this weekend. Straight out of the gates during free practice on Friday was looking strong. He's got his KR Sports teammate Joshua Cook alongside him.
And the poll is up. Who ran their half marathon quicker? I'm going to vote for me because I'm hoping to. And at the moment, I've got 57% of the vote. Andrew. Oh dear! Well, thank you for your faith. We shall reveal. We'll let this go for a couple of races. Maybe we've got this race. We've got Honda Cadet next. You've got to the end of the heat races to get your votes in.
Absolutely. It's the Welsh athleticism that's inside the box of here, of course.
As he says, drinking out of his 2 litres of iron brew on a Sunday morning.
It's Josh Cook, O-Plate winner, proudly displaying the O-Plate now for 2024. Good experience here last year. What can he do here in this second heat? Here we go then. Attempt number 2 for the formation. That one's better, and away we go. 10 minutes plus 1 lap. Good start for Millward. Cook trying to hold around the outside. The number 44 of Lucian Smith cutting across the grass, rejoins the circuit. And apart from that little moment, spoke too soon. One cart goes around, actually full 360. There's another one towards the back. Now, was that one of the RCEs involved?
That could have been Dean Bahal or... We'll have to see, but Lucian Smith going across the grass, that was a reaction move because the middle of the pack going through the Bruno Ferrari S's, I think it might have been a Hunter Motorsport kart, could have been Max Jolly that got sideways and Lucian Smith taking evasive action onto the grass. But up at the front, it's a KR Sport, 1, 2, 3, and then it looks like James Roots has made a good start for the Evolve Motorsport team, but there's several Jack's Motorsports P1 Project 1 Racing Group entries up there as well.
Oh, indeed. The drivers involved with that moment under and out of the bridge. It was one of the RCs. It was Ansel Murray in the number 96 who's been delayed through sector number 1. There was a Cato Motorsport kart involved there as well, which I believe was the 41 of Soren Gallagher. End of lap 1. It's Millward, Swire, Cook, Behrman, Roots. That's your top 5. Mayer, Abrahart, Garrett, Climo and Huschka completing the top 10. Plus 3 second penalty has been given to the number 96 of Ansel Murray. 2
wheels outside the tram lines. That's a 3 second penalty. That is a big hello to Kathy Watson. I will say hello to John and Shay Watson. John, one of our stewards, and Shay helping out in the stewards behind the scenes as well. Kathy, hope you're doing well. Now, I'll tell you what, Kathy. Why don't you tell the world who your favourite commentator is, just to upset Anthony and Andrew? There we go. But I hope you're doing well, Kathy. Always watching from the Channel Isle of Guernsey.
Beautiful part of the world.
It is indeed.
8 minutes to go in this one. Lots to be decided. Millward still in the lead of the race. There's the number 15 of Alfie Mayer coming through, who I've got to say, Alfie Mayer has really stepped forward. I've seen him race a lot over the past couple of years. But I always say this with young drivers. Sometimes you just have a moment where it all clicks.
Yep,
I feel that happened for Alfie around 9 months ago. And once again, showing great performances here at PF, and it's going to be challenging for the lead here because this top 3 group of KR Sports runners haven't been able to break off the front yet. If things were to stay like this, the intermediate classification would have Millward at the top. It would be 65 championship points for Luke Millward. Cook and Swire tied at the moment on 5 points, and it would be Cook gaining the tiebreaker advantage. Through again.
Yes.
Look at Alfie Mayer on the charge here, up to 3rd place. Josh Cook being ganged up on a bit here as round out. Sebastian Behrman was having a go. I think James Roots and Maximilian Aberhart had an attempt at overtaking Joshua Cook there. So not a great moment for the O-Plate champion.
No, indeed. You've got a 3-kart breakaway up at the front now. Alfie Mayer, fastest lap of the race, 104.99. And, well, should we say that maybe Alfie Mayer's motorhome may have featured in the Paddock Show that will premiere during the lunch break? Andrew, very quickly, one word to describe the Paddock Show that will premiere during... Chaos. Absolute chaos. There were many dogs, puppies,
commandeering of large vehicles.
Stealing a stolen motor, commandeered motorhome, trucks, general chaos, and some driver interviews as well. So it's worth tuning in for that one. 25 minutes of pure, unadulterated karting chaos. Oh dear, that's the number 25 of William Crombie. And that is a NASA panel that is the bottom bracket of said NASA panel has detached itself.
That's one that's not factory spec.
Not factory spec.
As we say.
That is less than aerodynamically efficient.
Indeed. So, Alfie Mayer to the front of the order. 5 minutes and 35 remaining at the end of lap number 4. Tell you what, this is putting Alfie Mayer really into contention for the intermediate classification. Moves Alfie up to 3rd place ahead of Garrett. George Swire is now up to 2nd place as well. This is how close it is this weekend, as there is William Crombie in the pits now. Repairs being made to the NASA panel of the number 25. Meanwhile, back at the front of the order, here comes Millward down the inside to retake the lead, and does so. Sweet move into hairpin 1.
Indeed, it is there now into 2nd hairpin. Cook, the O-Plate winner, has fallen right the way back to 40th now as we head out onto the back straight. Mayer in the number 15 Zip Factory entry, chasing the number 38 of Millward through the Mike Wilson complex. No swearing on the live chat. Someone's mentioned Jake Sanson, so no bad language, please. I'm only joking, Jake. But yeah, no bad language. It upsets me. Under the bridge for the 6th time, Max Jolly, who's got a bit of support online. What age is this class? This is the Micromax class, aged between 8 and 11 or 8 and 12?
8 and 12.
8 and 12, there we go.
4 minutes remaining down the inside. That's a nice move. That's Arthur Farrow, well, who, of course, on the aborted starts, was stranded at the side of the road momentarily.
Yes.
And has now been able to work back up into the top 10, a gain of 10 positions so far in this one. So how about that for a stroke of luck that Arthur Farrow has then been able to take advantage of. He's driving really well at the moment.
Yeah, Austin Oman has gained 9 places from the back of the grid. And he is now running there. Logan Rolfe up to 15th position. But here come the main pack of karts onto the start-finish straight once on. Alfie Mayer, smart driving. Like you said, everything clicked about 9 months ago, Andrew. And he's being very, very mature. Now he looks to the inside on that banking. makes the move, and he's made the move without sacrificing his own lap, if you know what I mean. He hasn't given George Swire in the number 82 a chance to close back in. Now George Swire will close back in because Millwood and Mayer will slow each other down going to the first hairpin. The crossover, great crossover attempt from Alfie Mayer. Can he get round the outside of hairpin number 2? Not quite. And now we've got a lead pack of 5 because Maximilian Abrahart in the second Zip Factory entry, and James Roots, leading series rookie for the Evolve Motorsport team, is there in 5th. Oh, now it's going to start kicking off.
It really is. That's a good work by Alfie Mayer to attack but also defend at the same time. Maximilian Eberhardt has made his way through, started the weekend very quickly indeed, was impressive in free practice, had a tough time in timed qualifying yesterday, but it's showing in this one that the race pace is definitely there in the number 61. 2.25 minutes remaining. Millwood leads, has a comfortable lead at the moment in the intermediate classification as well, an advantage of 7 points over the driver now in 4th place, George Swire. So he doesn't absolutely need to win this race right now, but I don't think that'll be the thought going through his mind. He'll want to take 2 victories out of 2 here in the heats before moving to those pre-finals. Little look there from Eberhardt on Millwood. So the holding station for the moment. Arthur Farrow has continued progress, is up another 2 positions now to 12th, into 8th overall in this one. Should note as well, Austin Oman is gaining positions from the back. Look out for Austin in the longer races, the pre-finals and the finals later on today. He's up to 17th. Still as you were, Mayer, Millwood, Aberhart, Roots, Swire. So that change for the lead at the front goes to the advantage of Alfie Mayer, but that's okay for Luke Millwood. It's still holding on to the IC lead.
Yes, indeed, as they cross the line to start. Lap number 9, just over a minute to go. The lead train side by side for second. Abrahart to the inside of Millwood. Millwood runs very wide. That was a committed move from Abrahart. Now, for the first time all race, the 2 lead karts belong to the Zip Factory team. Can they work together? And you've got a great drive. So, talk about James Roots. The Roots is on fire. He certainly is, as he's charging up the leaderboard into P3. This is as high as he's ever been as the leading championship rookie. Josh Cook, meanwhile, has fought back to 10th. But as they come to the Fullerton S's for what will be, is it going to be very, very close for 1 lap to go? They probably will get across the line before the clock strikes 0. We have a lead group of 2, 4, 6, 7.
Alfie Mayer still using that local knowledge that he's got here at PF. Aberhart still there in 2nd place. James Roots now up to 3rd, the driver from Wokingham. There's a warning to the number 12, Harris Barber, something that's occurred out there on circuit. So it will be this lap plus 1 more to go then. Can Alfie Mayer take victory here? At the moment, this result would put him into 3rd place in the intermediate classification on the inside of row 2. Not a bad spot to start a pre-final. We see many drivers starting P3 end up P2 once they leave the first couple of corners. Aberhart down the inside. That all got a little bit close. Still a little closer. Roots going round the outside. Lane open for James Roots, who steps on through a little bit deep through hairpin number 2. Alfie Mayer back to the front of the order. Fighting hard there with Aberhart here down the inside. That's the number 37 of Sebastian Behrman. Behrman on the scene. Up to 3rd place. Arthur Farrow's now 4th. Arthur Farrow has gone from being at the side of the road before the race starts, is now sitting 4th, and it could get even better. Here comes the board for the last lap, and Alfie Mayer still leads.
Now, Josh Cook was 10th, and at the start of the lap, he made a move for 9th, coming down the hill to hairpin number 1. He won the Oprate a couple of weeks ago with a great last lap moves. How many positions can he gain? Through the banking, onto the bridge. It's still Mayer from Aberhart. Josh Cook, at the moment, he's the 3rd of the KR Sport karts in line, so he's already picked up a few positions. Up the inside. No, that was so Aberhart defending. That's given Alfie Mayer a huge advantage. I think that could be just enough. There's Farrow to P3, but he's losing it 3 wide. Now it's Millwood back into 3rd position. Are they going to get through the Fullerton S's cleanly? Yes, and that's number 14 kart. Where has Max Jolly come from?
Max Jolly coming through the field here. Could be on for a top 5, but it's going to be another great result for the Zip Factory team. Alfie Mayer is going to win here at PF International, take heat number 2, bump himself well up the order in the intermediate classification. His teammate Maximilian Eberhardt follows through in second place. Luke Millward third. That will be pole position for Luke Millward in the pre-final. Fourth for Sebastian Behrman, who will be on the second row as well. Arthur Farrow fifth with a gain of 15 in that one. Joshua Cook fights back to sixth. It's not the result he would have wanted, Henry, but crucially it puts him on the front row for the pre-final.
Yes, and again, it's another example. 10th with a lap and a half to go. Keeps his head, moves up, gains 4 places in what was a very chaotic last couple of laps. Outside the top 10, Harry Ratcliffe, and I know Harry's got, is it his uncle or his granddad who's watching? But there we go. Oh, Alfie Mayer, a bit of an investigation you can see on your screen. Not quite sure what it is for, but we will find out, I'm sure. But the rest of the top 11, James Roots down to 11th position, followed by George Climo, Joss Hushka, Austin Oman from 27th to 14th, Lucian Smith, Benedictus Masiokas, Charlie Page, Logan Rolfe, Dian Pahal, and Buddy Hugo, rounding out your top 20 as they go into post-race scrutineering. And that's what you want to see, the two teammates giving each other some high fives and a sporting handshake. Excellent stuff. 50 people have voted. So you have a little look on the... You've got to the end of the next race. Let's have a little look there. At the moment, 78% think I managed to waddle round 13.1 miles faster than you, Andrew.
Indeed.
Now,
we'll reveal all in due course.
Yeah, so you did the Birmingham Half Marathon in 2012.
And the Sheffield Half Marathon in 2012 as well.
2012. I did the Cardiff Half Marathon in 2017 and 2019. There we go.
The second question will be who would do a half marathon quicker
if
now.
we had
like
to start right now from the commentary box. Yeah.
It'd probably be two DNS.
Actually, it's okay because on the road out of the circuit, the village next to us, the village next to the circuit, there's an old phone box with a defibrillator in it.
Excellent.
So if we head right at the end of the circuit, then we'll be okay. We'll be okay.
One more heat to come, everybody. Honda Cadet will be out shortly. Do keep your comments and your messages of support for the drivers coming in. Quick recap of the order of today. So we've got one more heat for Honda Cadet coming up. 3 repecharges for Senior Rotax, Junior Rotax, and Minimax 950. We'll go off from 11:15. The first appearance of Senior Rotax today, eagerly anticipated after their the talk of the town final at Wilton Mill for the O-Plates. Senior Rotax will be at 11:15, but we're going to head down to Parc Ferme because Nicole Sutherland, I believe, is with Maximilian Eberhardt.
We're in Parc Ferme with Max Eberhardt. Max, 12th to 2nd in that race. Can you tell us a bit about it?
It was a very tough race. I mean, on the last couple of laps especially, as we had like 7 people in one group. So, yeah, it was very hard.
And you made a fair few overtakes. What would you say for you? How did you manage to do that?
I think, like, it was hard because we're against, like, the best drivers in the UK. But it helped me a lot that Alfie was just, like, there with me to guide us through the field.
Yeah. Great. Well, best of luck to you for the rest of the weekend and hoping to see you make some similar overtakes. Very exciting. We'll just go through Parc Ferme as well to see if we can catch up with teammate Alfie Mayer of Max. Great performance by them both. However, classic Micromax, I think he's run off. So we'll probably just head back up to the comms box and hear quickly from one of our partners instead.
getting ready then, the final heat race of the weekend. It's Honda Cadet GX200. Here is their grid. Kevin Ivanov starts on pole position. Archie Loveridge alongside an all-zip front row. Margaret Kavekis and Ralphie Branscombe on row 2. Ryan White and Ed Spain on row 3. Keane Sullivan will be looking for better things from row 4 alongside Harry Grant.
On row number 5, it's Riley Blakemore and Esme Rosie. Then Archie Cannon and Shay Hilton. Jayan Prakash rounds out the field. A big happy birthday to George Hallam. George was a guest up here at Trent Valley Kart Club yesterday with his dad Martin. Dan Ashton showed them around the whole facility, so a big happy birthday to George. 7 years old. Oh, there's going to be one of these karts. There's going to be a Honda Cadet. I feel in his near future. You can start racing this class at the age of 8. By the way, that is now. Yes, Sarah Sullivan hoping for better luck for Kian Sullivan. What can the Ambition Motorsport team do? Ed Spain getting a lot of support as well. Riley Blakemore, there's another Ambition drivers getting plenty of love in the live chat as well. End of this race is when the poll closes. End of this race is where the heats are finished, Andrew.
Indeed, the results from yesterday quickly before we start. Ivanov from Loveridge, third place was Branscombe. We're ready to go. Eyes on those lights for the standing start in Honda Cadet GX200. Away we go for 10 minutes plus 1 lap for the last time in a heat race this weekend. Good start for Ivanov. Again, Loveridge tucking in behind that Zip Factory team formation 1-2. All bit wide though there for one of the Zip runners as they go onto the bridge for the first time. Ralphie Branscombe's had a good start there in the pink helmet. The O-plate winner is already up to third. There's the communications between the drivers. Look at Kian Sullivan on the move. Well, this is already a better race for Sullivan than less than 24 hours ago. Well, that's a beautiful move down the inside for fourth.
I mean, anything is a better race than yesterday, because at least he started this one. Sadly, Kian Sullivan having to retire literally as he pulled it up to the starting grid with a problem yesterday. But there's Ralphie Branscombe in third position. Now, one thing we did learn is that Ralphie Branscombe is excellent at race management. You know, he's very good at timing things and keeping his cool, so he's a smart driver, is Branscombe. Harry Grant getting plenty of support as well, and you know, we're really enjoying the interaction of this weekend's broadcast. We're trying to bring this sport to a wider audience as possible. For those of you waiting for Senior Rotax, the Senior Rotax Repechage is the next race up. There are some huge names in that race. That race is to decide the final 6 people who will qualify for the pre-final and the final. We'll get you up to date the times of the Senior pre-final and final as well, because that is mandatory viewing.
Absolutely, 8.25 minutes to go in this one. On lap 2, Branscombe has found a way past Loveridge for second place, and it's Ivanov still at the front of the field. Kevin Ivanov in race pace looked good yesterday. Archie Loveridge was happy to follow home and secure that 1-2 result for the team. It's a bit of a different situation now, though, with Ralphie Branscombe, the privateer, in the middle of that Zip Factory team. Sandwich right now, and Ralphie Branscombe looking quick. There's Kian Sullivan in the number 26. All of these drivers guaranteed a spot, of course, in their pre-final and final later on today. This race result could be very key for deciding where those drivers start and how the early phases of their pre-finals go, Henry.
Yes, indeed. Branscombe now up into P2. There's the number 1 play card, that Project 1, famous red, white and green livery of the Project 1 team. Ryan White driving as a privateer, entered as a privateer, but on that Project 1 chassis. Interesting, I know we're going to talk about, well, we'll talk about Rotax during the Rotax races, but the Honda class here, this 4-stroke class, is one of the Ambition karts runs wide. That was, I think, the number 68 of Riley Blakemore, losing a place to Harry Grant. There's Ed Spain, the 72. Now we've got a 5-kart train. Talk about, you know, there was a Kart Masters, I'm trying to think when it was, the 2013 Kart Masters. Mark Kimber won it in Honda. He was 4th. Or was it Rory Hudson and Mark Kimber? They came out of the final corner, and Rory Hudson was 4th coming out of the final corner and won it on the line.
Yep.
That's how close, that's how good Honda Cadet Racing can be here at PF International. Side by side, and no, Branscombe stays in second. Doesn't force the issue.
No, there's a good amount of time to go in this one. There has been a warning flag shown to the number 26 of Cian Sullivan as things stand in the intermediate classification. No, that's going to be out-of-date information, or is it? No, because Loveridge is going to fight back down the inside, retake on the switchback, 3rd place from Ryan White. Ryan White returns the favour down the inside into hairpin 2, and Ed Spain will take advantage of everything going on there, and is up to 4th. So, intermediate classification, Ivanov would lead the IC with 2 wins, if this result was to stay as it is for the next 6 minutes or so.
Which it won't.
Which it won't. So 0 points at the moment for Ivanov. Tie at the moment for 2nd place on 5 points, both Loveridge and Branscombe. White 4th on 8, Spain 5th on 10, make that 9, virtue of that change that we saw a few corners ago. Kavekis, Blackmore and Grant currently wrapping up the top 8.
And, you know, what happens in the event of a tie on points? You go back to the driver that qualified faster in timed qualifying. So that is how you do it, break a tiebreaker, the driver that qualified faster. Now, the top 5 head down towards hairpin number 1. This is the battle between Cian Sullivan in the number 26 Kart there. The blue race suit, privateer entered machine. Blakemore and Margaris Kavekis in the black and white. That's the, you know, the karting zebra liveried entry. In the number 15, then you've got the orange crash helmet of Harry Grant, Archie Cannon, Shea Hilton. Shea Hilton, he's got like number 888 across the back of his race suit because he's a fan of short oval stock car racing. I said, oh, do your family race? He went, no, I just like it. So he loves the short ovals. Young man that knows what he likes, and yeah, can't fault that. Either that, or he's got a sponsorship from some sort of betting company, but I think that's not allowed. No,
that's not allowed.
It's short oval stock car racing is his thing.
So Ralphie Branscombe trying to find a way through past Kevin Ivanov, but Kevin Ivanov just seems quite happy to soak up the pressure right now at the front of this field. New fastest lap of the race last time around. Archie Loveridge on a 1:05.41 down the hill and towards hairpin 1 once again, and it's a classic scenario here. It's down the inside now for Branscombe. That's been coming. Takes the lead of the race. Ryan White trying to take 2nd place at the same circuit where he won the Honda Cadet title back in October 2023. That has not quite worked this time as Ed Spain is on the scene. He's looking down the inside into the Fullerton S's. White leaves him room, and wisely leaves him room. He's able to hold on to 3rd place.
Indeed, he is. And look at the gap that Branscombe has been able to pull whilst they've been sorting out. So Ryan White, that was a late decision to try and follow Branscombe through at hairpin number 1. And you can see, there's the example of how much 2 drivers running side by side can slow each other down. Although the slipstream effect, you can almost visually see that great camera work there going under the bridge, because it was a 10 kart length lead for Branscombe. It's grown a little bit now because they were side by side again, but it was down to about 4 or 5 kart lengths just in the slipstream.
Ed Spain fighting through to 3rd place. A lot of experience at this level. A lot of these drivers on your screen were here last year. In fact, yeah, all the top 5 in this race at the moment were inside the top 10 in the final. As I say, back in October 2023 at the culmination of the Honda Cadet season. But 2 minutes and 35 remaining on the clock now. Branscombe back at the front of the order. Took the classification victory last time out at the O-plate. It's Kevin Ivanov who crossed the line first, but remember had a time penalty that pushed him down the order. A great drive from Ralphie Branscombe, a key move on the last lap. He knew the situation. He knew he needed to be second on the road to take the O-plate. It's a very, very wise head on young shoulders. Checks over his right-hand shoulder once more just to assess how many karts are in close proximity. Well, at the moment, I'd say it's 2 in close proximity in Ivanov and Spain. There is the move from Ivanov. That is what you can do going round the banking, and all of a sudden for Ralphie Branscombe, well, he didn't do much wrong there, if anything at all,
no,
Henry, but he now finds himself in 4th place.
He just got hung out to dry like the laundry. Ralphie Branscombe on the banking there, down to 4th position. Ivanov it was a decisive move, and it's put him in top spot. Ed Spain now moves up, and Ryan White trying to make it 3 wide. White's got the inside line. Has he got track position? Yes, he does, and here comes Branscombe back up from 4th to 2nd.
Mega racing once again from Honda Cadet GX200. Drivers are going to come round. It's going to be one of those close scenarios again as to whether this is 2 laps to go or 3. Times on the moment, I think it's going to be 2 laps. I think they're going to cross the line with about 60 seconds on the clock, and it's a 65-second lap for these drivers. So Ryan White to the inside, Branscombe trying to find a way through there, and I don't think it's quite going to work through the Bruno Ferrari S's. Sweeping up at the banking.
A little bit of sticker swapping there, sorry Andrew.
Okay.
That was between Spain, Ivanov and Loveridge on the banking. It's Branscombe and White. And Ed Spain showing his displeasure. Well, Ed, I know, yep, 2 hands on the wheel always works better during the race, Ed. You can discuss it with whoever you need to afterwards.
You can indeed. So that's changed things for 3rd place. Ivanov up to that 3rd spot. Loveridge still holding with the fastest lap there in 4th. I think Ed Spain is not out of this. He's in a group of 5. And we were saying earlier about previous races round here. There's many a race I've seen in Honda Cadet where the driver in a 5th place in the 5-kart train has ended up being the winner, so still a good amount of opportunities for Ed Spain to work his way back through. Drivers should see the last lap board this time around because they're going to time out there. 3, 2, 1, 0 seconds on the clock, so yes, it will be the final lap this time. Defending is Branscombe. Had to defend there because there was a good run for Ryan White out of the final chicane, under the bridge, into the banking. Are there going to be any moves here? Yes, there are. Ivanov's looking down the inside. Beautifully done by Kevin Ivanov. Back into 2nd place. Now having a look for the lead. Not quite going to work there. Out wide. Running there was Loveridge. Branscombe able to take the racing line. This could be a key moment here through hairpin 1. Ryan White's looking to the inside of Ivanov. Takes 2nd place. This is good for Ralphie Branscombe. He doesn't need to defend again into hairpin number 2. He can now start to focus. Those are the key areas for overtaking around this PF International circuit. Branscombe through the Fullerton S's now. White still there in 2nd place. This could change things for the intermediate classification as well. But Ryan White, what a great finish he's having. He's right on the tail of Ralphie Branscombe going through the Mike Wilson complex. Brilliant positioning by Ivanov. Retakes 2nd place. If Ralphie Branscombe could get off the final corner, he's going to take victory. He is going to take victory across the line. But a plus 5-second penalty for Kevin Ivanov. It's happened again. It's a repeat of what happened at the O plate. That will move Ivanov down the order, and I reckon give pole position in the pre-final to Branscombe.
Wow, they say that lightning can't strike twice. Well, it just has for Kevin Ivanov. Why that? I mean, there was a couple of things are going on there during the last couple of laps. That was a hectic Honda Cadet heat race. There is your, well, on the track, it was Branscombe, Ivanov, White, Spain, Loveridge, and Kavekis with Cannon, Grant, Sullivan, and Blakemore. Now, if that 5-second penalty sticks, that would put Ivanov back to 10th position. Esme Rosie, Shea Hilton, and J.M. Prakash were next. Ryan Morgan, welcome back to the live stream, the live broadcast, Ryan Morgan, good to hear you back there, saying he's a man of taste, he likes his short oval racing. I've got to say, we haven't had much measure banger racing. There's the Kev Waller Memorial at Milton Hall coming up, and I've seen, there's plenty of bits of tin going to that, you know. Channel my inner Dave Goddard. Wallop. Straight in. Yes.
Well, the Honda Cadet drivers coming in. They don't have a repechage, so the next time that we will see Honda Cadet out on circuit will be 12:35 local time.
Local time, yes. Now, but before we go down, I mean, I'm sure Nicole will be heading down the pits somewhere, but the poll has closed.
Oh.
Right.
What are the results?
The poll. What are the results of the poll about who ran their half marathon quicker? What percentage did... okay, 71% of people think I did, and Andrew, 28%. So I can now reveal that my personal best half marathon time was 2 hours, 36 minutes, although I did stop halfway for a wee and a cigarette. Andrew Mather, your best half marathon time is...
1 hour 48 and an exploded knee. So it cost me. I've never run since. I haven't run for 12 years, but
71% of people who voted, I apologise. You know, it was the halftime smoke break that did it for me. Well done, Andrew Mather. There we are. Anyway, now the next poll is questions for the commentators. We can answer them. So yeah, thank you very much for your interaction. As you look at so I must do better. I can't do much better.
Just don't let your knee explode down the Pershore Road in the middle of Birmingham.
Right.
That's my recommendation.
No.
It doesn't end well. But yes, no. Keep your questions coming in. Thank you for your interactions across the social media platforms, and give the broadcast a like as well. Share it with your family and friends, especially as we've got Senior Rotax coming up very, very soon here at PF International. And if you haven't done so already, on YouTube at our Karting UK, the Karting UK YouTube channel, new home for karting content here at the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. Why should you subscribe? Well, there's loads of exclusive content. We tell you to.
Yes.
And two, loads of extra bits behind the scenes. You know, more stuff from the paddock.
You mean
exclusive
content?
Yes.
Exclusive
that you can only find
content.
on that channel. For now, though, let's head once again down to Parc Fermé. Nicole Sutherland, over to you.
Action-packed Honda Cadet race there. We're with race winner Ralphie Branscombe. Ralphie, exciting last lap for you then. Can you tell us a bit about it?
So nobody sent me into the big sweeper under the bridge and onto the top of it. So going down the bridge, I see I've got a gap and they both go to the inside. So I hang it around the outside, and then going into the second hairpin, because they were on the inside, they overshot the corner. So I was able to get the run for the second hairpin. And then coming through the S's on the midway through the track, I ended up getting a bad run, so I defended. And then I came back over and I took the corner, and then I kept getting punted through the last kind of sweeper, and then I got round until like the last corner and then the last one, and then I look back and I see a gap, and then I'm just like, that's it, race win.
Great to hear from you then, Ralphie. Good luck for the rest of today. We'll just head back up to the comms box for the Senior Rotax Repechage, which I think everybody here is highly anticipating, going to be very exciting. But quickly, we'll just hear from Demon Tweak's championship partner.
Thank you very much to Demon Tweaks for their continued support of the British Kart Championships here from Motorsport UK and presented by Wera Tools. Getting ready then for the Senior Rotax Repechage, Henry, and we had a little look over this grid last night, didn't we? Because obviously 60 strong field, only 28 could qualify through to directly to the pre-final. So we were always going to have some big names in this one, and that has proven to be the case.
It is. We have 31 drivers, with Isaac Lyons having to withdraw. 31 drivers fighting for 6 transfer spots. The first 6 in the final classification after this race, first 6 across the line, as long as there's no penalties, they make up the final 6 positions for the pre-final and the finals as well. Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort and is there third from left. He is not in this race, and so he is watching to see who will join him in this in the pre-final and the final. But this will be an absolute barn burner, I am sure. It's race 16. It's the Senior Rotax Repechage. It's up next.
Let's have a look then at the grid for the Senior Rotax Repechage. On pole position, Angus Scrivener alongside on the front row, Tyler Harris, Austin Lee and Stefan Kaczmarczyk on row 2, Morgan Porter and David Algetner on row 3. James Lowther and Luke Bates go from row number 4.
Former British champion Morgan Porter. Luca Osmond Price, Teresa Babic-Kova, W Series racer Josh Graham, fastest in practice, and Alex Duncan. Then we've got Ben Southgate, Ollie Goodyear on the leading CRG, Jack Collins and William Pemble.
Alex McGee and Stephanie Hobika go from row 9, Ethan Bentley and Jack Gillingham on row 10, Dugas Pavlonis and Louis Weaver on row 11, David Mitchell and Ethan Martin on row 12.
Followed by Rachel Robertson, Ethan Critchley, Ralph Youngling, brother of current junior Rotax world champion Timo, Spencer Braum, vice champion in Rotax E20 last year. Then Ben Cook, Liam Thomas, whose brother is watching, and Joshua Rudd. Sadly, Isaac Lyons is out of the race. Now, Alex McGee, the number 79, sponsored by Hella. He's his return to the British Championship for the first time in 13 years. He's got Sean Arnold mechanicking for him. Now, they raced juniors alongside people like George Russell and Lando Norris. But McGee is back, the Hella-sponsored driver. Always used to race the number 92 for Squadron 92. But can McGee, probably the oldest driver in the field, make it into the main event? We will find out. Is Lewis Gilbert in this? No, he just squeezed in to the main event. Who's going to join him? We're going to find out now. Lights are out, we are off and racing.
We are indeed. 10 minutes plus 1 lap, and it's already problems in the midfield. I think James Lowther's involved in the middle of that with the Fernando Alonso livery on the number 8, so that could already be one of the favourites for qualifying through to the final. Oh, there's another driver off now. Was that on an entry to the bridge, or was that going up the escape road as we saw from Kai Hunter in one of the heats yesterday? Either way, not good news at all. Who hasn't made it through the first sector? Lowther has mentioned. I think Teresa Babichkova's not made it through. William Pemble, lots of drivers who went all in at the start, and it's not come up red for them at all. At the front of the order, though, it is Scrivener in the 49 and Harris in the 84. Now they've got to work together at this point, Henry. They've got a great lead at this early stage. 6 places available to go through to the pre-final. At the moment, they're quids in for 2 of them.
Yep, head down and drive like your backside's on fire. That's the key now. James Lowther, 8th in the championship last year. He's not going to make it. Teresa Babichkova, who won on the road at the grand finals in Bahrain, she's not going to make it. She is out of the race and walking back. Stephanie Hobika, the Lebanese young lady, part of the only all-female team here, she's not going to make it. And there's a driver on his roof at the banking. Looking out of the window, is that a Craft Motorsport Kart upside down? Driver next to the barriers, that's Joshua Rudd from the back of the field. He was up there, so chaos at the start, and we've gone full course yellow.
Slow procedure
course yellow. Oh my word. There you can see the very top of your screen, 2 drivers talking to another. The driver in the Craft Motorsport just leaning against the fence there. That's Joshua Rudd. The other karts involved. Oh, is that David Mitchell?
There's 2 of them. There's 2 Craft Motorsport entries involved. Rudd has mentioned, and David Mitchell are both showing on timing as out of this one. Now, the most important thing is both drivers are on their feet.
Yep,
and we're able to get away, but that's never a sight that we like to see. You see there, drivers on the left-hand side walking back to the paddock.
Yeah, there's one of the Craft Motorsport karts now that you can see there. Well, I mean, that David Mitchell out of the race, that's going to make it interesting. Well, have I got? Would I lie to you? The next episode of that, I'm joking. It's not that David Mitchell, not that David Mitchell. So, reset. Take a breathe. The clock is still ticking, even though on the screen it has stopped. The clock is still ticking. We've got 7 minutes, 13 seconds to go. And that's bad news for Angus Scrivener and Tyler Harris.
Really bad news for Scrivener and Harris, because that advantage that they'd built up over the rest of the field has gone. And we go again whenever we go to a green, and it's going to be an even shorter race and probably even more frantic.
Yes. 3rd place, David Aulesner, former Rotax Grand Final podium winner. 4th place, Morgan Porter, current British KZ2 Gearbox champion, former British Senior Rotax champion. Austin Lee, top 5 in the International Trophy. Joshua Graham, he's raced for Great Britain as well. And this is just a repechage.
It is indeed. Back to green we go then. It's going to be 6 minutes and 30 seconds plus 1 lap. to sort this one out. Spencer Braum already on the move, has gained 15 places so far. You can see him on the CRG moving to the inside, trying to go for Alex McGee's 12th place there. That's two karts both running in the GMS awning this weekend. Round onto the bridge then. We're on lap number 4. Scrivener has got another good start, but look at it, it's all kicking off for second place. Alejna down the inside, Porter following him through, Tyler Harris down to 4th place. Everybody knows they're back in the game here. There's more opportunities now to gain those spots into the pre-final, because whereas the top 2 had broken off and probably booked their spots in before the slow procedure, all 6 spots are now in doubt. That's another good start. You've got to give it to Angus Scrivener. A lot of pressure on his shoulders. He'd done it once from the start of the race. He's done it again here. He's held onto the lead with 5.5 minutes to go.
Already, Tyler Harris has dropped from 2nd to 4th. Aulejna and Porter have pushed the MLC Motorsport driver back into P4. Austin Lee, one of the few remaining craft motorsport cars left in this race, he is there in 5th. Graham for KR Sport is up into 6th. Stefan Kazmarzik, privateer driver in the number 43, is 1 place outside the main event in 7th place. We saw the 27 car of Leon Thomas. He's gained 16 places. I think he's gained another one as well. There's Collins, Luke Bates in the mix, Luca Osman Price. Braum is 11th, Southgate 12th. McGee sadly has dropped to 16th position. I got a feeling McGee might not make it into the final on his return for the first time in 13 years, but the Hella sponsored driver is back, and I'm sure he'll be improving as he gets back up to speed.
Penalty for Ethan Bentley, plus 5 seconds. Bentley currently down in 17th place on the road. 4.5 minutes remaining. There's Benjamin Southgate passing through shot. Is there in 12th place. So it's Alejna, Porter, Scrivener, Lee, Graham and Harris. Those are the 6 drivers at the moment with their hands on a spot in the pre-final. Spencer Braum now up 19 spots to 9th. This is a cracking race from Braum, but the key thing now is that the group, the top 6 group, are away. If they hold firm, don't battle, they've got a great opportunity here to break away. But down the inside, Morgan Porter wants control of this race, takes the lead, is followed through by his Hunter Motorsport teammate Angus Scrivener. That's a statement and a half for the drivers on the CS55. We had a good look at it during the Paddock Show yesterday. Do check that out. The premiere of the Paddock Show up after the pre-finals. But round to complete lap number 6. It's Morgan Porter at the front of this one. 2nd place for Scrivener. Alejna, Graham, Austin Lee and Tyler Harris still the top 6. Just a subtly different order. Very high quality. Should have mentioned, of course, Austin Lee was in the top 10 in the final here, October, for the culmination of last year's Senior Rotax Championship. That was a nice move. That was Joshua Graham down the inside of Alejna. Graham up to 3rd. Now
the pressure is on Jack Collins. Jack Collins, the number 12 Pro Train racing kart. He runs 7th. He has got, there he is, and he's closing in. Behind Collins is a bit of a gap to Luke Bates for the Jack's Motorsports team, and Spencer Braum is picking him up and putting him down on that CRG. Braum is now ahead of Bates in 8th position. I think the driver that finished 2nd in last year's E20 Rotax Grand Finals is possibly going to run out of time 2 minutes ago. Who knows what's going to happen? Collins is closing in. Tyler Harris nervously looking over his shoulder.
I think this is really good news for Braum that Collins is closing in, because that 6 is going to become 7, and it means there's going to be a battle.
Yes,
there's going to be a move, and that will bring Braum and Kaczmarczyk back into play, and probably Luke Bates as well. So this one's not over. And look, here we go. The drivers are not wanting to be on the bubble. That's Alejna looking to the outside of Scrivener. Austin Lee trying to get through as well. Jack Collins' eyes will light up at the side of this. We spoke to him on Friday, and he said he was aiming for another final, made the final at the O-Plate a few weeks ago. It's breaking off at the front of the order now for Porter and Graham. They should be comfortable. They should be safe with 2 minutes to go. Good move from Kaczmarczyk, is up past Braum for 8th place, but it's all about Jack Collins. Can he get onto the back of this group in that red and white Pro Train entry? He's nearly there, He needs one more good lap, but he's going to be right with him. Here comes Alejna down the inside of Scrivener. That's for 3rd place. There's been a mechanical failure flag for the number 66 of Jack Gillingham. That's the end of Gillingham's weekend. 90 seconds to go. 7 karts at the front of the order, but only 6 spots to go through.
And Jack Collins has now caught Tyler Harris. Collins to the inside. He does the crossover. Harris defending with 1.5 minutes plus a lap to go. This is the battle. Harris is in the main event, and currently Collins is out of it. Behind him, Kaczmarzyk, leading privateer, leading rookie. There he is, that blue and white livery kart. He's being pushed along by Spencer Braum. They're going to try and make it a 4-car battle for one final transfer spot. This is where the action is. Porter, Graham, Scrivener, Olejna and Lee are safe as it's possible to be. Can Tyler Harris hold on for the MLC Motorsport team for P1 Power, Lee Murray squad? Or can the Pro Train, one of the most venerable names in British karting, Pro Train Racing, can Jack Collins put them in the main event? Here we go. We're going to find out in 30 seconds plus a lapse time.
The key for me with Jack Collins right now is out of the race is Jack Gillingham there on the Birrell ART. Sadly. Pick his moment. If he goes too early for a move here on Tyler Harris and doesn't get it done, he's going to bring others back into play. That's going to reduce his chances of making the top 6, but he is now running a bit out of time. We're down to 5 seconds, so the last lap board will be out next time around. Porter, Graham, Olejna, Lee and Scrivener, they're all safe, they're all done. They just need to drive to the checkered flag now, and they'll run again in the pre-final. But who's going to take that 6th and final spot? Is it going to be Tyler Harris? Is it going to be Jack Collins? Is it going to be somebody else? I've got to say, Tyler Harris really impressed with this last couple of laps. He's dropped Jack Collins. He's dropped him by, I would say, about 6/10 of a second now, 5/10 of a second. That is crucial. He doesn't need to defend right now.
2 years ago, even 1 year ago, Tyler Harris would have lost his head. The pressure would have got to him, and he would have made a mistake. Now, with the pressure's on, he goes quicker. That's a sign of a maturing driver. Have to say, well done to Tyler Harris. Braum, Kaczmarzyk and Collins, they're running out of time. But, Morgan Porter and Josh Graham, half a lap from home, and Porter's defending. You don't need to do that, Morgan. Carry on.
Well, they've changed positions twice on this one, having a bit of fun out there, it would seem, Porter and Graham. But I think they've called it quits now. They'll race through to the pre-final. Job done for Morgan Porter, job done for Joshua Graham, David Olejna, Austin Lee and Angus Scrivener, and Tyler Harris takes the 6th and final spot to progress through to the pre-final. It was a frantic at times repechage, as expected in senior Rotax, but the cream rises to the top. Those are 6 drivers. I think you would have got good odds on those 6 going through. Job well done by them all.
Indeed. So unofficially, and of course, providing the top 6 all go through scrutineering, there's no penalties or anything like that. So unofficially, we have lost Jack Collins, Spencer Braum, Stefan Kaczmarzyk, Luca Osman-Price, Alex Duncan finishing 11th, Luke Bates, Dukas Pravilonis and James Lowther recovering, so that one of the top 10 in last year's British Championship doesn't even make the final of the first round of this year's series. William Pemble, Ben Cook, Louis Weaver, Alex McGee, Ollie Goodyear and Ethan Bentley round out your top 20. Ralph Youngling also failed to qualify. I think I got the answer of why Alex McGee hasn't qualified for the... it's because his mechanic, Sean Arnold, Sean's dad, Dave, is busy on a golf course and won't buy Sean a kart to get Sean back into racing. If Sean was racing again, he'd help Alex a bit more. So Dave, Arnold, get off the golf course. You're never going to get any better. Ellen wants you out the house anyway, so let's have you back in the paddock full time, Mr. Arnold.
I'll echo that because I miss Sean Arnold. So seeing him out there on circuit. Well, that was the senior Rotax Repechage, the first appearance of senior Rotax today, but definitely not the last. The
best. Well, Josh Graham gaining 9 places. Albie Lapper will have to gain an awful lot more in the junior Repechage, which will be the next race up. However, as his nan Barbara has just pointed out, he was the quickest, or amongst the very quickest of all, in warm-up this morning. And set fast lap in a race yesterday, even though half his kart was hanging off.
Yes. No, he's got some good race pace, and there's always a chance. Always a chance indeed.
After all, after there's David Olejna walking out, and there's Chris Walker. Oh, that's I
like that
that's
shot.
Art. That's art. Oh, let's just sit there. Art.
In the crow's nest.
Art. Right, enough of that. Yeah, Barbara Lapper, meanwhile. We'll talk about Nans with this art, and we'll talk about Nans. Yeah, if you want some information about what's going on, ask a Nan. There we are, look at that. So, the scene is set. I'm sure Nicole Sutherland will be getting the latest insight and gossip. There's a lot of wagons being walked back to the paddock after that incident-filled race. So, yeah, Morgan Porter, Joshua Graham, David Olesner, Austin Lee, Angus Scrivener, Tyler Harris. You know, all making it through unofficially at least. Then we have one more. No, we have how many more repechages have we got?
Two more.
Two more repechages. Oh, right. And, do you know what I'm going to do, Andrew? I'm going to go and find some grids because I've got this grid. Haven't got any more, so I'm going to go. So whilst Nicole speaks to one of our 6 transfer drivers, I'll get some grids, and then it'll be back for Junior Rotax. Take it away, Nicole.
We're over in Parc Fermé with repechage finisher David Olechner, 3rd place from 6th. How was the race for you?
The race was quite alright. Got to 1st at one point and the whole car was sliding, but at the end got a 3rd, and we're going to make it to the pre-final and just see what we can do.
Yeah, and the repechage is one of the races that no driver really wants to be in. At some point, obviously, something in your weekend has gone wrong. Can you tell us about how you've ended up in there?
Well, we ended up here because of a DNF. Just had a collision with 2 other drivers, and had to retire because of a mechanical flag.
And then going into the finals, have you got any strategy of how you're going to get up through the pack?
Just keep the nose cone all right, and just keep going forward.
Well, best of luck to you, David, for the rest of your weekend. And we'll go back up to the comms box for our next repechage of the day, which will be Junior Rotax. But quickly, we'll hear from Wera Tools.
Welcome back to live coverage here at PF International in Lincolnshire. It's event 1 of the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. Andrew Mather and Henry Baudet on commentary duties for you this morning, and yeah, eagerly anticipating the next race, Junior Rotax Repechage.
Yes, indeed. On the right-hand side of your screen there, the gentleman obviously who uses window lean as a hair care product, or lack thereof, that's Nathan Rawlings, who runs the Strawberry Racing Junior team. In the green jacket, good to see Richard Marks, the Silver Fox, back in the paddock. Never seen, if you watch darts, Steve Beaton, the Bronze Adonis. You never see Steve Beaton, the Bronze Adonis, and Richard March in the same camera shot. There's Iona Tooley on the left-hand side of the screen, supporting his son Drew Tooley's Tooley Motorsport team. I wonder what flavour. Here's the next question. What flavour tobacco is Richard Marsh puffing on there? No, that's not for the consumption on the live chat. Okay. Here we are. Question. Do you think Callum Bradshaw is going to compete in this year's World Championship? It would be great to see. Well, there's a possibility. Here is a look at the, and you can see why we're not running Kart Mechanic Bingo today, because all the mechanics have got trousers on. The rules for Kart Mechanic Bingo are very simple. Every kart mechanic worth his salt needs the following items. You need a T-shirt in team livery, obviously. You need shorts, cargo shorts, cut tight just above the knee with team logo on it.
Yep.
You need your earpiece in with the radio then attached on your bum.
On the buckle.
On the buckle,
Yep.
the back buckle. You need a really nice haircut. You need a pair of garishly liveried trainers. The brighter, the better. All right. And then the absolute pinnacle to get bingo is the team apron.
Oh, yes.
Team
with,
apron.
With a few oil
If you get
stains down it as well.
All with the logo on it. All
Yeah.
those elements, and you've got Kart Mechanic Bingo. And you can't be an international kart mechanic until you've got those. Here we go. Next race up is race 17, Junior Rotax Repechage.
Getting ready for the Junior Rotax Repechage. 6 spots available in the pre-final. William Archer and Jack West started from the front row. Ariman Bansal and Matteo Palazzo on row 2. Scott Marsh and Freddie Housley form up a powerhouse row 3. Ben Horner and Daniel Kilpatrick start on row 4.
Lizzie Ventier and Luca Mongi on row number 5. Then Jensen Pritchard and Vlad Tomenchuk on row number 6, with Finley Buck, Emily Cotty, Lachlan Haircut Johnson and Cole the Closer Denham on row 8.
Aris Miauskis was quick in free practice, finds himself in the repechage on row 9. Sebastian Lusch alongside him. Jack Baker and Matas Misnianskis on row 10. Zach McDonald had a retirement earlier on this weekend and starts this one from row 11 alongside Henry Cameron. Charlie Cox and Isaac Baker start on row 12.
And still there are more. Mikey Walker, Marcel Poppercourt, Albie Lapper and Eli Baden, followed by Michael Dalton, Shane Chandaria, John Richardson, and sadly not Aidan Mitchell, who is at home watching and has commented. So, let's have again. Matteo Palazzo started 4th. He was fastest overall in qualifying. Scott Marsh, Junior Rotax Grand Finals champion from 2022. He's in this race. Further back, Albie Lapper, fast in warm-up this morning. He's got the fastest lap of the race weekend so far. Cole Denham, last year's Minimax champion, almost won the Grand Finals in that class. It's stacked. It's 10 minutes. It's go in Junior Repechage, and William Archer manages to get a good start, keeping himself ahead of the field. It's a clean run through the Bruno Ferrari S's.
It's a good sight to see everyone still in this one. There's a long way to go for these drivers. They know, and they've got to keep it clean if they want to get those top 6 spots by the end of this 10-minute race. Move immediately for the lead. Jack West going down the inside, wants to take control and does so 3 wide as they go through the second half of the field in hairpin 1. Oh, it's getting all a little bit rough there and someone's off. It's going to be one. It's Sebastian Lusch. It's Sebastian Lusch in the 36 for Sam Pollitt Racing. That'll be the end of Lusch's top weekend.
That's
off
a
there.
52 cart.
Oh, and there's 2 carts involved there. Jack Baker was one of them in the Evolution Racing. And that was a heavy impact into the bollards there. I think for one of, was that Cole Denham? Cole Denham was around in that same region. It was the DH. It was one of the DHRs that's gone.
Let's have a little look, Jack.
It is. Cole Denham is out. It's been a torrid weekend for Cole Denham, and it ends on lap 1.
Well, Cole has been. He did a bit of racing for Birrell in WSK and in the early in OK Junior, and it's not been a good weekend back for the British Championship for the reigning Minimax champion. Up at the front, moves going on. It's now Jack West leading. Matteo Palazzo. We know that Saltire Motorsport car is the only Saltire Motorsport entry here, and he's got to try and hang on. Marsh and Ayman Bansal. So Bansal, the driver from Bangalore in India, he's working with a Callum Bradshaw sort of driver training program, and it seems to be working. Sadly, it's going to be a long drive back up to Bathgate in Scotland for Cole Denham, unfortunately. But other big movers. Let's have a look. Eli Baden up 14 places from 28th to 14th for the Cato Motorsport team. Albie Lapper's gained 6 places. Shane Chandaria, whose kart features in the Paddock Show, let's just say that, he's also gained quite a few places, a Kenyan driver.
Has indeed, and we're here on lap number 3. Spread out a bit at the front of the order. Good news if you're in that top 6 right now. Jack West has disappeared and gone. He's more than a second up the road now from Bansal, Archer and the rest. Scott Marsh still there in 4th place. It's a bit of a surprise to see Scott Marsh in the repechage if you've just tuned in with us here, but it was difficulties in timed qualifying yesterday that left him with a lot of work to do. But right now, he is completing and he is getting himself through and back into the pre-final. Mikey Walker, new fastest lap of the race. Mikey currently in 13th place. A good pace there for Jack Tex Racing and the MS Kart chassis. Jack Baker under investigation, currently down in 26th place. Well, that was one of the karts that we saw off in the incident down at the Fullerton Esses with Cole Denham. They just simmered down this one at the moment, Henry. I think everyone's now in the rhythm.
Yes, and quite rightly so. You know, these drivers, you know, you'd expect senior Rotax a little bit tense, shall we say? But there's Ayman Bansal being chased now by Scott Marsh. William Archer battling side by side with Matteo Palazzo. Palazzo with a black and red race suit moves into P4. Actually, the gap between 6th position Daniel Kilpatrick in the Dan Holland Racing number 40, the Northern Irishman, and then the chasing pack, including Luca Mongi, Freddie Housley, and Finley Bumfluff Buck, is closing in on a place in the final.
Well, Buck was in the top 10 for one of his heats. It was a disqualification from the other. That's why he's in this repechage, but we've already seen this weekend that the race pace is definitely there this weekend in Lincolnshire. 5.5 minutes remaining. Palazzo, slightly tighter line there into hairpin number 2. This is the fight for 4th place, 5th and downwards, and crucially that cut-off is amongst this group. At the moment, Palazzo has got that spot in 6th place. Luca Mogni and Freddie Housley. Great to see Freddie Housley back in action here again at PF International. And he can smell that opportunity of getting through to the pre-final. He's got to make 2 overtakes across the course in the next 5 minutes plus 1 lap to do so.
Yes, here is the battle across the line. The number 40 kart of Daniel Kilpatrick and William Archer. They're 4th and 5th. The driver on the bubble at the moment is that Saltire Motorsport number 86 of Matteo Palasco. Aris Miaskis sets a new fastest lap, but Aris is all the way back in 15th position. Albi Lapper is up into 18th place, but this is the battle. This is Palazzo in 6th. The 3 drivers behind him. 1, 2, 3, there they are. The 37 of Housley, the 31 of Buck, and the 25 of Mongi there on the outside looking in.
At the moment, though, it's William Archer slipping back, has lost one of those spots in the top 6, now finds himself in 8th place. Finley Buck is about 1.7 seconds off the back of this group. This is good work between Marsh and Bansal. They know that the team job right now is just to race through. They've got a good gap and a good advantage over those behind. Kilpatrick will start to think about relaxing and getting through because there's a good gap back to Palazzo there in 5th. Fighting on there just behind. Look at this, side by side between the 61 of William Archer and the 37 of Freddie Housley. That's going to be good news for Finley Buck. Here comes Mogni down the inside of Palazzo. Change there, that moves Mogni away from the danger zone of 6th place up to 5th now. What a great job it would be by Matteo Palazzo to make it through. Was fastest in the 2nd group of qualifying. It was a disrupted qualifying session. The ultimate pace was more in session number 1, but Palazzo took advantage, was quickest in that 2nd group, got good grid slots for the heats. Very wide there, my goodness me. Daniel Kilpatrick is pushing in a half, nearly into the wall. That will have caught his attention.
That was inches away from absolute disaster. Jack West, meanwhile, he's looking good, you know. Let's go west when the sun's go west in the open. There's a bit of Pet Shop Boys too. That's just get a bit of singing in on a Sunday morning. Scott Marsh is now up at the P2. West, Marsh, Bansal, Kilpatrick, the Italian driver Luca Mongi in 5th, and Palazzo still in 6th position, just in front of William Archer and Freddie Housley. So the pole sitter, William Archer, inches away from qualifying from the final. Now, Finley Buck has dropped back a couple of positions. Mikey Walker for the Jack Dex Racing team has passed Buck, so it's good. I think Buck's chances have gone. It's great to see that, I know. Bumfluff Buck is looking a little bit like you're going to have to see if there's going to be an exclusion or a penalty to get him into the finals, but it's still been a good recovery drive after an exclusion yesterday. But this is the main battle. So on your screen, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 drivers. That is Kilpatrick, Mongi, Palazzo, Archer and Housley. The 3rd of those drivers, there he is, in the number 86. That's the last driver in the main event. No, now it's the number 40. So it's the number 40, the 2nd of the Dan Holland karts. Daniel Kilpatrick is now on the bubble.
And is this the point of the weekend where drivers start to feel the wear and tear of the hard racing here at PF International this weekend? How much grip remains in the Mojo rubber for these drivers? Daniel Kilpatrick's looking a little bit vulnerable, if I may say so, at the moment. Henry, well, that's going to help him, though. Freddie Housley trying to boss his way through into 7th place ahead of William Archer. They're both holding each other up here. Housley has been able to find a way through, but is that the chance now for Kilpatrick to get away and gone? Doesn't need to overtake Matteo Palazzo, just needs to be there in the top 6, and he'll make it through to the pre-final. There's a gap now. It's about 4 to 5 tenths, as Albi Lappa hasn't quite given this one up yet. That's a new fastest lap of the race, a bit further down the order of a 57.8. But where is Lappa? He's down in 14th place. Needs a miracle at this stage. Kilpatrick now looks down the inside of Palazzo. That gets very close through hairpin 1. And through goes Kilpatrick, but surely they've lost some time there. Palazzo doesn't respond. It's also getting closer once again between Housley and Archer for 7th place. So I think that's a bit of a 1-1 draw for the two groups there. It's those close moments equaling each other out.
Was that to coin the phrase, the American phrase, Housley, was that a bit of a bump and run from Freddie Housley there? Coming out of the final chicane onto the start-finish straight. In 6th position is the number 86 kart of Matteo Palazzo there, the red and black of the Saltire team. Now he has got a gap of half a second over Freddie Housley in the number 37, and that driver there, William Archer, the pole sitter in kart number 61. Palazzo, just get your head down, Matteo. Don't worry about in front of you. Try and just focus on apex after apex and keep the chasing pack at bay, because the clock has struck. A 5-second penalty for number 37, Freddie Housley, for that incident at the second hairpin. So Palazzo is now safe. So Palazzo is now trying to keep ahead of the number 61 Hunter Motorsport kart of William Archer.
Is indeed. That would be the story now, as Freddie Housley won't be able to race through with the remaining time, won't be able to get anywhere near 5 seconds up the road from anybody else. Final lap board out then west from Marsh, Bansal, Manny, Kilpatrick and Palazzo. Those are the 6 going through at the moment in the Junior Rotax Repechage. Albi Lappa continuing to move up the order, but it's 13th. It's 13th at the moment for Albi Lappa, being followed through by Zach McDonald, his Strawberry Racing teammate. But for these drivers here, they don't need to do anything dramatic right now. They just need to hit their apexes, hit their exits out of the corners, and they'll race through. For Housley and Archer, though, they've got to keep pushing on. Archer in particular, if there's another penalty, if there's another change in the order ahead of him, it's going to be his spot that is the 6th place for the pre-final. Into the final couple of corners then. Kilpatrick has fought through well here in this race, but it's going to be Jack West who takes victory in the Junior Rotax Repechage. Scott Marsh and Harryman Bansal booked their places as well. Luca Magni and Daniel Kilpatrick through as well for DHR. And Matteo Palazzo does see the pre-final and the final, a well-deserved spot in those in that field of 34. The Saltire Motorsport team go through.
Indeed. Sadly, we say goodbye to Freddie Housley, to William Archer, to Mikey Walker, to Finley Buck, to Vlad Tomenchuk, to Albi Lappa, to Aris Majewskis, to Zach McDonald. Look at that, 3 Strawberry Racing karts not making the main event. We also say goodbye to Ben Horner, Eli Baden, Isaac Barker, Marcel Poppercore, Lizzie Mentier, Emily Cotty, Jack Baker, Shane Chandaria, Lachlan Johnson, Henry Cameron, Michael Dalton, Sebastian Lusch, Charlie Cox, Mateus Biazanskis, John Richardson, Jensen Pritchard, Cole Denham as well. Now, I do need your help, viewers. Got me thinking. Now, obviously, the senior Rotax field, and we will see senior Rotax coming up next. It's been the talk of the karting world. There's no question about it. The British Championship grid, the Oak Plate grid, and what British drivers are doing. You've got Formula One, right? If you dropped any of the Formula One drivers into this event today in senior Rotax, no testing, just drop them in with a good team, bang. How would they do against some of our bet? In the comments, keep them coming in. Where do you think, You know, where do you think the current Formula One drivers would do if you just dropped them in to this event this afternoon in senior Rotax? Would they win? With the top 5? Answers in the live chat. I wonder, because I gotta say, you know, Rubens Barrichello, he comes back and races karts now. Now, in the rain, he's untouchable.
Mega.
But in the dry, he's got his work cut out.
Yeah.
Same with Antonio Pizzonia, you know, ex-Formula One driver who races karts in the USA. So, have a think in the comments, where would the current grid of Formula One drivers finish if they dropped themselves in to today's senior Rotax final? Answers in there. Top 5 wouldn't win. Top 15, Lando would be top 8, I reckon. Mid-pack, you know, the question is, where would they finish? No, because they wouldn't train for karting. Stroll would crash in the first lap. Well, that's a, you know, done deal. I'd probably take Ricciardo out as well. But no, it's a valid question, you know. Formula One drivers, they come back into karting to keep their, you know, their reaction sharp. But on this level of grid, the British Senior Rotax grid, where would Max finish? Where would George finish? You know, keep the comments coming in. It'll be an interesting one. We'll see as we go on. Bishop will still sneak around the outside of the F1 drivers, says Roger Young. Quite possibly.
So coverage continuing. We're getting ready for race number 18, the last of the Repechages. Minimax 950 will be taking to the circuits to once again decide which of the drivers are going to race through, which of them are going to be on the grid of 34 for Minimax. We're going to go down to Parc Ferme though, because I believe Nicole Sutherland is with Zach McDonald.
Great junior Rotax repechage there. We're here with Zach McDonald, Strawberry Racing driver, as well as F1 Kids presenter. Zach, this is your first season in the British Kart Championships. How's your weekend been? Unfortunately, you've not made it through, but can you sum it up for us?
It's been a great weekend. It's enthralling, to be honest. I feel like I got a bit unlucky in the first heat and qualifying. The team kind of gave us instructions, and I think we all as a team messed it up. So I started on the back in heat 1, and then I oiled up. So I was already set to be in the B final. I had a good heat 2. I made up 14 positions, so that was really good. And then I started at the back for the B final, and there's not much you can do when you start at the back. So I made my way through with my teammates Albie and Aras. Got up maybe 10, 12 positions, but it just wasn't enough. So yeah, that's my weekend as a story.
Well, you're still sounding really positive nonetheless. Are you looking forward to joining us again at the next event?
Yeah, I can't wait. Larkhall's a great track. Haven't been there yet. Hopefully I can recreate some of the madness that happened this weekend. Hopefully not the oiling up, but hopefully I can do a bit better. So yeah.
Great to hear from you, Zach. We'll see you a bit later on. We'll just head back up to the comms box for the next race of the day.
Well,
thank you very much, Nicole. Always great to hear from Zach McDonald.
Yeah, I know who's going to replace me in the next couple of years behind the microphone. What again? Now, Zach joined us on commentary last year at Kart Masters. Did he not?
He did.
Yeah, and I mean that was. Oh, let's have a little look. We got the votes are flying in on the live the poll about where the current drivers would finish, and yeah, lots of discussions. That'll be very good. Yeah, Behrman, Oliver, of course. Behrman's a current Formula One driver now. Yep. He's the most recent experience. Piastri did some testing here during the off-season. Of course, Lando Norris should have an advantage. He's got a kart named after him. But then again, so's Carlos Sainz.
Yep.
So Charles Leclerc. So did Lewis Hamilton at one point, but it was rubbish. Anyway, moving swiftly on. Lewis Hamilton can't.
Another part of the question, of the current drivers, who do you think would do the best?
Ooh, who do I mean...
I think that would be a very track-dependent question.
Max Verstappen's raced. I mean, obviously, they're all exceptionally talented. Yeah. I would say that Verstappen lived in a car. I think George Russell would also be pretty nigh on him, unbeatable around here. But yeah, no. But then there's another question. Who would cope better? Would Formula One drivers cope better in senior Rotax, or would British touring car drivers cope better in senior Rotax, or TCR, because other touring car championships are available. Hello, Stuart and Nicky Lines. Yeah, the style of racing, is it more akin to touring cars, or is it? No, it's not. But what's a program you use to display the scoreboard on the side? I haven't got a clue.
Me neither. But it works. It looks very pretty. Great work as ever by the huge team behind the scenes at Alpha Live, bringing you the broadcast coverage for every Sunday and, of course, every Saturday as well. If you missed any of it, do watch it back on the broadcast platform of choice. Meanwhile, though, let's get ready. Next race, race 18, the Minimax 950 Repechage is next. 6 spots available then for Minimax 950 drivers to race through to the pre-final. 10 of them out on circuit. Let's see how they line up. Finley Hines on pole position. Josh Cormack alongside on the front row. Jacob Jack and Olivier Chassé on row 2. Sebastian Clark and Ollie Thompson on row number 3.
Benjamin Lawn and then Jensen Walker, Kieran Stewart and Fraser Anderson. A heavy Scottish presence in this field. In fact, 5 Scottish drivers, 3 Englishmen and a Canadian. Olivier Chassé, again, a driver who has competed for Canada in the Rotax Grand Finals. And sadly, Ollie Thompson for Jack's Motorsport. So we're only going to lose 3 drivers. Somebody mentioned Dan Ticktum would win if you put him in the senior. Yeah, he'd win, but then he'd get excluded for being an absolute tool. Anyway, moving on. 9 drivers, 6 spots.
10 minutes plus 1 lap then for Minimax 950 to sort this one out. Finley Hines on the left-hand side of your screen goes from pole position. Good start. Away they go down to all. What a start for Josh Cormack. Round the outside, takes the lead, was in the top 10 in the Micromax UK final here October last year. That's the kind of start that he would have desired at the start of this one. Pushes through straight into the lead as was one of the problems for another one of the Coles racing entries there. 2 of them in this race, Hines and Benjamin Lawn, and obviously Benjamin Lawn get his overtaking boots on. Loves doing that in this part of the world. I can see the 114 there as well of Kieran Stewart appears to have had a good start. Started on the 5th row of the grid. I think he's already up to about 5th, maybe 4th place. So yeah, indeed, it's one of those races with a smaller grid, Henry. That
yep.
You think this should race a bit differently to what we've seen with the seniors and the juniors?
Well, I mean, obviously there's less desperation. You know, even if you're starting last, you're only, 1 row behind a qualifying position. So we should see everybody try and settle in. And again, they're not going to worry about Josh Cormack, the Falkirk Tyres and MOT-sponsored driver. He's going to pull away. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. You've only got those last 3 drivers there. They're just keeping themselves in touch with the drivers currently in 5th and 6th, Kieran Stewart and Jacob Jack. Kieran Stewart recovering after an injury that curtailed his season last year. There's a move from the number 185 Kart, the Coles Racing entry of Benjamin Lawn. And Lawn moving into what is now 3rd position at the expense of behind his teammate Finley Hines. Olivier Chassé from Strawberry Racing in the number 163 Kart. There's the Canadian driver. You can see the Team Canada race suit, the white back, red sleeves. So raced in the Micromax class of the Grand Finals last year. Now moved up to Minimax, and Chassé runs a bit wide there. You can't do that in Canada at the moment because it's under about 27,000 feet of snow where Olivier's from in Quebec. But that's why he's come over to race in Europe at the start of the season before the Canadian Championship or the Canadian Rotax Championship really gets going.
Indeed. So Josh Cormack leads with 7.5 minutes of this one remaining and is looking pretty comfortable right now at the front of the order. This is where the key battle is, as Jacob Jack trying to get past Kieran Stewart there. This is over 5th place. Stewart down the inside. That is going to be an opportunity moment there with Fraser Anderson in the 161, the Scottish privateer. Got a bit close through hairpin number 2. Jacob Jack not too happy about what's happened there. That's opened the door for Sebastian Clark on the CKR chassis to step through and get up to 6th place.
Yes, so the CKR chassis, the GMS racing team. I've got to say, it's great to have GMS racing back in the paddock, David Griffiths' team. But the CKR chassis, do you know what that stands for? Competitive Kart Racing. you know, great to have the team back in the paddock. They don't build the car. It's built in Italy. That's got to be that's the worst chassis name I've ever heard in my life. Fair play. Someone go to Italy and have a word. There's all the names you would call that. There's a few comments there. We'll keep it real. Well, someone mentioned about Rotax having the fastest engine. Not true. Parity is the absolute key. And you know, that's what because 5 different engine builders in the top 10 in qualifying for both junior and senior yesterday. Glenn Griffiths, the head marshal here at Trent Valley Kart Club, providing us with sweets, and of course, so it's not about who's got the best engine, who's got the best package overall.
And extracting that performance, extracting the performance right now. Josh Cormack leads the race comfortably by over a second. Hines and Lawn looking good for their spots into the final. But then it's a bit of a question over the other 3 at the moment. Stewart, Chassé and Clark hold on to them, but Walker, Jack and Anderson are all half a second within that 6th place cutoff.
Yes.
But
everybody,
Fraser Anderson, plus 5 second penalty. That's not good news for the Scottish driver.
Ouch.
And more than likely, that's going to be the end of the weekend for Fraser Anderson.
That would be that would be curtains for Fraser Anderson. So Jensen Walker and Jacob Jack. Jensen for MLC Motorsports, Jacob for Thule Motorsports. They are trying to prevent the JPD UK enter the rookie Sebastian Clark on the CKR chassis for the GMS team. How many other at the moment? He's okay. what a bunch of letters there. But here we go.
Finley Hines fastest lap of the race, 61.50. Nice Sunday drive in the repechage for Finley Hines at the moment. That was a good move. Well, that was Fraser Anderson going down the inside. But so what's happened there to Kieran Stewart? Now, was that a technical problem? Because he just seemed to suddenly divert off the circuit. He's got back on now. But that was a very strange moment for the 114. At first, I thought it was maybe a seizure, but he's clearly not seizure. It's round goes there. The 151 of Sebastian Clark, the 117 of Jacob Jack was involved as well. 4 minutes to go, and and now a plus 5 second penalty you can see coming in for the 114 of Kieran Stewart. So that's 2 drivers in this race now with a plus 5 second penalty overhanging them. But what was happening there with Kieran Stewart going down towards hairpin 1?
I almost wondered, was his mum and dad watching at the side there? He sort of looked over to have a little wave at them and almost drove up the track. But certainly something was amiss there. And that is going to, so with penalties applied, so that will be, so Fraser Anderson. Now, here's the key. Fraser Anderson, no, he's still a long way ahead of the driver in 7th place. He's chasing Olivier Chassé, but Josh Cormack, Finley Hines and Benjamin Lawn for sure. They're first, second and third, and they're safely through. They're already off the screen. Here's the battle. 4th on track. 4th, Olivier Chassé in the number 163, being chased by Fraser Anderson, who's got a 5 second penalty. So was the Kart next to him in line, the 114. That will put the 152 of Jensen Walker and Sebastian Clark. Oh, here we go. So Anderson's got a 5 second penalty. However, Sebastian Clark is 4 seconds.
4 seconds,
3.5 seconds. So let's have a little look back, if we can, at what happened to Kieran Stewart coming off the bridge. And
he looks down at
he looked down at the engine. So obviously maybe he felt something not quite right. He had a look down and steered off the circuit.
Well, this race is effectively becoming like a time trial now, because for Anderson and Stewart, if they can get 5 seconds down the road from the other drivers, then they'll potentially negate their penalties here. So and for Walker, Clark and Jack, it's the same situation. They've got to keep themselves within 5 seconds. So they must not fight right now I'm sure they'll be aware of that. They're very experienced drivers, very knowledgeable. And now there's another one. So plus 5 second penalty for Jacob Jack, the 117. So at the moment that would be
So that would be for the incident with Sebastian Clark. So the key is you've got to look at now with 90 seconds to go on the ticker, on the left hand side of your screen, the gap between Fraser Anderson plus 5.546 seconds. You've got to add 5 seconds to that. That would take him to plus 10.46 seconds. Sebastian Clark is plus 8.69 seconds. Sebastian Clark has got to stay within 5 seconds of Fraser Anderson and of Kieran Stewart. There's the gap. That's what you're racing. So it's not on track. It's literally in the timing room. Fraser Anderson, though, head down, trying to push away, coming through the Fullerton S's. Anderson on a privateer entry, leading Team Canada's Strawberry Racing car of Olivier Chassé.
45 seconds remaining on the clock. Anderson has made the move past Chassé. Obviously felt that he was being held up by Chassé there. 35 seconds to go. There's going to be 2 more laps for this one. Cormac, Hines and Lorna safe. They're good. They're through. They just need to cruise home and take those positions. Anderson now 5.79 off the leader. It's still, with that 5 second penalty, would drop him out of the top 6. And it's the same story, of course, for Kieran Stewart. So right now, Jensen Walker has had a tough time so far this weekend, had problems in timed qualifying, is going to go through here, as is Sebastian Clark. There you see Jensen Walker with the helmet very much the colours of his namesake, 2009 Formula 1 World Champion Jensen Button, as someone's flying in there for obviously for the senior Rotax final later on this afternoon.
I have heard there's some very special guests coming in.
Time now up. Drivers will complete lap number 10, go on to the final one. Anderson pushing on. What's the pace like? Well, 1 minute 1.85 last time around. It's good, but it's simply not dropping those drivers behind. They're staying well within the 5 second window for that penalty awarded earlier on in the race to come into effect. Here are your race leaders, Cormac, Hines and Lorne. Got to say, these 3 drivers have done a very professional job in this repechage, Henry.
They have indeed. To be fair, if Finley Hines and Benjamin Lorne didn't, then Adrian Coles would take them out the back of the awning and beat them with a stick. Because there's no reason why they shouldn't be qualifying for the pre-final out of this. There's number 121. There is Cormac. Cormac, who holds a record. What record does Josh Cormac hold in the British Kart Championship? Answers in the live chat.
Well, here he comes.
Yes.
Around the final couple of corners. Great start, great victory. Josh Cormac will race through to another final here at PF International. Be joined by Finley Hines, Benjamin Lorne. Now get the abacus out, because where is Anderson going to be? Where is Kieran Stewart going to be? They're going to be out. They're going to be out with those 5 second penalties. So it's Olivier Chassé, Jensen Walker and Sebastian Clark provisionally will be the top 6 with those 5 second penalties to Fraser Anderson, the 161, Kieran Stewart, the 114, and Jacob Jack, the 117.
I got to say, if Sebastian Clark makes it up and finishes in the top 10, I think he should go and say, right, we're going to rename the chassis. But it's great to have. So GMS, they get a driver into the main event on their return to the championship. Not most repechage wins. Josh Cormac holds the record for the largest winning margin in any final in the modern era of the British Championship. He won in the wet at Granagorse by 1 lap last year in Micromax, thanks to an inspired tyre decision. So well done there for Dale Lewis and Warwick Milam. Quick question. And there he is, Scottish driver. He didn't win that one by a lap, but he will have a go in the main event and the pre-final later on.
Will do indeed. Well, that is all the repechages completed then here at PF International. That is the last time that we will say 10 minutes plus 1 lap for this weekend. Well done to all the drivers who've qualified through for the rest of today's action. Pre-finals coming up shortly, starting with the Micromax Pre-final at 12:15. Honda Cadet at 12:35. Senior Rotax at 12:55. And then Junior Rotax just at a 1:15 before we'll see Minimax again at 13:35, 1:35 local time here in Lincolnshire before the lunch break. And then it's that same order again for the finals, which go off from 2:30 this afternoon. Pre-finals will all be 12 minutes plus 1 lap. That means all of the drivers have got their first haul of championship points for the new season. We'll keep you up to date. Still very early days, of course, to be talking about championships, but well done to all those drivers for securing those points.
Points make prizes, and at the end of the season, when there are, when there are, just 1 or 2 points separating drivers for the title, every single point, every single lap matters. Now, did we have a result on the poll of where would our current crop of Formula One drivers finish if they dropped them in? Firstly, where do you... okay, I'm going to stick my hand there. I think that they wouldn't win. I would put money on our karters. I think they would do well. They would be in the top 5, but they would not win.
I'll go top 10. I'll go like an 8th place.
Okay, but I mean, so we got faith in our peeps, in our karters, I think that it would be disrespectful to the talent that we've got in this paddock to say that somebody would just drop in and win a race. But yes, carry on. Josh Cormack, as we decide what flavour Mawam we want to eat in the commentary box, Nicole Sutherland is going to speak to Josh Cormack down in the pits.
We're with Josh down in the pits. Josh, can you tell us a little bit about the repechage for you? Lights to flag win.
So I got a really good start, and then I just thought I just need to drive away, keep my head forward and go, and that's what I did, and I just came to the win and led the whole race.
And going into the finals, what are you thinking? What's going to be your strategy?
So I'm thinking just make up a lot of places and try get into the top 10, and that would be good.
Great to hear from you, Josh. Best of luck for the rest of today. So next up, we are looking forward to the rest of today, and we'll go back up to Henry and Andrew in the comms box.
Thank you very much to Kart Sim for their continued support of the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. You're watching live coverage of Event 1 for 2024, Round 1 for both the Honda class and all of the Rotax classes here this weekend. Andrew Mather and Henry Baudet on commentary duties. Getting ready for the pre-finals. These will be 12 minutes plus 1 lap races, Henry. Another haul of championship points available for the drivers in this next set of races, and it's Micromax that kicks us off first.
Yes, indeed. 33% of you think that they would finish, Formula 1 driver finish in the top 10. 29% would believe they finish in the top 5. 21% believe that Formula 1 drivers would finish in the Senior Rotax final below 10th. Only 15% believe they would win. So a lot of faith for our karters. There is a driver that knows a lot about winning. That's Tristan Oman and his son Austin. We look at the field, the number 44 kart. That is Lucian Smith for the Jacks Motorsport and the Project 1 Racing Group. Arthur Farrow. Great drive in his last heat for Arthur. And there's James Roots. Now, Bod Cole was on the live chat saying that a little bit more aggression, and James would have had that one, but he's a newcomer to the championship, a rookie driver. There's a big smiling face. We had an interview with Maximilian Abrahart earlier on. And we look back, see, but no contenders for Kart Mechanic Bingo there. Trousers are all the way. That's there's number 82, George Swire. And, so nice sunglasses, though, over there. There's a couple of drivers leaving the scene there, the couple of mechanics. Sebastian Behrman in the number 36, Jack's Motorsport entry, just having a little look, focusing. Then we look, there's Alfie Garris, the RCE, the Richardson Chassis Engineering team. And then George Climo was there in the number 83 kart, a little bit further back as well. Yes, the comments in the live chat, we do appreciate them. And again, the vast majority are very, very good comments. A couple of idiots out there, as always, but there we go. Right, Micromax, the pre-final. It's up next.
Here we go then for the Micromax UK Pre-final. Luke Millward starts from pole position. Josh Cook alongside on the front row. Sebastian Behrman and George Swire go from row 2. Alfie Garrett and Maximilian Eberhardt on row 3. George Climo and James Roots on row 4.
Row number 5, Joss Hushka and Arthur Farrow. Row 6, Alfie Mayer and Lucian Smith. Row 7, Max Jolly and Austin Oman. Row 8, Charlie Page and Harry Radcliffe.
Benedictas Masiokas and Buddy Hugo go from row 9. Maria Roberto and Harris Barber on row 10. Dean Pahal and Chloe McGill start on row 11. Soren Gallagher and Ansel Murray start on row number 12.
Albert Farrow, Logan Rolfe and William Crombie are next. Sadly, it looks as though Soren Gallagher, the Cato Motorsport driver, has not gone out. So we are down to just 26 drivers. But of course, it's over 2 events because there's the National Kart Cup at Clay Pigeon with Rotax classes. Between here and Clay Pigeon, there are over 400 Rotax drivers racing in the UK this weekend. 2 events. And yeah, competitive, clean, parity, all good stuff.
Getting ready then. 12 minutes for the first time this weekend, plus 1 lap. Can Luke Millward continue this great form that he's been in since Friday, alongside on that front row with his teammate Joshua Cook, the winner last time out in the O-Plate at Wilton Mill. We're ready to go for the pre-final in Micromax UK for the first time this season in the Wera Tools British Kart Championship. Oh, close moment straight away. Maximilian Eberhardt popping the front axle up there, getting a bit squeezed in the middle, but apart from that, they're all through. They're all pointing in the right direction, but a great start for Luke Millward there with the orange race suit. Austin Oman coming through as well, had a difficult time off the back of qualifying, but it's done a lot of overtaking so far this weekend, and he's on the move again. Could this be a race that he features in there in the middle of your shot with the blue details and the orange helmet? Round goes the number 21.
James Roots.
Oh, James Roots, he'd had a great time earlier on today in the second heat. He's going to have to fight back now, and there's more problems. That's Lucian Smith and the number 44 Jack's Motorsport machine having a wild ride. Started on the 5th row of the grid. So towards the end of lap 1 then, it's Millward, it's Cook, it's Behrman, it's the top 3 on the grid who've broken off the front of the field.
Yes, indeed. Now, in championship turns, there is a full set of championship points available in this race. This race the results of this race sets the grid for the final. It's a standalone race. You don't count the heat points as well. It's not a super heat. It's a pre-final. But there are 65 championship points available in this race for the winner. And the top 3 are pulling clear side by side for 5th. Going over the bridge there between George Swire and Arthur Farrow. But you've got that 3-kart breakaway. Millward, Cook and Behrman. Now, Millward, we know Luke Millward, experience. We know Joshua Cook, the O-Plate champion. The Jack's Motorsport Project 1 Racing Group team. This is going to be a great test for Sebastian Behrman. Can he hang on to the 2 teammates who will work together? And can he sort of maybe even think about making a move? There's Abrahart in the number 61 zip entry. Going through your screen there, he's up the inside on George Swire. Swire holds on, closes the door, and that is going to force Abrahart to lose a couple of positions because Buddy Hugo, the leading privateer, makes a great move with the number 17 kart.
Oh, really good run this from Buddy Hugo. Has started on the 9th row of the grid, has gained 12 positions so far in this one. Also moving up through the order, Owen has mentioned up 7. Harry Radcliffe's having a strong race here, has gained 4 places. Another one of the rookies is up to 12th. That's a gain of 4. Meanwhile, further forward, there you can see Eberhardt and Alfie Mayer racing over 8th place. Into hairpin 1 go the leaders. Millward and Cook working together right now as we'd expect, Henry, from these two teammates. No, right now they've got to drop Sebastian Behrman. They'll fight over the lead later on in the race, of course.
Yes, now, of course, they're on the Cosmic chassis, the KR Sport team. They both run the KR Sport engines, Big Louis, in the KR Sport engine department. You've got the Force Motorsport providing the engine builder for third place. Oh, Buddy Hugh goes sideways and he comes back on just in front of the number 26 Sam Pollock Racing Kart of Harry Radcliffe, who spins around. Force Motorsport providing the waft for number 37 Sebastian Behrman, and then the number 24 Arthur Farrow in fourth place. That's a time racing engine, so all these different engine builders. That, you know, with Rotax, you have to be an approved sealer. You can't just take your own engines apart and do things like that. So, you know, ignore some of the comments in the live chat because they're just not true. You've got to be an official engine builder. You go through a program with Rotax, and they observe this. And Jag Rotax, they keep a close monitoring on everything to ensure parity. But there's still lots of engine builders in the paddock, and we look now at Millwood, Cook and Behrman still leading.
And there's a 5-second penalty out there, unfortunately, for Buddy Hugo. So a promising race has just fallen away now for the rookie. He's at 11th at the moment on the road. But yeah, plus 5-second penalty that'll be applied at the end of this pre-final. 7.5 minutes of it remaining, though. Still Millwood and Cook working at the front. 1 minute 5.2s for them last time around. Behrman, 1 minute 5.3, so that gap is growing. But all of them need to keep an eye on Alfie Mayer. Alfie Mayer has definitely had his Weetabix this morning.
Yep.
Had a great drive in the heat earlier on today. He's now the fastest driver on circuit. The only driver, I think, into the 1 minute 4s. He's currently in 6th place, is the number 15. But there in the white helmet is on a charge here, knowing that every single position he can gain in this race will result in more championship points.
You say about Alfie Mayer having his Weetabix, and we know he's got some Weetabix because we were in his motorhome last night. He doesn't know that yet, but long story. Watch the Paddock Show to find out. That premieres at the end of the pre-finals. Here we go. On your screen, there is the Sam Pollock Racing, number 11 of Austin Oman, the son of former champion Tristan Oman. Now really coming into his own as a driver is Austin. He's up into 5th position, leading Alfie Mayer across the line. Then it's Abrahart, Jolly, Swire, Climo, Garrett, Masiokas, Smith, Hugo, Hushka, Page, Barber, McGill and Dian Fahal in 19th. James Roots has recovered to 20th after that opening lap spin.
He has indeed, and will try and race his way through, knowing that he can still be in play in the final later on this afternoon, that you will be able to watch here live from PF International. There is Maximilian Eberhardt in 7th place right now, trying to close in on his teammate Alfie Mayer. Through, and there is Alfie Mayer. So Alfie Mayer has closed up to Osnoman now there in 5th place. The warning message to the number 23 of Dian Pahal. That's been noted from race control. It's close still at the front of the order. Sebastian Behrman, this is a really tough period of the race, I think, for a young driver, Henry, because he's fully warranted being there in 3rd place, but he's on his own. He's got the two drivers ahead clearly working together, pulling away. There's not much he can do about that, apart from drive his lines and drive his speed. But he's also got an even bigger group behind him, Farrow, Oman and Mayer. We're going to inevitably start closing now over the next couple of minutes.
5 minutes to go. And of course, Behrman, he's got to start. He can't panic. It's an easy thing for a driver to do. It's inevitable that the 3 karts behind him are going to close in if they work together. He can't go any faster than what he's going because, he can't, because he's on his own. So all he can focus on, Sebastian Behrman, is running his lines, not worrying about, not looking over his shoulder too much, and just allow the race to progress. Because the more he drives cleanly, the longer it's going to take these 3 drivers to close in, which means he's going to have to defend for less time.
Virtual Championship scores are live for the first time this season, and unsurprisingly, Luke Millward is at the top of the table right now in these early stages, virtue of the 2 hauls of 130 points. Here's a move. This is Oman on Pharaoh, 2 drivers who know each other very well, of course, having raced up through the younger categories, and that was a clean move from Austin Oman up to 4th place. Alfie Mayer waiting there in 6th. Pharaoh has a little go onto the bridge. Is that an opportunity for Alfie Mayer to strike? Pharaoh runs a bit wide coming down off the bridge. Mayer to the inside, and he's got 5th place even by the time they get down to hairpin 1.
Yeah, and even though that Mayer ran Pharaoh a little bit wide, he gave Pharaoh plenty of room to come back on the track, you know, which was good, respectful racing. And the gap between Behrman and then the chasing pack it's just under a second. Now, further back, there's Austin Oman. There's Mayer. Max Jolly is there in the number 14 Kart. So we're looking at, Austin Oman in the number 11 has moved into 4th position. The gap about 0.7 of a second to Sebastian Behrman, so they are catching him, but look at that, only 3 minutes to go, and it's now only Austin Oman, so it's not a train of 3 karts, so Behrman might even be able to work with Oman. Let's see Austin Oman's tactics. The gap between the top 2 is 2.5 seconds, so I'm not quite sure if there's going to be enough time for Behrman and Oman to work together and close on the top 2. However, they could work together to pull away from Mayer in 5th and Pharaoh in 6th.
Good indeed. Unfortunately, Ansel Murray is out of the race. There is the number 96 that had the mechanical flag in there. I think you can see the reason why there. Lower bracket on the Nassau panel. No longer connected. Some work being done there to try and get the number 96 RCE back out, but it's not going to be the greatest of results. Down the inside, 3rd place. Decisive move from Austin. Yep. Brilliantly done there through Bobby Game Corner. Bobby Game Corner is one of those that on a track map looks very simple, is anything but. It's tight,
yep.
It's fast, it's a fast entry, a short braking zone. That is perfectly how you negotiate your way through there by Austin Oman. Now up to 3rd, but what do they do now? They've got, it's a 2x2 right now. Oman and Behrman 3rd and 4th, and Mayer and Pharaoh there in 5th and 6th. In fact, scratch that. It's not a 2 and 2 anymore. It's a pack of 4.
It is indeed. The Sam Pollitt Racing number 11 with the HRS engines. Nigel Horner providing the engine building for Austin Oman. Then you've got Jordan Baines' Force Motorsport outfit providing the power for Sebastian Behrman. You've got Roger Pitchford, the RPM Racing engines, providing the power for Alfie Mayer. And then you've got the Time Racing engine for the Dan Holland number 24. So all 4 teams, 4 different engine builders, 4 different chassis, 4 drivers, all battling for 3rd position, but they're all chasing the 2 KR Sport engines powered drivers. There they are, Millward and Cook, who continue to lead this race.
They do, with great speed as well. 1 minute 4.8 for both of them that time around. 1 minute 4.5 for Oman. The fastest lap of the race has just gone in from Arthur Pharaoh there. Oh, as round goes Mayer. Alfie Mayer's gone round on the banking and he's going to lose a stack of positions here. He's got going again. He's on the grass. But that is a big moment for Alfie Mayer in the top 5 and will fall probably all the way down to, I think, around 13th, 14th place.
Oh, what a shame, because, of course, that's not just ruined his race here, it's ruined his start position for the main event, for the final later on. There is Oman, now being chased by Pharaoh. Behrman down to 5th. It's Jolly in 6th, a long way back. There is the number 14 Hunter Motorsport Carlos Sainz CS55 chassis of Jolly. Abrahart, Swire, Garrett and Climo are the rest of the top 10. But I think Ansel Murray, no, I think Ansel Murray has retired. He was trying to get back out into the race, but I don't think he has. Here we go then. 3 seconds is the gap between Millward and Cook. The clock has struck 0. Next time by, it will be the last lap. Cook hasn't made his move yet, although he's proved so far in this very young season that he will wait and wait and wait right to the end. Through the first hairpin goes Oman and Pharaoh in the battle for 3rd.
13th place has changed hands. Lucien Smith has got past Josh Hushka in that one. And look down the inside now for Arthur Farrow for third place. Lovely stuff. Some great overtakes in this pre-final from the Micromax UK pilots. That was another one in the book. And Arthur Farrow, whose day started very worryingly indeed with some form of mechanical issue in the second heat, just seems to be getting stronger and stronger now, up to third place. There is the final lap board for Millward and Cook, and now let's see, they've worked brilliantly together in this race. They've got a 3.3 second advantage over the rest of the field, but is there going to be a move from Joshua Cook? This is for championship points, of course. I get the feeling it's going to be a close one in Micromax across the course of the year. Will Josh Cook be thinking that as well? Will he go for a move? Not into hairpin one. Quite happy to just sit there behind Luke Millward. Both of these drivers were first and second in the intermediate classification from the heats. So if the result was to stay like this, it would be a 6-point lead for Millward. But here comes Josh Cook. Josh Cook got a great run out of hairpin 2. Defensive move from Millward. Holds off his teammate there into Bobby Game corner. Millward's going to take the defensive line, control the apex. Very nicely done from Luke Millward. He's ticking off the corners one by one into the Mike Wilson complex. Luke Millward is going to continue this great form here at PF International and win the pre-final. Is he just on the line ahead of Joshua Cook and wins by 0.12 seconds? Takes another haul of 65 championship points. That's Albert Farrow.
Yeah.
That's the 42 off in the grass, and is going to slip down to 24th place. What a shame for Albert Farrow, but it's good news for the other half of the family. Arthur Farrow, third place there. A really good drive for DHR, and will move himself up the virtual championship standings. There is your winner, though, Luke Millward in a 1-2 for KR Sport. Arthur Farrow completing the top 3.
Yeah, and I've got to say, as we look there, Oman fourth, Behrman, Jolly, Abrahart, Swire, Garrett, Masiokas with the fastest lap on the last lap. Climo, Page, the recovering Alfie Mayer. What can he do from 13th on the grid in the final? And Hushka rounding out the top 14. That was a good last lap for a pre-final. Yeah. Two teammates together. Millward didn't defend too much, you know. Cook had a look. Millward defended, but didn't destroy, Cook's lines or anything like that. Cook had another little go, but when it became clear that the move wasn't on, he thought, right, you know what? I'm going to save myself for later and make sure that the two teammates will annex the front row of the grid for the final. And if that was the last lap of the final, then it would have been a little bit of a different, certainly a bit more aggressive. But that's great work from the two teammates. Luke Millward with the win. Josh Cook, the old plate, will be starting alongside him on the front row.
Very important at this stage of the season. If you can't win, get those points on the board. You never know how you're going to need them later on in the year. There's Austin Owen across the line in fourth place in that one. Back to the sharp end. Can look forward to the final now from the outside of the second row. Should stress that is a provisional result in the pre-final for Micromax UK. Thank you for your comments. Keep them coming in. Keep your messages of support flowing in here. Hello to Anna Blakemore cheering on Riley. We'll be seeing Riley Blakemore and the rest of the Ambition team shortly later on in the day for the other youngster classes. Hello to Lewis Sumner up supporting Jordan and James, and yes, Jensen Racing 23 as well, correctly predicting that it would be a win for Luke Millward in that last race, but we'll wait to see whether he can repeat it in the final.
I hate to burst Jensen Racing 23's bubble, but he did put Cook down and then deleted the comment and put Millward down afterwards. Sorry, busted. Lewis Sumner cheering for Big James Taylor on the spanners and for Jordan Baines Force Waft. So there we go. So yeah, sorry. Busted. Oh, management is back on the live chat. Oh, are they related to management? Management. I don't know, what does the OH stand for? Send us a private message if you don't want to, reveal yourself. But speaking of, it's down to Nicole Paul Sutherland in the pits with Luke Millward.
We're in Parc Fermé with our first pre-final winner of the day, Luke Millward. Luke, what was the best bit of that race for you?
To be fair, it was a start. You have to have trust in your teammates, but I just knew I had to go.
And you worked really well with your teammate Josh. Was that tactical, or was he just not fast enough to pass you?
It was tactical because if you take each other out, then you're not going to be on the podium, so got to do it for your team.
And going into the finals, what are your thoughts?
So my thoughts are, I think they're just going to push away and then have a big fight on the last lap, but if not, we have to get scrappy and take it that way.
That's great. Looking forward to seeing what you can do, Luke. Best of luck. We'll head back up to the comms box with Henry and Andrew for the next pre-final of the day.
I love that. I said, work together as a team, but if not, then it's going to be a big fight, and we're going to have to get scrappy on the last lap. Here's your starting lineup for the Honda Cadet GX200 pre-final. Ralphie Branscombe and Archie Leverage on row 1, Ryan White and Ed Spade on row 2.
Kevin Ivanov and Margaret Kovekis go from row 3. Harry Grant and Archie Cannon on row 4. Riley Blakemore and Keane Sullivan start on row 5. Esme Rosie and Shay Hilton start on row 6, and then it's Jane Prakash taking us through to the end of the 13 runners here in Honda Cadet GX200. Standing start for the drivers as ever, and 12 minutes to decide this one.
Yes, and now of course we were tasked with going down into the paddock and finding Harry Grant a new mechanic, because in his own words, Harry says, "My dad's the worst mechanic in the world." But he's not, because he's got his driver on the fourth row of the grid.
They've changed the tyre pressures. Another one of the quotes from Harry was like, "My dad put 80 PSI in them. Dad, what are you doing?" Earlier on in the weekend.
It's a family sport that you learn together. Drivers and families learn this sport together. And, there's Dan Ashton, the race director, having a... Now, he's got the orange stripes on there because you've got to have them on there, but that's also for his to keep him safe when he goes shopping with his mum.
He does indeed. Here we go then, ready for the pre-final in Honda Cadets GX200. Eyes on those lights. Out they go. Good start for Branscombe. Good start for Loveridge as well, but there's a push coming from behind. Ryan White through into second place. Great use there of the inside line from row number 2, and last year's champion seems to be getting stronger and stronger across the course of this weekend, and that's a bright start here in the pre-final. Off the bridge for the first time, all 13 drivers have taken the start, and all 13 of them are heading down towards hairpin 1 for the first time. There's the number 72 of Ed Spain. A lot of promise at the start of the weekend for Ambition Motorsport.
Yep.
We're looking forward to see how he's getting on, and that's why beautiful stuff down the inside of Archie Loveridge, taking third place through hairpin number 2.
I was going to say, it's so good to see Paul James' team back in the paddock and at the sharp end of the paddock. They've always been a very successful club team. They are still one of the most successful. I'll check my stats book, which will come out for the finals. But in terms of final wins in the modern era of the Honda Cadet British Championship, Ambition Motorsport, with the likes of Jensen Graham, Ewan Charman, are up there with more wins than pretty much than anyone else. So, great to see. Paul James was, I'm not sure if Jason Dredge is still helping out Paul with the team, but Jason was certainly in and around the paddock last year. But as they go across the bridge, there is one of the Ambition carts. That's Riley Blakemore trying to pick up a place there. But as they head down the hill, only at the back there now, Jayan Prakash. I will have a little look, because Jayan Prakash, obviously one of the least experienced drivers in the field. It's his first time in the championship. I'm going to have a little look and just check on his lap times.
Yes.
So I'll do that, because it's important, even if a driver is at the back of the field, how much they're progressing as the weekend goes along.
Absolutely. A bit of a wide moment for Ryan White there, but he was able to hold in ahead of Ed Spain and retain second place after that small moment there. Good lap for Kevin Ivanov, who of course starts a little bit further back in this race. Had a 5-second penalty in the second heat earlier on this morning. but arguably on race pace has been the fastest driver in this category so far this weekend. 9.5 minutes remaining. Branscombe controlling things at the front, doing pretty much what we've seen Kevin Ivanov do so far in the heats. Just sit there at the front, quite happy, not going too defensive into the main overtaking zones, such as here in hairpin number 1. And the others quite happy to follow right now. Spain there in second place, then White, Loveridge and Ivanov. The top 5 starting to break away now for Margaris Kavekis, having another good run in his first season. Still very early stages for Kavekis in the world of Honda Cadet. Oh, that's a bit of a wide moment though for Branscombe. Gets back on circuit, and just a momentary slide through the exit of the Fullerton Essers. Very easy to do, of course. They're carrying a bit too much speed, but it's not costing position right now. Coming around to complete lap number 3. Still that order of 5 clear of the field. But I'd say, actually, no, Kavekis is coming back into this. That's a really good lap, Henry, from Kavekis. New fastest lap of the race. He's closed back in. Can he make it a 6-group battle for the lead?
Well, I think absolutely he can with the amount of time we've still got remaining. So, Jayan Prakash, best lap in heat number 1, 108.8. Best lap in heat number 2, 107.9, which is his best lap of the weekend so far. So far this race, he did a 108.3. So so again, even though he's dropped off to the back of the grid, he's only racing against is the Alfano or the Micron on his steering wheel. He's got to concentrate on his laps as we look at the battle for the lead. You can't really take your eyes off the battle for the lead, but we will try and, show you Jayan and his progress as the rest of the day progresses. But it's Branscombe with one of Prakash's teammates, those the multiple blue livery cart of. I wonder what's behind the different blue shades. I'm sure Paul will tell me there, because it's a very distinctive colour scheme. Sort of deep blue, turquoise blue, and white. I'm trying to think what it reminds me of, but there's a definite reason behind it why that team has that colour scheme. Has been very, very renowned through the paddock for over a decade now. But there's 2, 4, 6 carts on the line with Archie Cannon, privateer driver in cart number 42 in 7th place.
Change for the lead. Ed Spain goes through with a bit of an assist from Ryan White down the inside of Ralphie Branscombe. Ralphie Branscombe not defending too hard on that one. I think, again, playing the long game here. Remembering back to the experience that served him well at the O plate at Wilton Mill. And again, all of these drivers that you're seeing at the front of the order, with the addition of Kavekis, all raced in this level last year. The final result back on that last visit to PFI for Honda Cadet was Ryan White taking the win ahead of Kevin Ivanov. Max Today 3rd. Max Today, who's moved on, of course. Ashley Harzer and Ralphie Branscombe at the top 5. So, again, for Ralphie Branscombe, not panicking, using that experience, knowing, I've got 2 drivers down my inside, but there's going to be opportunities later on in the race. Archie Loveridge having a go there on to the bridge for 3rd place. We're at the halfway stage, Henry, and Ed Spain doing a great job. Halfway
home, and Spain leads, but Archie Loveridge moves into 3rd place. Now, of course, he's on the world-famous Zip chassis, and Nicole Sutherland is actually speaking right now to the owner of Zip Factory Team. Banani, take it away, Nicole.
Yep, so we're trackside with Earl. Earl, can you tell us who your drivers are in this race and what your expectations are from them this weekend?
Yeah, we've got Kevin Ivanov and Archie Loveridge, number 73 and 50. Currently lying 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we've got one line 3rd as well. Ideally, they've got the capabilities of a 1-2, so we've got 5 minutes left on the clock, and hopefully we should do it. Honda racing is always great, so 5 minutes on the clock to get the 1-2.
Great to speak to you, Earl. Thanks very much. We'll head back over to Henry and Andrew in the box.
Always great to hear from Earl the Pearl, and Earl and Tuesday Hines have been instrumental in bringing the Zip name back to the forefront. And again, great having Nicole down in the paddock and having the ability to sort of cut those interviews in without you missing out on any on-track action, because you can't be blink and you miss it in this class. But great stuff.
Indeed. So, 4 3/4 minutes to go. Ed Spain still at the front of this one. Ryan White waiting for his moment in second place. Into the Fullerton S's go the race leaders. A second covering the top 6 right now. And see Ralphie Branscombe there in 4th place. Is there going to be another opportunity to move up through the order like we saw a few weekends ago at Wilton Mill? And see out there as well, changes further down the order. Archie Cannon has gained a spot in this race so far, up to 7th place. Keane Sullivan up 2 spots to 8th. Harry Grant and Riley Blakemore currently completing the top 10. This has gone into the classic Honda Cadet rhythm of the drivers almost waiting for those last few laps. So as I say that, down the inside goes Branscombe on Ryan White. Ryan White all of a sudden finding himself shuffled down the order, I think, to 5th place.
Yes,
and look at this, down the inside. Well, this is a move and a half. I was about to say it's a little bit early to go for it, but Archie Loveridge has taken this race by the scruff of the neck, taking the lead. Here comes Branscombe, and look at that, just in a moment, all of a sudden, a zip 1-2 is on the cards. If Kevin Ivanov can get this one down the inside, no, Branscombe goes around the outside, through the Fullerton S's, back through comes White to 3rd, but what a brave piece of driving there from Archie Loveridge to go, I don't care that it's 3.5 minutes to go. I want the lead, and I'm going to race this one from the front.
Yeah, and it's worked for him, because now we'll see. This is going to be a great camera shot now. We'll try and follow this under the bridge. Look at the gap between 1st and 2nd. Branscombe's got drafting help as they go under the bridge from Ryan White. And look how the gap closes. When they get onto the banking there, the gap is closed. It's halved just on that one straight alone. Great camera work there from our crew there, just to show the power of the slipstream in Hondas. And now Loveridge looks over his shoulder, and they're back with him. Branscombe, White, and they brought Spain and Ivanov with him. Now the pressure is on Margaris Kavekis, because he's beginning to slip away a little bit in that the white and black liveried kart. Out of the second hit, but sorry, Andrew.
I say for Kavekis, really good on the brakes there into hairpin 1. That could be a feature that he uses well in the latter stages of this race. This is definitely Kavekis' best run so far this weekend. He's growing and learning all the time. It's a long circuit. It's a very tricky circuit to get on top of as a driver because of its length, because it being nearly 1.4 kilometres. A 10-minute, 12-minute session, there's less opportunities, less repetitions of going around each corner to learn those turns and what works and what doesn't. But that's definitely Kavekis now getting on top of this. Is all down the inside. That was Spain going for a move on White, and he's got it done onto the bridge. So Ed Spain for Ambition Motorsport back up to 3rd place. Loveridge head down, trying to break away from the rest of them. It's one of those things in Honda Cadet that's very much easier said than done. Ivanov still waiting for his moment there in 5th place, and Kavekis once more, just over a second covering this top 6 right now.
Yes, indeed, into the Fullerton S's. Now you can see there's you can almost see the whites of their eyes. The cameras are up so close with them, and you can barely fit a Rizzler between the rear bumper of Archie Loveridge and the nose cone of Ralphie Branscombe. Then it's White, Spain, and Ivanov. Kavekis now beginning to drop away a little bit as they come on to the start-finish straight. No, Kavekis, in fact, is there. 7th position is Archie Cannon. Then, with the fastest lap of the race, 8th place, Riley Blakemore, Kean Sullivan, Harry Grant, Esme Rosie, Shea Hilton, J.M. Prakash. J.M. Prakash has got his best lap down to a 108.0, to the 10th off his personal best of the whole weekend.
30 seconds to go, 2 laps for Honda Cadet GX200 to sort out this pre-final. Virtual Championship scores. There'll be a tie at the top of them going into the final as things stand. Loveridge and Branscombe both on 127. White not too far behind, but something tells me that that's all going to change in that top 10 order between now and the end of this race, because it's still this group of 6. Still just Kavekis holding on there at the back of it. And for anyone who's watched Honda Cadet racing over the years, they know a lot can change when you go on to the last lap of any race, and they're about to do so now. Out of the final chicane, there is the last lap board. Archie Loveridge has done a great job over these last few laps since taking the lead with 3.5 minutes to go, Henry, but now is the really hard work of holding off a pack of 5 behind him.
And there goes Branscombe to the inside of the banking. Ralphie Branscombe takes the lead going into turn number 3. Side by side for second now between Loveridge and White. White runs very wide coming off the bridge. Branscombe looks over his shoulder. He sees he's got a gap. He doesn't defend. It's 4 wide almost into the second hairpin. Oh, side by side between Spain and Ivanov. But it's Ralphie Branscombe. He looked over his shoulder just the perfect time, Andrew, and realised I don't need to defend in hairpin number 1. I'm going to go, go, go.
And he's done exactly what he did at the O-Plate a few weeks ago. Timed it to perfection at Wilton Mill. Has he done so again in this pre-final? There's a fight going on between Spain and Ivanov over 4th place, and Kavekis may take advantage of that. To the line then. Ralphie Branscombe, what a season so far. Very good early season form. Ralphie Branscombe takes the pre-final, will start on pole position for the final later on today and extend his championship lead. Second to Ryan White, third to Archie Loveridge. Margaris Kavekis holds it in there for 4th ahead of Ed Spain and Kevin Ivanov.
And we'll wait to see on his last lap of the pre-final, can Jayan Prakash beat his personal best lap? He's coming into the Mike Wilson complex now, and he's just working, trying to improve. Here he comes, Jayan Prakash. Can he beat his best time? He does a 1:08.5 on his last lap. So he was a 10th off his best lap of the weekend, but he's still got one race to improve that and get back into the 1:07s. We'll wish Jayan the best of luck in that. Whoa. There we are, 0.4 of a second, half a second covering the top 3.
As you'd expect in Honda Cadet. Great win for Branscombe. White second. The winner sign there from Ralphie Branscombe. Not the first time we've seen that this year, and a job well done for the driver on the Project 1 machine there.
So they're going into the weigh scales now. They pass the the telephone of doom. The iPad of doom, checking the nose cones, and then Mick Street there on the left-hand side of your screen. Once they've gone over the weigh bridge and they're not underweight, he will direct some carts into this area where the scrutineering team and the technical team, led by Paul Klassen and Ernie Salmon, will then decide what bits of the cart they want to take off and check for legality. Everyone else goes back into Parc Fermé. Nobody's allowed to leave Parc Fermé until they've taken their tyres off, and then until the technical commissioners, Mr. Salmon and Mr. Klassen, tell them they can. There's a happy thumbs up for Ralphie. Now, he did a very, very, very good interview about how he describing the last lap of his recent heat. I wonder if we're going to get a similar chat with Nicole, or whether we're going to speak to somebody else. But that was a good Honda Cadet pre-final.
It was indeed, and it leaves the championship scores.
In the building there on the right-hand side of your screen there, Pete Bradshaw. There's Callum's dad. Good to see Peter back in there. He used to run a British Superbike team. And one would assume there's other members of the Bradshaw clan. That must remind that lady on the left. That reminds me. I've got some paint stripper I need to take out the garage to. Walls are a bit orange.
Branscombe leads the championship, 130 points for Honda Cadet GX200. Tied for second place at the moment, Loveridge and White on 122. Ed Spain 117. Very close in the run from 4th down to 7th. So Spain, as I say, 117. Kavekis 116. Ivanov 115. And Cannon on 111. All to play for. Lots of racing still to come here at PF International. But hold on to your hats, ladies and gentlemen, because Senior Rotax Pre-final is next, Henry. The first appearance of the big boys, and the first time that we've seen him in a longer race format since that final at Wilton Mill there played a few weeks ago.
Somebody call my mama, because seniors are up next. Get yourselves settled down. We're going to have an interview with one of our Honda drivers coming up very shortly. But go phone a friend. It's seniors up next after Nicole has spoken to one of our Honda drivers.
We're over in Parc Fermé with Honda Cadet driver Ryan. Ryan, how was that race for you?
It was very good, very close race.
everyone was swapping and trading positions. I was first, second, third. I could have been anyone's.
And how are you feeling going into your final?
I'm feeling happy, yeah. It's a championship, so it's all about points. Top 3, I'll be happy. And hopefully I can win, yeah.
Best of luck to you, Ryan, and we'll go back up to the comms box now for Senior Rotax Pre-final.
Race 21 on the schedule. It's the Senior Rotax Pre-final. Let's go through the grid. Callum Bradshaw has pole position, is joined by Teddy Pritchard-Williams on the front row of the grid. Ewan Charman and Caden McQueen go from row 2. Macaulay Bishop and Cian Geraghty on row 3. Guy Cunnington and Jamie Perilli on row 4.
Big hello to Molly Pritchard-Williams watching her brother Teddy back home. It's Kai Hunter and Brandon Klein-Nagelvort on row 5. Jack Lilly and Tristan Rennie on row 6. Ethan Jeff Hall and Gustav Usakovs row 7. And Archie Walker and Archie Buttle on row 8.
Deacon Russell and Neil Clark on row 9. George Donald and Alexander Adams-Acton on row 10. Pearson Bullock Carter and Armand Hamilton on row 11. Matthew Sayer and Alex Moody on row 12.
And a problem for Morgan Porter, Reg Hayward, Sam Longley, Lewis Gilbert and Sam Baker. They were the final automatic qualifiers. Porter, the repechage winner, is out. He will be joined by Josh Graham, David O'Leshner, Austin Lee, Angus Scrivener and Tyler Harris. We're down to 33. Yes, there's people with their tea and biscuits, their popcorn, they're ready. I need a stiff drink because here we go.
12 minutes plus 1 lap for Senior Rotax in their pre-final. Into the Bruno Ferrari S's for the first time. Are they all going to make it through the first sector? That's a good start, a clean start for Senior Rotax as they wrap round onto the bridge for the first time. It's a Strawberry Racing 1-2 at the front. The former world champion, Callum Bradshaw, into hairpin 1 first with Teddy Pritchard-Williams behind, moving to Strawberry Racing for this 2024 season. He got his first podium in Senior Rotax here the last time we were here in October for the British Kart Championships. What can he do in this pre-final? Ewan Charman's had a good start as well. One of the only non-OTK chassis runners at the front of this field, has had a super weekend so far, has found the speed on the Birrell ART there. He sits in 3rd.
Look at that. You've got Cream Racing engines, KR Sport engines, Aurum Racing engines for Ewan Charman, Time Racing engines, Wright engines for Jamie Perilli. Here comes Macaulay Bishop to the inside of Charman. Charman slams the door shut like Bishop was an unwanted guest at a house party.
But Bishop's fought through. He's managed to find his way to 3rd place. Here comes Guy Cunnington, the 2019 champion on the scene, going for Charman's 4th place, but just settles back in to 5th for now. Here comes Caden McQueen down the inside for KR Sport. Takes 5th place away from Cunnington through hairpin number 1. Oh, look at that. Brandon Klein-Nagelvort all over the dirt, running out of hairpin number 1. Change for the lead, potentially, yes.
Oh.
Through goes Super Ted. Teddy Pritchard-Williams takes the lead away from Callum Bradshaw. Macaulay Bishop follows through into 2nd place. Well, that is quite the statement from the driver who finished 5th in the championship last year. He's gone, no, I want to lead this race at the end of lap 2.
Bradshaw's got a problem. He's pointing down at his radiator, and in fact, he was trying to make some sort of adjustment when Bishop and Pritchard-Williams went through. Bishop to the inside. Macaulay Bishop, the O-Plate champion, into the race lead. And now Bradshaw back into his rhythm. Charman is next, then it's McQueen, then it's Kai Hunter. Bishop starting to defend a little bit. Now he will back the pack back up out of this next corner and then get his foot down and go. Look at Guy Cunnington. Jamie Perilli is there for Jack's Motorsport as well. Garrity and Jack Lilly for Sam Pollitt Racing. It's only the pre-final and already the cream is rising to the top.
Well, it's Macaulay Bishop versus the world right now. No DHR teammates at the front of this one. Matthew Higgins this weekend doesn't take part here at PF International. He's at Donington Park for GT Cup. But Macaulay Bishop will be backing himself right now. The form that he's been in over the last few weeks, the junior champion from last year. Can he break away? Well, in fact, right now, Bishop and Pritchard Williams are dropping Bradshaw and the rest behind. Not by a lot, but it's a couple of kart lengths there between second and third. Lewis Gilbert's had a bright start, a 56.75 for Lewis Gilbert, who had a retirement in one of his heats earlier on this weekend, has gained 9 places, is up into the top 20.
Yeah, there is one of Gilbert's Craft Motorsport teammates there just being passed, and it's now Bishop and Pritchard Williams side by side. Bradshaw slipped back to 4th. McQueen is up into P3 for the number 47 KR Sport team. Through the Fullerton S's, Hunter's watching this unfold in 5th. And then there's a gap back to Perilli in 6th position, who is holding off a whole clump of them.
Is indeed. This is what we were expecting before this senior Rotax pre-final. Remember, 65 championship points available to the winner of this race. End of lap number 4. It's Bishop, Pritchard Williams, McQueen, Bradshaw, Hunter, the top 5. Perilli, Charman, Cunnington, Jeff Hall and Garrity also in the top 10. Round onto the bridge once more. Great work from Caden McQueen. He's closed that gap to Teddy Pritchard Williams. Here goes the Welshman down the inside for the lead of the race. He's got it, and through goes McQueen as well. Brilliant stuff from both of them. Bradshaw fights through to 3rd, Hunt to 4th, and all of a sudden Macaulay Bishop is looking at the back of last year's champion. He's down to 5th.
The bigger boys have just stuck it to the new kid in the class. Macaulay Bishop goes from 1st down to 5th. And I was going to say, Molly is going to be watching her brother Teddy, Super Ted, doing well, and Super Ted is in the lead. And I know that Molly will be cheering on back home. Mum and Dad are in the paddock. Now McQueen under pressure. Bradshaw back to P2.
Well, whatever the problem was for Callum Bradshaw earlier in this race, it seems to have gone now. And McQueen fighting through, or holding on to 3rd place there. Kai Hunter all over the rear of the KR Sport there. Is Hunter going to go for the move? Of course he's going to go for the move. It's Kai Hunter up to 3rd place.
I absolutely loved what Caden McQueen did there as well. He knew Hunter was moving, so he moved across. As soon as Hunter passed him, he moved across because he knew the Bishop would try and follow Hunter through. And that slowed and that prevented McQueen from losing another place. What this is doing, though, it's allowing the 2 Strawberry Racing teammates to pull away. Pritchard Williams and Bradshaw, then a gap to Hunter, McQueen and Bishop. Behind them, there's another gap to Perilli. Guy Cunnington has now passed Perilli for 6th. There's Cunnington in the red, green and white. Guy Cunnington racing number 52. Perilli, Charman, Ethan Jeff Hall runs 9th with Garrity 10th. And it's Rennie, Lilly, Neo Clark, Usakos, Gilbert up to 15th through 27th of the grid, followed by Archie Walker, Pearson Bullock Carter, Brandon Klein-Nagelvor, Archie Buttle. The top 20 rounded up by Deacon Russell. McQueen back into P3.
And Bishop trying to come through to 4th place as well. It's going to be on the outside now for hairpin number 2. Hunter has to resign that one back to 5th for a moment. And yeah, well, I thought he was going to have a go there into the Fullerton S's, but thought better of it. We're into the second half of the allocated time in this one. 5.5 minutes remaining. Teddy Pritchard Williams and Callum Bradshaw working together, as we saw in the first round of heats earlier on in the weekend. If you missed that race, if you missed any of the action so far this weekend, you can watch it back here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, on the Our Karting UK channel, and on Motorsport UK's platform of broadcasting options as well. 5 minutes remaining. The gap between the Strawberry 1-2 and the rest of them is 1.2 seconds right now. Joshua Graham, one of the qualifiers from the Repechage, is going quickly. A 56.61 is a new fastest lap of the pre-final so far, and Graham is up to 24th place.
Yes, indeed. Sam Baker gets a penalty That's Lily Baker, the pooch, is not going to be happy with that. The little brown cocker spaniel that they've got in the paddock there. Pritchard Williams continues to lead the way. You've got Strawberry Racing, KR Sport, Dan Holland Racing, Hunter Motorsport, Guy Cunnington Racing, Jax Motorsport, Sam Pollitt Racing, and Racing Perfection in the top 10, with Kraft Motorsport and Tooley Motorsport just outside the top 10. I absolutely love it. There's variety is the spice of life, as they say, and it's true in this championship. But we have got a 2-kart breakaway with 4 minutes to go, and Callum Bradshaw is going to sit behind his teammates and only make a move as Bishop to the inside of reigning British champion Kai Hunter. I think Bradshaw's going to stay put. If Pritchard Williams makes a mistake, he'll go for it. Other than that, he'll wait to the very end.
The crucial thing right now, Caden McQueen's pace in this mid-phase is really strong. He's just put in a personal best of a 56.63, was a tenth and a half quicker over the last lap than Bradshaw and Pritchard Williams. At the moment, 1 second is not enough of a battle buffer for those two versus that man there. Caden McQueen with the switch to KR Sport, leaving Croc Promotions at the end of 2023, has slotted straight into the KR Sport team. No need to build up the pace and get used to how things run in this outfit. He's right on form at the moment. Guy Cunnington, new fastest lap of the race of 56.59. We saw typically Guy be very quick in the first half of races at O-Plate back at Wilton Mill. They've changed, they've adapted. Guy's been very strong in the second half of races so far this weekend. We've got 3 minutes to go of this one. Can we see a change? Well, there is a change for fourth place. Hunter down the inside of Bishop, takes the position. Bishop responds, back down the inside into and through the Fullerton S's. That has definitely brought Guy Cunnington back into play now. You've got the junior Rotax champion from last year, the senior champion from last year, and the first ever, the 2019 champion in this form of the British Kart Championships, all as a three, battling over this fourth place. It's fantastic stuff. Yeah, not to mention the 2022 British champion Callum Bradshaw leading the race. Now, under the bridge, Ewan Charman, the Birrell Art, sets a new fastest lap of the race, 56.58 seconds. Bradshaw checks over his shoulder. That could be important. Is that a sign that he's thinking about making a move on Pritchard Williams? He can see that there's a gap of 0.9 of a second to Caden McQueen. Bishop, Hunter and Cunnington are now, well, Bishop is defending, so that battle is for fourth place. Can anybody catch the two Strawberry Racing teammates? How is it that whenever the dice are stacked against them, the Strawberry Racing team, the Cream Racing engines and their drivers find a way to battle to the front? 1.5 minutes remaining. This would tie up the embryonic championship scores at this stage. Remember, it was Bradshaw who took the haul of 65 from the heats. Can Pritchard Williams respond with his own first haul of 65 here with a few laps to go? Just moving up through the field as well. Track what's happening in the midfield. Lewis Gilbert is your biggest mover in this race, up 14 spots to 13. So another good run for the driver who finished fourth in the championship last year. Also improving, Joshua Graham up 8, and Reg Hayward has gained a few spots in this one. Remember, the finishing positions from this race will set the grid positions for the start of the 15-minute plus 1 lap final later on this afternoon. What are the opportunities going to be here, though, for the drivers in the top 10? There'll be 2 more laps of this one, Henry. Right now, everyone just keeping their powder dry, knowing they've got to go for it on the last lap. Yeah, and none of them want to have an issue where they have an incident and crash out or something like that, because that will destroy their chances of the final. The results of this race decide the starting grid for the final itself. Tyler Harris, who has retired, gets a 5-second penalty for his troubles. We've only lost 3 karts from this race. Harris, Matthew Sayer and Morgan Porter. 31 drivers still running of the repechage qualifiers. Joshua Graham is up 8th place to 22nd. He is the best of the repechage qualifiers. There's the move into the Fullerton S's, up over the curb. Bradshaw takes it.
Now can Pritchard Williams fight back? McQueen closing in. The clock has struck 0, and next time around, you're going to see the last lap board.
You are indeed, and Caden McQueen's got a chance here, I feel, because surely there's going to be another attack from Teddy Pritchard Williams as they go onto the final lap. McQueen has a little check over to the mechanics on driver's left, knowing this is the situation now. 0.6 of a second covering the top 3 on the final lap of the pre-final, but Bradshaw's going away here. Whatever was affecting him in the early stages, he's going like a rocket on this final lap. Teddy Pritchard Williams, is that the body language saying I've got nothing left at this stage of this race? It's not the final, it'll have another chance later on this afternoon. Do stick around for that, but this is the Callum Bradshaw that people feared would be here this weekend when they saw him on the entry list. This is why he's a former FIA world champion in a year where those world championships come to PF International. In the senior Rotax pre-final, it's Callum Bradshaw again winning for Strawberry Racing. It's a 1-2 for Strawberry Racing, with Teddy Pritchard Williams once again second in one of these pre-finals in senior Rotax. What a drive from Caden McQueen as well to third. Bishop, Hunter and Cunnington in the top 6. Geraghty, Jeff Paul, Uzakovs and Perilli inside the top 10.
As you look at the top 14 there and just look at those names and what those drivers have won in their careers, there's nearly 1,000 of you watching right at this moment. If you have ever struggled to try and describe to your non-racing friends what you do in karting or what proper kart racing is about, you've got until 4 o'clock UK time. Go and tell them, even if it is just for one race. Go and tell your friends, if you want to know what I do in karting, if you want to know what proper karting is all about, tune in, send them the link and say at 4 o'clock UK time, that is when the senior Rotax final goes out, and that, I am sure, is going to be the best advert for our sport, for non-racing people, that it's possible to have. Mark it on your calendars.
Well, there is Callum Bradshaw. A thumbs up from the 2022 champion. Won here for the round that visited PF International in 2022 as well. Can he add another final win to his illustrious CV? We'll find out later on. Now, let's have a listen in.
Yeah.
Well, a few words there, quite muted, I think, again. The driver's keeping a lid on it. No, they've still got another race to go here this afternoon.
These guys know that the cameras have got microphones on them. They're not going to give away too much. But yeah, 4 o'clock UK time, 4 o'clock local time. That is when the senior final starts. Again, I want to try and reiterate this. We're trying to create a bigger audience for this sport. And I know from personal experience, when I used to race, and Andrew, you know, trying to say to your friends that aren't involved in the sport exactly what you do, you know, it's really difficult.
Yeah.
And you say, oh, you do go-karting, do you? Oh, that's nice.
That's cute.
Yeah. I say, well, thanks, but no. Is it really that big that you can work and talk about karting? Yes. Why don't you watch this if you want? Yeah, like Edward Haynes, he's ready to watch the senior final. 4 o'clock local time, ladies and gentlemen.
Plenty more to come before then. Next up, we've got the pre-final for junior Rotax. Another chance for the likes of Harry Bartle and Thomas Minspearing to come to the fore. They've had a great weekend so far. They'll start from pole position. For now, though, we're going to head back down to Parc Fermé and Nicole Sutherland, who's with Caden McQueen.
We're over in Parc Fermé with Caden McQueen. Caden, third in that race. How was it for you?
Yeah, really good. It's always difficult starting on the outside here, going into the first corner, so I got shuffled back a little bit from fourth. Probably dropped to about sixth, maybe seventh. Managed to fight my way back through and get back into third and, you know, chase down the leaders. So, yeah, it was good.
And having raced a senior Rotax and the D5, I know how soft the tyre compound is and how important it is to save the tyre. At what point in the final will you just stop thinking about tyre preservation and just going for it?
Yeah, I mean, well, in that one, you know, once I got a little bit of a gap from fourth, I did just calm down and try to save as much tyre for the final. I think, you know, the final is more important. So for me, the final bit, I mean, you can't push too early. You overheat them and then you haven't really got much to go at the end. So it depends how the race plans out, really. You know, if we get a little bit of a gap early on, then I can save them a little bit. But if not, and I've got to push all the way through, then it may be the case.
That's great. Best of luck for the final, Caden. We'll throw up to the next pre-final of the day, but quickly we'll hear from Demon Tweaks.
Junior Rotax pre-final time here at PFI. Harry Bartle starts on pole position. Thomas Min spearing alongside on the front row. Harrison Whitcomb and Kenzo Craigan on all Argenti row 2. William Antrobus and Thomas Behrman on row 3. Cameron Nelson and Hugh Moulton go on row 4.
Row number 5, Harrison Crowther and Noah Barham, Kai Veach and Adam Wooden on row number 6. Row 7, Jacob Ashcroft and Owen Neve. Brandon Truman and Joshua Smith are on row 8.
Kai Clark and Lewis Goff go from row 9. Zane Quaker and Joe Anderson complete the top 20. Joshua Turnbull and Charlie Neve go on row 11. Ryan Gandor and Jacob Woods are due to start on row 12.
Lucas Blanford and Leon Hasty on row 13. Then Ryan Gill and Victor Hansen, with the top 30 being rounded up by Jack West and Scott Marsh. These the Repechage qualifiers. West, Marsh, Bansal, Monyi, Kilpatrick, and the fastest man in qualifying, Matteo Palazzo, starting shotgun on the field. Oh, the O-Plate champion Bartle, Mercedes Young Driver Programme star Craigie. Let's have a look. Harrison Crowther's race with Team GB. Jacob Ashcroft, BNL European champion, podium finisher in the grand finals. Plenty more down the order. You've got Canadian driver Rayan Gandua in this one as well.
Here we go then, 12 minutes plus 1 lap. It's the pre-final for Junior Rotax and it's green and good. Good start for Bartle, immediately takes the lead. Whitcomb follows through from grid 3 into second, up onto the banking for the first time. It's a mess in the midfield. That's all gone wrong. I think more than Jack's runners. Ashcroft's involved, and it's a mess again. Coming onto the bridge, a really scrappy start for the juniors that it's going to have affected a number of drivers here. 11.5 minutes to go and we're already down quite a number of drivers. Oh my goodness me, Craigie down the inside fighting for 4th place, has lost out to William Antrobus in that one, but for Harry Bartle, another great start. Could it be another Strawberry Racing win here in the pre-finals? Who have we lost from that one? Well, I think most of them have been able to get going again. Everyone's come through sector number 1, but I can see, for example, Joshua Smith. That was the Project One Jack's entry that we saw involved, but a lot of 15, drivers slow.
I think what had happened is that, well, let's have a little look back at that, because there was a lot of drivers aiming for the inside. Now, as they went under the bridge, look at that middle pack there. There they go. It looks like Smith, there was 4 carts. There's Ashcroft gets jumped up and over the front of Smith's cart. Then there was another crash behind. It was just a case of everybody trying to get to the inside line. Nobody wanted to go to the outside, and one cart just jackknifes across the other, lifts him up in the air, and then the chain reaction, nobody could slow down fast enough, and the stewards will be looking into that now. So that's what David Manchester is looking at on the graphics there. They're looking back on the left-hand side at the replay at the start. Oh, there's the number 46 cart out of the race, Zane Quacker. So that's what the stewards are looking back at that incident to see if this blame can be apportioned or whether it is just, a racing incident. Joshua Smith has been given a technical flag. Sadly, he is out of the race along with Lucas Blanford and Joe Anderson.
Change for the lead. Harrison Whitcomb has got past Harry Bartle on that last lap, so it's Argenti back to the front ahead of Strawberry Racing. Sam Pollitt Racing in the hands of William Antrobus third. Then two more of the Argentis who've looked really quick so far this weekend. It's Spearing and Craigie completing the top five. Then a couple of Coles Racing entries in the form of Moulton and Crowther. There, out of the race, is Zane Quaker. Well, we'll have another run in the final, but that's a bit of a change of fortune. What's been a good weekend so far for the Ultimate R pilot, but we'll not see the end of this race. Joins on the sidelines. Lucas Blanford didn't go round at the end of lap one, as did Joe Anderson, and now it gets even worse for Quaker. Plus 5 second penalty. Change for second place. Antrobus past Bartle, so Harry Bartle now down to fourth. This is going to be a bit of a battle, you would feel, for the O-Plate champion. New fastest lap of the race, Henry. 10th place on the road for Thomas Behrman, a 58.37.
Yes, indeed. Well, as there's a change, Thomas Min Spearing passing William Antrobus. Let's take a minute. There is Kenzo Craigie to the inside. Let's take a minute to talk about our race leader, Harrison Whitcomb, the young man from West Wales. Nigel Hathaway on the spanners for him. Nigel's been in this sport a long, long time, and after Harrison, he was fast enough to win the O-Plate. This is redemption, and again, it's only a pre-final, but this is Harrison showing, and of course, you know, it's not Kenzo Craigie's fault, but obviously a lot of the Argenti focus is on Kenzo Craigie, that link with the McLaren, the Mercedes, the Mercedes Formula One team, understandably, you know, but Harrison proving there are more drivers in that awning. It's not automatically, you don't get put into the Mercedes Young Driver Program just because you're with Argenti. No, that's a separate thing altogether. Kenzo Craigie wasn't with Argenti when he got signed to the Mercedes program. But Harrison Whitcomb showing, hey, there's more than one, and Thomas Min Spearing. They're both showing, look, there's more than one superstar in the awning. Craigie and Behrman. Is that something that we're going to be talking about in Formula One in years to come? Craigie Behrman. Oh, and there's Owen Neve getting spun round full 360 for the Jack Dex Racing driver. He gets back into the action. That was him clashing with possibly Lewis Goff, the Alchemy Car Care, Sam Pollitt Racing, number 74.
I saw breaking down a little bit in the second half of the top 10 right now. 7 minutes to go. It's an Argenti 1-2 with Whitcomb in the lead. Spearing second. Antrobus and Moulton third and fourth. It's a good run, this, from the Coles Racing entries. Fourth and fifth right now. And Harry Bartle. Oh, this I think is a bit of a surprise, Henry. I wouldn't have predicted this before this one. Down to sixth place now and seemingly struggling for pace right now. Has dropped off the back of the main group. We've been seeing him do a fair amount of defensive driving. Through just behind us, out of our window, Cameron Nelson is out of the race. It's Jacob Ashcroft.
Yep.
Will go no further. That'll be 30th place in the classification. 30th place for the start of the final as well. A lot of work to do later on this afternoon.
Off the back of a fantastic victory at Genk in the first round of the Euro Trophy, Ashcroft, his luck in the UK seems to be on a downward trajectory, but of course he started the O-Plate final. Well, he would have started the O-Plate final from pole, but he started it from the very back of the grid, came through to almost finish on the podium. You know, he'll be starting 30th and he'll have some fresher tyres. Now Whitcomb is under a little bit of pressure. There is the battle. Hugh Moulton up into third position for the Coles Racing team. You know, we haven't spoken much about Coles Racing, but they've got two bullets in the gun here, so to speak, with Harrison Crowther in fifth and Hugh Moulton in P3. Sam Pollitt Racing, William Antrobus said yesterday, I'm due a win. Danny, you asked how Aidan Mitchell was with his hand. He's got a broken hand. He's back home. He's watching the stream, and he's hoping to be back for the next round.
That next round at Lock Hall in the middle of May.
I'll set off now. I'll get there on time this
year. The top five breaking away from the rest of the order then. Bartle and Craigie trying to close down ahead of a group that involves Nelson, Behrman and Joshua Turnbull. Here's a move down the inside. That's William Antrobus back up to third place. Now this is a chance, possibly, for Whitcomb and Spearing to break off the front of the order. Here down the inside goes Harrison Crowther, who's had some great speed here at PF International in preparation for this first event of the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships for 2024. He'll like that move, getting past his teammate for P4.
Love this, you know, we just seen a senior race with KR Sports, Strawberry Racing, Dan Holland Racing at the front. Now we got a junior race with Sam Pollock Racing, Coles Racing and Argenti Motorsport up at the front. You've got the HRS engines powering Thomas Min Spearing. You've got the Ogden Motorsport engine with Harrison Whitcomb. So two different engine builders, you know, for the two teammates for the Argenti team. Then behind them, you've got HRS engines as well for William Antrobus. The Coles Racing team, Ogden engines for both of them. You've got KR Sport engines and Cream engines and for KR Sport and for Harry Bartle. And you've got another... Is that the number 40
Daniel
kart?
Kilpatrick, yeah.
Daniel Kilpatrick, the Northern Irishman, of the Lando Norris kart with a time racing engine power unit out of the race at the second hairpin, and in a little bit of discomfort already, and the red flags have gone out. Red flags are out. Red flags are out. 3 minutes 39 seconds to go. The red flags have been called. Obviously the marshals and Dan Ashton is with Daniel Kilpatrick, who is sat in his cart. We will await news. However, let's have a little look. So I'm not quite sure what the restart procedure, if there will be one, possibly not. I think that could be race over. We will wait and get confirmation of that before we make a decision. But Harrison Whitcomb, Thomas Min Spearing, William Antrobus, Harrison Crowther and Hugh Moulton, that was the running order at the end of lap number 8, which is the last fully completed lap.
Was indeed, and that had been a stable order for a good period of time. Joshua Turnbull had gained 11 places in that one. Up to that point, 10th place. Scott Marsh up P15 as well from 30th on the grid. So red flag procedure for the Junior Rotax Pre-final. The drivers just being held before the start-finish line here by the officials. Thank you for being with us this afternoon at PF International. Coming up after this one, we've got the Minimax 950 pre-final. That'll be race number 23. Micromax UK will then be the first final, so we will have a break, of course, between the pre-finals and the main finals. So going off from 2:30 this afternoon, Micromax UK for their final. Then at 3 o'clock, Honda Cadet. 3:30, not Minimax 950, come back out for their final. 4 o'clock, as Henry was mentioning earlier, for the Senior Rotax final. And then 4:30 for Junior Rotax. If you've missed any of the action today or earlier in the weekend as well, we were live broadcasting all of the heats yesterday. You can watch it back on the channel of your choice for you out there, whether it be the Alpha Live channel, the Karting UK channel, or Motorsport UK as well. Do give them all a subscribe and a follow, and click that that like button as well. Let's try and get it into 3 figures, because we've got at least on the Alpha Live broadcast on the Alpha Live channel right now. Nearly 700 people watching at the moment.
Yeah, now, what I would say, let's have a little look at this. So Daniel Kilpatrick is still sat in his cart talking to the marshals. The paramedics are there with him. Didn't see what happens. I mean, he's just pulled off at the side of the circuit. He's got a mechanic going over with him. I think that might be Dad as well, to go and chat to him. So obviously when Dan Ashton said, right, out of the cart, young man, and he went, can't. That is why. Now, we didn't get to the 9-minute mark, which is 75% race distance.
Yes.
If the race is stopped between 25% and 75%, then the race directors can order a restart. If you get to 75% race distance, the race is called complete. So we will see what happens. Now, looking up there, they're overlooking there. There's the VIP section of the thing, and looking there, and of course, I saw Mick Barrett standing there, and like we said in the Paddock Show, all our thoughts are still with Mick and Dan Barrett, the Dan Barrett family, after the unfortunate passing of Shelley Barrett earlier this year. Now, there's Sam Haig, that's Scott Marsh's brother there, just chatting behind the young lady with the blue hair. She's obviously a Dan Holland Racing supporter because she's dyed her hair the same colour as their jackets. There's Harrison Whitcomb looking in, thinking and sitting. Now, the drivers are sat in their karts because they're probably being told, hang on, we don't know, don't get out your karts. They'll be, let's have a look at the stewards. Now, the karts are being lined up. There is the stewards room, and you can see a collection of stewards in there just trying to see what's happened. Now, there's looking at the slowing down camera, so they're being moved into single file, which tells me that they will have a restart. And I'm looking down to see we still haven't got Daniel Kilpatrick out of his kart. He's just sitting in his kart conversing with crash helmets off. He's chatting to, he's got his mechanic, there's a dad there, there's 2 paramedics, 3 marshals, race director, partridge in a pear tree. But it was a chance thing. So there's in the cap, that's Glyn Griffiths. He's the chief marshal at Trent Valley Kart Club. This is why the marshals are, in my opinion, the best in the world. Team TV KC. Now, the Thule Motorsport team look happy with that development. And the gentleman in the foreground. Now, of course, we had an accident back in 2022 at Wilton Mill, a very serious accident involving Nathan Clifford, who I am delighted to say is on the road to full recovery, and I can't wait to see Nathan back in the paddock. Andrew, I'm not to tell you this now, but I have promised Nathan that when he is ready, he can come and do a race with me in the commentary box. And the gentleman in front of Glyn Griffiths there, he was the first marshal on the scene of Nathan's accident, and it was touch and go. Whether Nathan would survive, and his journey back to health has been well documented. The reason that we talk about the marshals so much is because when this sport and motorsport is dangerous, when the drivers need help, the marshals are generally the first on the scene, and the quality of the marshalling in the UK has quite literally, even in this championship, saved lives. And that is why we say, well, why do you keep talking about the marshals? I personally believe that when a Motorsport UK driver gets to the age of 16, they must, as part of their license, they must do a day marshalling at a Motorsport UK karting event. I believe that should be written into the rules of UK go-kart racing, because it will help in lots of ways. Now, Scott Marsh has decided he wants to give everyone else a much better chance of success by starting way back in the pack, or there is something wrong with Scott Marsh's kart. Let's have a little look. I know he's a former Grand Finals champion, but giving the rest of the field the entire head start of a straight, that's taking it a bit much, that is. No, obviously he's back into the repair area, and you can see, so what he's doing, they've obviously said, okay, look, there's something wrong with the kart. Okay, you must get it repaired, but you have to take it into the repair area and start at the back. So quick thinking on his feet. Now, Dan Holland Racing, they've got 23 drivers here, more than anybody else. 23 drivers and 77,322 mechanics and jackets. You know, I've been asking Dan for years to have a Dan Holland Racing jacket. Oh, we haven't got any spare. What a pack of lies. He's got about 700 of them in that one camera shot.
If you're just joining us, you're watching live coverage here at PF International Trent Valley Kart Club for Event 1 of the 2024 Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. Andrew Mather and Henry Baudet on commentary duties for you. We're under red flag conditions at this precise moment during the Junior Rotax Pre-final with 3 minutes and 40 seconds remaining on the clock due to an incident out there involving Daniel Kilpatrick, who's receiving help with the paramedics, the marshals, and the teams here at PF International. As soon as we know news, we will let you know. We, of course, will not speculate at this stage. Keep your comments of support coming in. Still to come in the pre-final section of today's agenda. We've got what we think will be a restart for the rest of the time on the Junior Rotax pre-final, and then the Minimax 950 drivers are waiting patiently for their pre-final, which will be after this. And there is Scott Marsh. Now, that was at least an attempt to fire the engine up, and Scott looking a bit unsure of what's happening here. So that's the repair area. You see the yellow hatched area at on the ground there. This is where we've seen already drivers mid-race come in, repair when we have let's say NASA panels loose and technical flags go out. This is where the drivers come to make those adjustments. Now there's a bit of spark plug being adjusted there, and quite clearly we heard just there that things just not quite springing into life. The lead being attached. Another attempt by Scott Marsh. That's not a good sound in any book for the prospects of running in the rest of this Junior Rotax pre-final. But Scott Marsh, works driver for Tony Kart in Europe, will be racing next weekend in France. And great to have him back this weekend in the British Kart Championships. And spoke to him earlier in the weekend. You know, depending on how things go this weekend, or whether we'll do the full programme or not. But has worked hard this weekend. Had problems in qualifying. That meant he had to drive through the field in his heats. Qualified for this pre-final. It just doesn't seem to be going Scott Marsh's way this weekend. Now a little bit of impact engineering is afoot. Henry.
Warwick Ringham, if all else fails, just hit it. There's Stephen Lanyon as well, trying to get it going. Word coming in, Daniel Kilpatrick, it's an arm injury. That, I said, when the marshal went over, they said, up out of the cart. It was like, no. So they obviously have to... again, for Daniel's family watching back home, or his fan club, he sat in the car, helmet off, talking to the medical team, who are just trying to work out how to extricate him from the seat whilst keeping the arm they think is injured. And she gone.
Impact engineering 101 clearly worked.
Well done. If all else fails, give it a kick. And
give it a
Marsh
thump. Away it goes.
Is back out at the back of the field. Now, I'm assuming that is well, obviously he's been told he can go and do that. And he can't deny that he hasn't done it. He's not going to restart 15th. He's going to be starting last.
He has lost out a number of positions in that.
And he did take the cart to a designated repair area, so... he's has done as best he can. There is Scott Marsh. Now, he's got the 4-leaf clover on the side of his crash helmet. Now, the one thing that at the end of looking at Daniel Kilpatrick walking into the ambulance, he's looks a little bit, I think the shock factor has kicked in a little bit, but he's walking into the back of the ambulance. There he goes. There's Dad in one of the 78,000 Dan Holland racing coats. None of them have come this way. They are. It's good merch. He goes at the back of the ambulance. The wagon, with... let's have a look at the... Wagon looks as though it's been driven over.
Yeah, so there's damage on the left-hand side. I don't know if Fraser, with his great camera work this weekend, can get a shot of that coming up towards the Fullerton S's now. Brilliant there. Yes. So you see, well, there should be a radio... Well, actually, no, sorry, wrong side of the cars. But no, there is definite damage on the left-hand side.
The seat is back further, yes. Yeah. Bracketry not in position. And that would make sense, because if you're turning left into that second hairpin and somebody has come up over the left-hand side of the cart, you can see the side of the seat, maybe there's some rubber has discoloured the side of the seat. Rotating Mojo tyre connecting to non-rotating driver's arm. That would be that basically. Yes. But now you've got all those little kiddie winkles at the edge of the grid. Get them back into position. The drivers they're waiting for race number 23 on the programme, which will be Minimax 950. This has delayed things ever so slightly. Thank you for bearing with us. And yeah, let's have a little look there. So, gotta love, yeah, board performance. Gotta love Impact Engineering. Yep. Top spannering that. The proper term is percussive maintenance. Dum 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 dum. Dum, 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 dum. There we go. That's exactly how percussive maintenance works. That's a technical term, that is. What's the other thing? If what do you need? You need a mallet and duct tape. If it moves, and it shouldn't,
duct
tape,
gaffer tape,
gaffer tape.
Yeah.
And if it
doesn't move and it should, WD-40.
Oh right, okay, something like that.
Or,
yes.
or as I say, or a big.
Now,
big
let's say we got a nice grandstand shot. Let's pick on a few people there. Right, far right, you got Matty Hingley there with brother Ben Hingley at the far right. So younger brother Matty, older brother Ben. They've all realised that Jonathan Buck. I can see. Yep, I can see he's got his early weather radar detection system. He's got his pint because Bumfluff isn't in the final. Then you got Nigel Horner, HRS Racing Engines, looking quite pleased with himself. Who's that behind? Sam Pollock Racing. I can see Sam Pollock there with the rest of the SPR team. Give us a wave, Sam. There we are. Thank you, boys. That first win is coming. Anderson Chilcott's eating his chips. Anderson spent £78 on that bag of on that box of chips here. He's got a salad with it as well because you can eat healthily here at PF International.
balanced diet.
Balanced diet. Yeah, here we go. Now let's have a little move across behind the Wera flower. The lovely flag placement there. Ted Bradbury there. I haven't seen. I can tell it by the colour of his hair on the top there. Easy to spot. Hi, Ted. Yeah. Only junior driver who missed around because he wanted to go to the Leeds Festival. Yeah. We discovered smoking dope. No, I'm joking, Ted. I'm joking, Ted. Getting into trouble about that. Let's move across a little bit to see who else we can embarrass in the paddock there. In the grandstand, rather, as the ambulance makes its way off the circuit. Oh, there's Sean Butcher. His retirement lasted long. Came back into to Genk at the Euro Trophy last season, just to the right-hand side of the screen. Was on course to... a good top 3 result going for him in the final until a kart spun in front of him and he had to exit stage left. Good reactions there. Hiya, Sean. There's Joe Bleakley there. That's with the glasses.
Now,
right,
there was a commotion. There was a commotion in the paddock last night from KR Sport.
Love
I think we've got to discuss that. We had members of Coles,
right?
Hunter Motorsport. I think again there was more. So it was. This definitely wasn't percussive maintenance because it was big old hits with a. There was about. I poked my head into the KR Sport tent. Just like, I'll do that. I've got a Motorsport UK jacket on. I can do this. There's about 15 of them with Joe Bleakley definitely overseeing things.
Yep.
Doing some very harsh impact engineering and making quite the noise whilst they're doing it.
Now, there's the Dan Holland racing section of the grandstand. If I was Teddy Pritchard Williams, who is just to the right of them, if I was Teddy Pritchard Williams now, I'd just bowl along straight to the middle of them in your strawberry racing jacket now, give a big wave to the camera, in front of Dan Holland, in front of Mr. Malotti, in front of Jamie Dyser, in front of Mr. West over there. Yeah, so there's Lizzie Mentier, top right. Sadly, she hasn't made the final. She's just moved across. Stephanie Hobika there on the right-hand side. The two Malotti brothers, I can't remember which one. They both played rugby, so they're both hard. So they'll probably both beat me up, but I can't remember which one's Darryl, which one's... Anyway, we got karts running again. That's called a fill, ladies and gentlemen. Back to the racing.
Back to the racing indeed. So the slow procedure will initially get us rolling again, and in a moment the drivers will get some heat back into the tyres, heat back into the engines, and prepare themselves for a restart with, remember, 3 minutes and 39 seconds on the clock is what we're seeing on the graphics on the left-hand side. Well, 3 minutes 39, 3 minutes 40. Depending on your source of information. And Harrison Whitcomb there at the front of the order, getting heat into those tyres. Now, what must be going through his mind, because he's done a cracking bit of work to hold the lead with his teammates Thomas Minspearing, and now they've got to do it all over again.
Exactly. While we have been, making light of the situation, and we've only been making the light of the situation because we've seen Daniel Kilpatrick walk into the ambulance. Harrison Whitcomb has got it all to do again. Now, I tell you what, They're going at the end of this first rolling lap, and Harrison Whitcomb has got an absolute storming start. I think half the field were expecting it to be 2 rolling laps. They were all dawdling. Look how spread apart they are. That's a fantastic restart for Harrison Whitcomb. You asked the question, Andrew, what's going through his mind? And the answer is absolutely the same as what was... Oh, no, hang on.
No, the Battenbergs are back out,
my
so
word.
we've gone back to slow.
Oh, Nigel Hathaway's going to be absolutely having kittens down there. Harrison Whitcomb, you've just got to just sit and watch. Here we go. There's Nigel Edwards saying, no, slow down, slow down. Well, you can't blame Harrison for trying. You know, he quite literally shot off like a Welshman in a field of sheep there, but he's been pegged back.
So we'll go again. What that has done has reduced the time. So we'll have 2 minutes and 35 and counting. Reducing. So maybe a little bit of professional sportsmanship there. I'm just speculating, ladies and gentlemen, of course. But Harrison Whitcomb, this is a much slower formation or rolling lap under the slow procedure. There is Dan Ashton with his clipboard of many things.
You can tell he's learning off Nigel Edwards. That's a well-cultured clipboard if ever I saw one.
So here we go. Yeah, Dan Ashton making it quite clear. Let's have a bit of a slower one this time, please, drivers. Green flag in the air, back to racing, 2 minutes plus 1 lap. Away they go, much closer this time around. That one will stay good. Whitcomb, Spearing, Antrobus, Crowther, Moulton and the rest of them fly through. Opportunity now for Harry Bartle to have a go, but it's Kenzo Craigie trying to go around the outside of the O-plate winner. As Antrobus down the inside of Spearing. How about that? You do not often see a move be done on the bridge. Spearing is having a go once again. Here comes Crowther around the outside, has to slot back into 4th. Craigie's out wide a bit onto the grass and could lose a number of positions there to everybody else behind coming in. Nelson Behrman, Turnbull, Lewis Goff's had a good start as well, but it's Harrison Whitcomb at the front of the order with William Antrobus now for company, clear of the field by half a second.
Yes, indeed. Now is the time nearing for Sam Pollitt Racing to take that final step onto the top of the rostrum in a big race. It's only a pre-final. Antrobus has got the bit between his teeth, head down, hunched behind the steering wheel, chasing the Argenti Motorsport number 66 of Harrison Whitcomb. This is actually potentially for the championship lead. It's early days yet. Whitcomb at the moment leads the championship by 2 points. No, Andrew saying don't defend yet. Oh, he's tricked him up the inside, wheel to wheel, side by side. Oh, Antrobus tried to sell it a dummy. He tricked him, but it didn't quite work.
Scott Marsh has got going again. We saw those troubles for him during the red flag period. He's up 4 positions so far off this restart. 15 seconds to go. Whitcomb defending into Bobby Game corner, into the Mike Wilson complex, and this is going to bring the likes of Bartle and Crowther and Moulton back in. Harry Bartle having a much stronger second part of this race to what was going on with him before the red flag. Last lap board is out now. Defensive to driver's right. Whitcomb holds the lead through the Bruno Ferrari S's, plus 5 second penalty for Kenzo Craigie. Look at this, 6 carts winding their way up onto the bridge. Oh, look at Bartle. Bartle suddenly on the scene. How has he done that? Up to second place. Wide goes one of the Coles in the background. Whitcomb will defend to the inside once again. Into hairpin 1. Beautifully judged by Harrison Whitcomb there. Didn't outbrake himself. Controlled the corner. Can he do so again through hairpin 2? Yes, he can. That's 2 of the major opportunities for Bartle to get through gone. Into the Fullerton S's. It's Whitcomb, Bartle, Spearing, Antrobus, Crowther and Moulton. Really defensive this time for Whitcomb through Bobby Game corner. Can he hold on? Is there going to be an opportunity for Harry Bartle through the Mike Wilson complex? I don't think there is going to be. Harrison Whitcomb under such pressure after disaster in the O-plate at Wilton Mill takes the pre-final in juniors by 0.04 of a second. How about that? Harry Bartle gave it all the way to the end. Pole position for the final for Whitcomb, 65 championship points. But that's a big one after such a bad time, Henry, at the O-Plate. That's how you answer back. A big victory for Harrison Whitcomb.
Harrison Whitcomb backed them up, going on to the banking there. Antrobus actually rode up over his rear bumper trying to pass him, but fair play, he backed them up more than a constipated donkey. Bartle second, Spearing third, Antrobus and Crowd in the top 5. Moulton, Nelson, Clark, Craigie with a 5-second penalty in ninth. Then Turnbull, Hasty, Brandon Truman with a 5-second penalty as well. Further down the order, Owen Neve in 15th place. Let's have a look back. Scott Marsh made it back up to 19th. Matteo Palazzo, okay, fastest of all in qualifying. Had to come to the repechage. Started stone last for that one. He will start 18th for the final, maybe a little bit further up. Wow.
Well, what a story there in the Junior Rotax Pre-final. Not the way we expected it to go, but for Harrison Whitcomb, it's a victory. It's 65 championship points. Puts him in second place in the live standings, 2 behind that man there, Harry Bartle. So Bartle on 127, Whitcomb 125. Thomas Min-Spearing will enter the final in third place in the live championship standings. And, well, we'll move swiftly on because it's now time. They've waited patiently. It's Minimax 950. Their pre-final is next. Let's go through the grid then for Minimax 950, and it's Luca Holmes-Ballock starting on pole position. Albie Friend alongside on the front row. Joshua Griffin and Jack Collinson representing Latvia on row 2. Harry Taylor and Edward Haynes on row 3. Cian Bernard and Charlie King on row 4.
Rounding out the top 10 will be the Czech Republic's Derek Babicek and Finley Lines. The O-Plate champion Hasnain Khan and Jensen Chalker next, followed by Tom Reed, Alex Goodson, Louis Radcliffe and Theo Bradshaw.
Blair Smith and Zach Starbuck go from row 9. Emerson McAndrew-Ewan and Devin Taylor on row 10. Riley Murray and JJ Ambrose on row 11. Alfie Ward and Max Gilman on row 12.
Row number 13 will be Leo Livings alongside Archie Rogers-Tyler, Adam Turacek and Oliver Spencer all the way back in 28th. Now the repechage qualifiers: Josh Cormack, Finley Hines, Benjamin Lawn, Canada's Olivier Chassé, Jensen Walker, and starting shotgun on the field on the GMS CKR chassis, it's Sebastian Clark.
So, story of the weekend so far. Luca Holmes-Ballock has been looking good. It was a win, of course, for Synergy Factory Team last time out in the O-Plate at Wilton Mill. That time it was Finley Lines coming to the fore in that dominant performance, but Lines starts on the 5th row of the grid for this one. It's been Luca Holmes-Ballock. Great performance as Heat wins so far this weekend, but this is a different proposition. 12 minutes plus 1 lap. Luca Holmes-Ballock versus Albie Friend. We've seen this already this weekend, and if you're not aware, a number of drivers from Micromax moving up to Minimax 950 for 2024. Arguably, they were the most entertaining category in the 2023 championship. What are they going to do here in 2024? Away we go. They're going to go for a second formation lap to get us going.
I was going to say, well, we didn't have time to really speak to him at the end of that junior race, but I mean, all I can say is, Donna, if you want to come up and have a cutch and calm down up in the commentary box, you know where we are. It is nerve-wracking. If you think it's nerve-wracking watching at home, imagine being a parent watching that go on. You've just seen one of the drivers get injured, and then your son, your daughters are out there as well. So, Donna, if you want to come and have a cutch, you know where we are.
So the formation lap, the second formation lap for Minimax 950. Plenty of talent on this grid for 2024. It genuinely is one of the of all the championships that we're both commentating on this year. For me, this is one of the ones that I'm looking forward to the most.
Engineering as well. OTK versus Synergy, which is Birrell ART. The behind the scenes, the zip, it's fantastic on every level. Driving, teams, engines, and chassis engineering. It's got it all, and it's got some fantastic young sportsmen and women.
As indeed. So, into the Mike Wilson complex for the second time on the formation laps for our Minimax 950 pre-finalists. Luca Holmes-Ballack on the left-hand side of your screen there in the 128. Albie Friend in the 191. Synergy Factory Team versus Strawberry Racing. Into the tram lines they go, ready for 12 laps plus 1 lap, 12 minutes plus 1 lap. Away we go. Good start, very even start for those on the front row of the grid, but it's going to be advantage Holmes-Ballack in the early stages. Joshua Griffin has followed through into second place. Albie Friend taking the wider line. Whoa, through the middle. He's taken the lead. What a move from Albie Friend, threading the needle through the two leaders to lead on the way down to the first hairpin. What a move from Albie Friend.
I know it was from a far away angle, so luckily Albie's got a really distinctive orange and black crash helmet. Look at the way, when you look back at this race, anyway, from the outside up the inside, fantastic move, and it gave him so much momentum as well. That was a move and a half there from Albie Friend. It's why he's got 3 top 10 finishes in the Rotax Grand Finals. It's why he is a Grand Festival winner. It's why he's the reigning Minimax International Trophy winner. And now it's why he's setting sail, trying to win this pre-final, but he's got friends. Friend has got friends chasing him down as Finley Lines moves into fifth position. They're 3 wide, and Friend gets freight trained, and it's new race leader Luca Holmes-Ballack.
Still the early stages, though, of this one. Into play comes Joshua Griffin. Oh, very close there between Harry Taylor and Albie Friend. Has there been a problem up the top of the circuit? Henry will catch that in a moment. Finley Lines is on the scene. The bright green helmet there, 5th in the queue. Had difficulties in his first heat, had a time penalty, was classified 18th. There are yellow flags out, and one driver just moving under their own power to the side of the circuit.
Yes.
I think it might be, it's one of the Strawberries. I think
It's Charlie King, and Charlie King is holding his wrist and is with the marshals in the marshal post, holding his wrist. But hopefully he will be okay, and he's just sort of tweaked it. But yes, things can happen very, very quickly. Now, there's a move. There's the number 119 Kart of Jack Collinson, the, Hartlepool via Latvia for Jack Collinson. There is Finley Lines, who's now caught this front group. There we down the hill, 2, 4, 6 in a row. Holmes-Ballack, Harry Taylor, Josh Griffin, Albert Friend, Finley Lines, and Edward Haynes.
I see Kieran Bernard in this battle as well. Will be off to France next week to represent the United Kingdom in the FIA OK Academy races. Down the inside, Joshua Griffin holding on to 3rd place ahead of Finley Lines. But here comes a move. It's Holmes-Ballack looking to the inside. Oh, beautiful defence there from Harry Taylor. One of those where he just nipped his rival down onto the apex. He gave him enough room, but not too much room. Compromised his corner speed. It can be a bit of a risky game at times, but that was very, very well done from Harry Taylor to mean he retains the lead. Joshua Griffin 3rd in the queue there. Had problems, of course, at the O-plate. Is now looking down the inside of Holmes-Ballack. This is going to be an opportunity for Lines as well. Holmes-Ballack must not panic right now. Albie Friend also with Edward Haynes fighting over 5th place. So it's Taylor emerging off the bridge in the lead. It's the DHR 1-2 right now, but for how much longer? Because there's Luca Holmes-Ballack down the inside. Retakes 2nd place, and Edward Haynes. Edward Haynes has had a bit of a quiet weekend so far. Hitting his stride in the pre-final, is now up to 3rd.
Indeed, Finley Hines there falls back. Alex Goodson has had a technical flag in the number 126's chain guard has come off, so the MLC Motorsport entry is going to be out of this race. Now the lead pack has grown to 2, 4, 6, 8 karts, bringing Jack Collinson for the Sam Pollock Racing Team and the TEPS Hunter Motorsport entry of Denek Babicek into 8th place. Then it is Jensen Chalk 9th, Emerson McAndrew, Uren 10th, Kian Bernard, Blair Smith, Max Gilman, Oliver Spencer. They are, Karting giveth, Karting taketh away. Move for 3rd place. There is the Dan Holland Racing number 5 of Scotland's Joshua Griffin into P3. Such a deep level of talent you know, some of these drivers, they've done, you know, so well in international and global level events. Here they are battling just for a top 10 position in the UK. Fantastic.
So into the middle part of the race, we're on lap number 5. There's a warning flag for the 188 of Zach Starbuck into Bobby Game corner. They go once again. The leaders winding into the Mike Wilson complex once again. Who's made good progress so far in this race? Well, Oliver Spencer up 14 spots to 14th. Adam Turacek as well up 12 to 15th. Max Gilman and Finley Hines are also in double figures of positions gained so far. Gilman 13th. And in fact, I think there's got a bit of a change further down. You also should note that Emerson McAndrew-Ewan, last year's winner, sealed the championship in Micromax here at PFI back in October 2023. He's on the move, up 10 places now to 9th.
Hasnain Khan has dropped to the back of the field as Luca Holmes-Barlock drops from 1st to 4th. New leader, Harry Taylor. Griffin, his teammate, right there in 2nd. Friend is 3rd, Holmes-Barlock 4th, Lines 5th, Haynes 6th, then Collinson 7th, Chalk, McAndrew-Ewan and Denek Babicek at the back of this league group. There are 11 drivers within 2.4 seconds of the race lead, with Zip driver Kian Bernard, the family based originating from South Africa, now over here, and Bernard will represent the UK next weekend.
Yep, next weekend.
Yeah, you'll be there, Val d'Argenton. And, Anton Cordial is the top 3 side-by-side. Friend to the outside. He's going to get snookered. That's an app because the World Snooker's going on as well up in your neck of the wood, the Crucible in Sheffield. But, Friend is, at the moment, stuck behind the 8 ball a little bit.
Down the inside, looking there is Joshua Griffin, half an attack, half a defence at the same time. Harry Taylor holds on to the lead. Good move from Zdenek Babicek further down, is back up into the top 10. Really difficult what to call this of who's going to win, because there's still this main group of 14 covered by 3.5 seconds at the front of the field. Into Sector 3 once again. Another improvement from McAndrew-Ewan, now to 8th place. Has got past Jensen Chalk, who raced impressively earlier on today in the 3rd heat for Minimax 950. Over the line again. Is this a challenge for the lead from Joshua Griffin? Yes, it is. Bit of an assist from Luca Holmes-Barlock behind as well. So it's a new leader. Griffin, Holmes-Barlock, Taylor, the top 3, is once again fighting onto the bridge. Albie Friend trying to hold in there. In fact, Albie Friend has done more than hold in. He's got past Harry Taylor as well. He's up to 3rd.
This is the Josh Griffin that we know is there. The Josh Griffin that we saw at times at the Oak Plate at Wilton Mill is not the Josh Griffin, and it's that Josh Griffin is spoken about that, and this is the Josh Griffin that is one of the most exciting talents in this field. Have to say, along with the likes of Friend and Finley Lines and so many of these drivers. Friend to the inside. That was almost a Griffin close the door. Friend, lightning quick reactions just to back out of it. As mechanic Lee Taylor will be having kittens in the thing, but time. One mistake from any of these drivers could ruin their final. Here we go. Griffin defending. Friend, Taylor, 3.5 minutes to go. The lead group is now 14 karts strong. At the back of the lead group is last year's Micromax O-Plate champion Oliver Spencer. New leader, Strawberry Racing's Albert Friend.
Albie Friend really strong in the first sector, it would seem. To the inside, once again. Griffin, doesn't go for the move in the end. Harry Taylor has to settle in behind there for 3rd, but great entry speed into hairpin 1 for Albie Friend. Means he's still at the front of this order. Joshua Griffin was on the podium in Minimax here back in October 2023, the last round of the year for the Wera Tools British Kart Championship, so that experience is paying right now. There's been a breakdown further behind, it's all of a sudden a 1.4 second gap and more has opened up with Lines now up to 4th. McAndrew-Ewan is now 5th. They're going to have to fight over the minor placings in this one. It's the top 3 clear, 2 minutes and 40 to go.
Finley Lines has, he's got, about 10 karts sitting right on his rear bumper. Warning for Harry Taylor, currently in third position. There's Finley Lines. He's got Emerson McAndrew-Uren right behind him. McAndrew-Uren started in fullback, he was so far back. 19th of the grid, Max Gilman has made up a bunch of places as well. Oliver Spencer, Gilman's up into 11th. And there's Gilman pointing, saying, come on. There's Denek Babicek in the number 130 kart. He's been a top 6 finisher in the Rotax Grand Finals as a Micromax driver, plunging through the Fullerton S's. Friend, just like last year. Friend against Denham against Ashcroft. Strawberry against 2 Dan Holland racing karts. Ashcroft and Denham have moved up. They've simply been, it's like plug and play. Griffin and Taylor, it's now Albie Friend. 5-second penalty for Edward Haynes. Albie Friend, he's used to having to deal with 2 Dan Holland racing karts. The more things change, the more they stay the same.
Right now, Albie Friend is doing what he needs to do to keep them behind. In fact, I'd say right now that top 3 are working together. They know they've got a good advantage here over Finley Lines and the rest of them. We've already mentioned earlier on today how much of a danger Lines is when he gets up to the front. They don't want to allow him to do that. That gap is growing. Edward Haynes now back up to 5th.
I got to say that Finley, a lap or so ago, Finley Lines was literally leading that entire train. Finley, I don't think he's not going to catch the top 3 until they start battling, but he is pulling away from that gap. So, let's have a little look. The KR Sport engines are powering that Birrell ART chassis. Big up to Gary and Owen Byatt from the Synergy chassis department, which is now the Birrell. Made by Birrell, but Finley Lines, he's pulled a gap. Look at that. That's some impressive pace there. Mac Austin has got that Synergy wound up like a spring, and he's just gone, let it go, Finn. And Finn is away at the races, trying to hunt down the 3 leaders. Zach Starbuck out of the race. Mechanical failure. Dearie me. Probably the part he left in someone else's motorhome last night. But watch the Paddock Show, and that'll make sense.
McAndrew-Uren a little bit wide there off of the bridge, still up in the top 10. 1.82 of Kean Bernard losing out through hairpin number 1. Not much that Kean could have done about that one. He's back down the inside of the 1.19 going through hairpin number 2. Time has expired. Last lap board will be out now, and surely this will be the point where we see the friendship, or in terms of keeping themselves away at the front, break down, and Friend, Griffin and Taylor will battle over who's going to take the second haul of 65 championship points for 2024. It's 0.4 of a second. There is Zach Starbuck, loose rear bumper. That's why he's been pulled in with the meatball flag. And Kean Bernard having to work really hard here. Oliver Spencer's got by. He's gained 16 places so far in this race as Oliver Spencer. What's happening at the front? Coming round onto the back straight. Here it is. Friend defensive to the inside. It is all around the outside. It's a Bishop move. Look at that from Harry Taylor into hairpin 1. Brave on the brakes, took the speed, hit the apex, but it's going to be chances surely for Albie Friend to come back down alongside into the Fullerton S's once again. Friend is through. Back goes Griffin into second place through Bobby Game corner. They go Friend defense, and here's Finley Lines. Finley Lines is on the scene as well. It's a top 4 fighting for the race victory. Can Albie Friend thread it through to the checkered flag? Of course he can. Albie Friend takes victory again in Minimax 950. Second goes to Joshua Griffin. Third, Harry Taylor. Gotta give it to Harry Taylor. A mega move round the outside. He takes points for third. Finley Lines needed one more lap to truly get involved in that, Henry, but it's a good 4th place.
I mean, without one take, great result for Albert Friend. Josh Griffin, Harry Taylor, you've got to leave it all on the line. Harry Taylor certainly did that. Finley Lines, like you said, one more lap, and we could be talking about a very different set of results. Luca Holmes, Barlock, Edward Haynes, Jensen Chalk, Emerson McAndrew-Uren, Denek Babicek and Max Gilman, your top 10. Jack Collinson, Oliver Spencer, Kean Bernard and Blair Smith, the rest of the top 40, with Riley Murrow rounding out the top 15. There is a look back at some of the drivers who will be starting further down the order for the next couple of races. We have got Now that was the last of the pre-finals. We are going to be cutting away. We might have an interview with Nicole Sutherland. We may not. We may have the Paddock Show. We will have a quick word with Nicole Sutherland. Then we'll have. Then we'll be speaking. We'll have the Paddock Show. So Nicole, then Paddock Show. Don't go away.
Fantastic Minimax Pre-final there. Lots of action, and Albert Friend taking a race win again. As you can see in the paddock, few words being exchanged by the drivers, but all friendly, I hope. We'll just see if we can quickly catch up with Harry Taylor or Joshua Griffin. Josh, how was your race?
Yeah, good, thank you.
And for the final, were you feeling confident?
Yeah.
Great. And Ollie, how's your weekend been so far, Ollie? You saw you had a bit of bad luck, but some quick laps and lots of overtakes. How are you feeling?
Yeah, mixed. That one was really good. I think we got like top 15, top 10 from like 28, so that's a really good drive. I think we've just been a bit unlucky. We've not really been sensible enough, so yeah, let's see what the final brings.
Yeah, well, good luck, Ollie. Great to speak to our Minimax drivers. We'll be heading into the finals after a short break, which will be the Paddock Show. So make sure you stay tuned in so you don't miss anything.
Welcome to PF International in Lincolnshire. We're here for the first event of a brand new season for the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships, presented by Wera Tools. Once again in 2024, Wera Tools are the proud title sponsor for the championship. But not only are they the proud title sponsor, they're also getting involved in the action, in the running of the event. Today we're going to take a look into the scrutineering bay to see how Wera Tools' line of product is put to use here for the top kart championship in the UK.
Here we are in the scrutineering bay at PF International. This is where the scrutineers are busy at work throughout the course of a race weekend, making sure everything's being run to the standards required by the championship. We've got the Tool Rebel roller cabinet here. This is here in the scrutineering bay. Key always in a motorsport environment, quality, ease of use. We can see here, just opening some of the trays, up to 94 pieces can be equipped with one of these Tool Rebel roller cabinets. Beautifully laid out, very high quality tools, and it's the details, it's the little touches that really set this set apart. You can see all of the sockets here, all the different sizes color coded for when it's that quick moment of needing a different size. It's not just reading the numbers, you can see, 10mm spanner. How many times have we all lost our 10mm spanners? Little yellow detail on there makes it really easy to find. The tools as well, that ease of use and ergonomics. The handles on the Allen keys fitting beautifully into the scrutineer's hands. Really is a fantastic set to be using here in the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships presented by Wera Tools, bringing once again high quality into the championship.
It's a new season, it's a new look around the paddock, it's a new look team. Welcome to the 2024 Wera Tools British Kart Championship Paddock Show. Round one is halfway in the books. Andrew Mather, 200 drivers from 22 different nations here at PF International. What a day it's been.
A really good day. We have first 12 races here for the heats, more of them tomorrow before we get to the repechages, and then the big ones, the pre-finals, and the finals. See, buzzing with excitement is the paddock.
That was Luke Millward, by the way, running through in his
very good
tie-dye outfit there. But, I mean, 22 nations,
Yes.
including
Jack
Latvia
Collinson.
via Hartlepool. Jack Collinson. Jack's had a great day today.
Very good day. Talk us through it.
First heat started P6. My quali was pretty good, and then second after. Wait.
Your second one.
My second one, I had a really good heat. Finished P2. Led for a bit of the race. It was really strong heat. In the last couple, in my opinion, I think in the last couple of weeks I've improved a lot really with my driving standards, driving style, etc. So I think really strong strong day, and I think I'll be really hyped for the pre-final tomorrow.
What's the thing you've learnt most today that you're taking in tomorrow that you perhaps didn't know at the start of the day?
Just how tricky it is to actually maintain a good race at the front, like with how many good strong drivers there is up there.
Good stuff. Well done, Jack. Keep it up tomorrow. If anyone's taking a bet on how long it was going to take into a paddock show, give it, 2 minutes? Henry, you found a pop.
You know what they say, never work with animals and kids. Well, Meva interviewing a pooch. First things first, first paddock show pooch of the year. It's a paddock show puppy of the year. Right, who is this?
Lily.
Lily, and who does Lily belong to?
The Crowther family.
The Crowther, this is Lily Crowther. Well, I think Lily Crowther has been a good luck charm. We'll tell you what, we'll go and speak to Mr. Crowther, because Harrison Crowther, how old is Lily Crowther?
4 months old.
4 months old. Oh my word. Oh dear. Right. Well, the last time I had a paddock pooch called Sprinkles at Kartmasters here, they had a little sprinkle on me. But I tell you what, Andrew, there's shows. But we'll go and speak to Harrison Crowther, because he's been one of the stars of the show today, hasn't he, Andrew?
Yes.
For Coles Racing, you can see we're here. So, Saturday, 12 races in. The juniors and the seniors have had all their heat races. We're going to have one heat with Mini, Micro and Honda tomorrow morning, or we would have had this because this is going out during the Sunday lunch break. Let's have a look inside the Coles Racing tent very quickly. Here. All right, Coach, how are you?
Hello.
How's it going today?
Not very well.
Why not?
I had DNF in the first one.
Oh dear.
And, well, I couldn't really get going in the second one, so...
But all to play for tomorrow?
Yeah, hopefully do well in the repechage.
Do you want to have a quick talk around the Coles Racing awning to see who's done what today? So, we'll start with you here. Yeah, with you, Charlie. Again, for those of you wondering, Charlie Cox used to be a British touring car commentator. Jensen Butterfield is exiting stage left with Dave Wooders, so not good for Charlie Cox. How about Hugh Moulton, Charlie? You can guide us round. Any good today?
I think he's done all right, to be honest.
Fair enough. Reg Hayward in the corner there. He set some fast lap times, doesn't he, Andrew?
Yeah, no, it's a really good pace from Reg, fighting his way through the field. So, you know, one of those drivers that I think we could look forward to later on in the round.
Oh, here he comes, looking scruffy as always. How's the puppy?
It's going, it's all right.
How was the driving?
I drove like an idiot in the second heat.
Well, I didn't think you did. You were leading at one point. You fell back at the end. But what I would say is, I was saying to Andrew on commentary, it looks like 2024, after 2 years in a bit of the doldrums, you're back.
Yeah.
This is the Harrison crowd that we're used to seeing.
Yeah.
Happy? Is it because you've got Lily?
I don't know. I think it's more my new helmet.
Oh, the new helmet. Right, where's the new helmet? Where's the new helmet? That's an important...
Helmet's always worth a good
Paddock
few
Show
cents.
puppies are one thing. New crash helmets. What's more... I'll speak to Harris's dad. What's more expensive, a puppy or a new crash helmet?
I'm not entirely sure, but the helmet doesn't need feeding.
Ah, the helmet. The helmet's more expensive at the moment. The helmet's more expensive until the puppy eats like chocolate or something like that, or grapes, which is bad. So the new helmet, nice.
Yeah.
Okay, rest of the team, how have the rest of the team gone today?
Oh, they've gone all right.
There we go. Succinct. Thank you very much, Harrison. You know, that's what we need. Right, we'll move along. Hello, young man. Right, tell us name, rank, serial number, and how your day's gone in less than 5 sentences.
Number 51, Hugh Moulton. Good recovery from qualifying. Not sure where I'm starting tomorrow, but hopefully in the top 10 for the pre-final.
4 sentences. Well done, Hugh. Let's go.
That'll do.
Right then, let's go out this way. Let's have a look. There are masses of media here. The paddock at PF International is always special, isn't it?
It's buzzing. I say I think everyone's, you know, they've had the first day of racing. They're into the rhythm now of the season, and long season, but lots of hopes for everybody out there.
Now, KR Sport have had a good day as well today. We'll have a little chat in here. Let's have a look. I can see a few people there. Well, some of them have had a good day. Caden McQueen has had a very, very good first race. What was it like, Caden, racing? You had Bradshaw, Bishop, yourself in that second heat. That was nice and lively, wasn't it?
Yeah, got a little bit exciting, I think.
Important question. Did your dad stay for the first race, or did he bugger off home to cook his breakfast at 4 o'clock in the afternoon?
No, he stayed. He stayed for the first one.
He thought I stayed. Now, we got 2 more Paddock Show pooches down there. Oh, I don't know if they're going to match. I don't know if we're going to match Lily Crowther. Thanks, Caden. Let's have it. Oh, well, first things first. Well, first Paddock Show mum of the year. Hello.
Hello.
And hello. Hi. Here we go. And who are you?
Josh Cook's mum.
Josh Cook's mum. You're Josh Cook. No, you're Josh Cook's mum. Sorry.
This is Willow and this is Chester.
Willow. Hello, Willow. And this is Chester. Chester Copperpot, the black Cocker Spaniel. Excellent. That's 3 Paddock Show pooches inside the first. How's Josh's... so O-Plate win 3 weeks ago after not leading anything until about the last 30 metres.
Well-timed move.
Well, it was a well-timed move. It was a smart move. There's... That's Archie Walker's cart. There we go.
I don't know where he is. Don't know where Archie is, sorry.
No, that's quite all right. Sorry. We'll move down the paddock. I don't know what's... while Andrew's sorting his microphone out, we'll come down this way. Thank you very much, Josh's mum and the 2 dogs, Willow and Chester. How's Fuel Your Media doing? Kirsty Hockley, one of many media representatives here. How are your drivers doing, young lady?
Mixture.
A mixture. You've got a new employee called Chris, haven't you?
Yes.
I've seen him sitting on the banking saying it's the only place I can get a signal, but he's really just sitting on Tinder flicking.
Probably. But
shocking
photos, and they're uploading, so I'm waiting for him right now.
Okay, well, you'll be waiting a while because you can't get any signal anywhere. There we go. Typical employees. So day. What have you noticed, media, obviously running a press agency, working with drivers, what have you noticed this year about the championship? Has it grown, or have more drivers started taking the press side of things seriously?
Yeah, they're like improving a lot of getting better at interviews and things like that, and they're realising the importance of it to like move forward in their career as well.
Indeed. Okay, thank you very much. There we go. We'll have a little look here. So the KR Sport, lots of wagons being cleaned. There's Vlad Tomenchuk's cart. I'm not quite sure what's happened to Andrew.
Henry, is it working?
We're doing Caden's down there doing something else. Ignore Caden. Are we all right there, Andrew?
It's good. Caden McQueen, he's not just a quick driver, he's good with
Caden fixed it. Well then, Caden, he's good,
as well.
Good for something. Right, should we go out this way and catch up with Hunter Motorsport?
We will.
No, thank you very much, KR Sport. 2 more Paddock Show pooches. Hunter Motorsport. Ooh, an interesting day for Hunter Motorsport. Kai Hunter, very quick, maybe not a great deal of luck.
No.
But we've had a look at the Carlos Sainz chassis, haven't we? Let's have a little look in here. Again. We'll have a closer look. We'll try and find... here's Max Jolly's mechanic. So Mr. Mackerel is hard at work. The Carlos Sainz chassis for the Hunter Motorsport team. Hunter Motorsport, the UK distributors. Is that right? How's Max's day gone?
It could be better, to be honest with you. Made a few mistakes in that last one, but we'll get there for tomorrow, definitely.
Now, you were obviously with Max. Max has got a huge social media following with his thing. That's incredible, isn't it? Did you find that, that helps him as a driver or in any way?
Yeah, we get a lot of people coming up to him and asking him questions about his social media. Even drivers out there, he's got a lot of fans, so I think he does have a lot of respect. So
yeah, and it's a learning curve. So all these drivers, and it's not, Max hasn't employed somebody to do fancy reels or show reels. He just takes his little microphone and he goes, "Hello, I'm Max Jolly, and this is what I've been doing today." And it's authentic, isn't it?
That's right. Yeah, he's just got a massive following. Even Lando Norris. That's great for him. Absolutely brilliant.
Well, to be fair, Max is taller than Lando, so that's very understandable. Hi, Lando. Right, thank you very much. Good luck. Andrew Mather, over to you.
I found Will Archer. Will, good day today. Talk to us about it.
So it's been all right. We started off the morning not very well, but Heat 1, we had a great start, but just didn't really race very well. And then the Heat 2, we went like second to last on the first lap, and then made our way back through the field, setting good laps, and then so we ended off the day well, started not very good.
Tough circuit this. It's kind of got a bit of everything, the straights, the technical bits. What's this new chassis like to drive?
It's really good, like a lot of grip, so it's really good.
What's different with it to what you've maybe experienced before?
It's a normal OTK chassis, isn't it? Just painted differently and cooled differently. It feels pretty normal, but yeah. It's good.
Hopes for tomorrow?
Hopefully we make the final and the pre-final, and our aim is just a top 25 in the A final because we're a rookie, so it'll be good.
Good stuff. Well done once again, Will. I think have we got Angus? Yeah, we have got Angus.
I
think we've got Gustav as well.
A very cosmopolitan awnings. You've got Zdenek Babicek from the Czech Republic. You've got Gustav Uzakovs representing Latvia. Teresa Babicova, I think, is in this audience as well. Hasnain Khan, how's your day been, young man?
Good. We finished 10th in qualifying in our group, and then we finished 9th in our first heat. Then we've got another heat tomorrow.
Now, I met your mum and your younger brother at the Old Play at Wilton Mill. Is your younger brother wearing his Lucky Wellies and his Batman T-shirt, which is very, very important, everybody?
He's coming tomorrow, so he might be.
Well, I think if you tell him tonight, if he's not wearing... Young Master Khan, if you're not wearing your Lucky Wellies and your Batman T-shirt, Hasnain's not going to do very well tomorrow. So the pressure's on, yeah?
Yeah.
OK, thank you very much.
I want to work with Angus Scrivener because I want to find out what was going on at the start of his first race.
Oh, yes, because he decided to not start properly, didn't he?
Angus, come on back in. What was going on first race?
I got a 10-second penalty when I was in 10th, which was quite unfortunate. It just kind of ruined my whole race so far, so yeah.
The start looked a bit hectic as well.
Yeah, it was. Got put on the grass in the first start because the guy in front of me, his cart broke down, so yeah.
But you can fight back tomorrow, can't you? You've got the good race pace.
Hopefully, yeah. I don't know if I'm going to be in the B final. I'm going to be probably quite close, but I see. Hopefully tomorrow goes well. So.
But you can overtake round here, so if it's an unfortunate B final start, you can race through, can't you?
Yeah, definitely, 100%.
Hunter Motorsport, the new chassis treating you well as well.
Yeah, I'm really liking the new chassis. It's got so much grip, and it's just a really good chassis overall.
Good stuff. We'll talk to you again. I'll see you out there again tomorrow, Angus. I think that's a good wrap-up of Hunter Motorsport.
Right, so we've got to try and get out of here, which is a bit like the Crystal Maze.
Yes.
So we've got to go out here.
Out here.
I tell you what, Mr. Cameraman. Hang on.
You go first.
You go. There you go, Mr. Cameraman. Aren't I a gentleman, Mr. Cameraman? Yes, I am. There we go. Sometimes. We'll go this way. We're still going this way. Yeah, correct side. There's always good. So the MLC P1 Power team. Slow. Not to say slow day. That's not the correct word. A tough day for them. Yeah. So far, Tyler Harris was a mid pack,
15th place kind of place.
Let's have a little look up here. We got trucks and lorries behind it. I gotta say that strawberry racing truck always super duper impressive. Now, there's going to be people... I tell you what, Lewis Malin is walking this way. Here's an interesting... So, Lewis Malin is mechanicking for Thule Motorsport. William Pemble is Lewis's driver.
Is this mandatory?
It is,
Yes.
it is, absolutely.
It says in the regulations.
It says in the regulations. Number one, Mr. Pemble didn't have a great start, or didn't start at all, but how did he recover?
The second heat, we drove all right, just a bit bland, really. Just cruise round in 15th, 13th.
Just a nice Saturday afternoon drive, just waving to his mum as he goes past?
Not really, just the race didn't really go our way.
Oh, OK, fair enough. How... Because it's only William's second year, isn't it?
Yeah.
60 drivers, such a world-class field, how do you sort of temper expectations, or what do you say, because it's unrealistic to expect him to go out and be top 10, against that in year two, isn't it?
You've known me long enough to know I can't say that on this.
Anyway, yes. Get out there and get it done. That's the basic.
Yeah, something along those lines, yeah.
Something along those lines. OK, right then. Which way should we go? Tell it, which way should we be that way, Lewis? Should we go this way, or should we go that way?
I'll go find strawberry.
Find strawberry? Really? Do we have to? Oh... Go on then, cheers. Lewis Malin, everybody. Let's go down this way, shall we?
Yes, I don't know if the minis and the micros tend to sell, because we didn't talk to them yesterday. We had a good chat with some of the older strawberry racing drivers yesterday.
Obviously,
yes.
We'll be back with the X30 classes here. Just want to say, so sorry for the loss of Shelley Barrett, Mick and Dan and the rest of the family. You're in our thoughts. But I'm sure you'll cover that at the IARMY round. There are 15 privateers here. 15 of them have an entry of 200, which is good. And you can see now, there we go. There you've got, right, bring him out here. See, now look at this. This is how, this is real karting. Wagon and bed and injured driver alert. Our first casualty of the 2024 season. Right, come this way, Aidan Mitchell. First things first. vice champion in TKM last year, moved across to Rotax this year. Really strong performance at the O plate, and you were involved in that nasty accident going under the bridge. We saw you come into the pit lane. Obviously, we're okay, but not 100% perfect.
Yeah, I've got a fractured hand, so...
Fractured hand.
Yeah, weekend's over for me.
Weekend's over. So okay, well, very sorry to that. You know, mum, dad. You know, it's really tough for a driver. You could come and maybe do a bit of. Are you going home tonight? Or are you going to stay to watch tomorrow?
Probably. I think we'll probably go back.
I think probably. Well, you know, sleeping in that bunk up there with a fractured hand, you know, especially. But you know, how long till the next round at Lark Hall?
4 to 5 weeks.
You'll be back, won't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll be back. You'll be back. There we go. Mum, Dad. Okay. Here's an interesting thing. So we talk about this. Mum.
Well, welcome back, everybody, to live pictures here at PF International. Apologies, we're not quite going to be able to get all of the Paddock Show in today, but you will be able to watch it on the Karting UK channel in due course. Let's throw down, though, to Nicole Sutherland, who's on the grid ahead of the next final.
Down here on the grid ahead of our first final of the weekend and of the 2024 championship. Just quickly try and catch up with Luke, who will be starting pole for this race. Luke, we've spoken to you a few times this weekend. How are you feeling ahead of your final?
Confident and just ready to win.
Best of luck to you, Luke. Also go over to Joshua, who is Luke's teammate. We'll be starting alongside him on the front row. Joshua, how are you feeling?
Confident.
And so you're sitting alongside your teammate. Do things change in the final?
Not really, apart from last 2 laps where we'll have an hopefully clean scrap.
Best of luck to you, Joshua. Clearing the grid now, we'll head back up to Henry and Andrew, who will introduce the race for everybody.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Let's get ready then for the first final of the 2024 Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. Andrew Mather and Henry Baudet on commentary duties for you this afternoon here at PF International, Trent Valley Kart Club in Lincolnshire. It is the Micromax Final. It'll be 15 minutes plus 1 lap. Henry Baudet alongside me in the commentary box. It all builds up to this, mate, and this should be a good one.
Yes, indeed. Can't remember a season where anticipation levels before the first round have been quite this high. Here is your starting lineup. Luke Millward and his KR Sport teammate Josh Cook go from row number 1. Arthur Farrow and Austin Oman go from row number 2.
Sebastian Behrman and Max Scholly on row number 3, Maximilian Aberhart and George Swire on row 4, Alfie Garrett and Benedictas Masiokis on row 5, George Climo and Charlie Page on row 6.
Row number 7, Alfie Mayer and Josh Husker, then Lucian Smith and Harris Barber.
Maria Roberto and Logan Rolfe start on row number 9. Harry Radcliffe and James Roots go from row 10. Buddy Hugo and Chloe McGill start on row 11. William Crombie and Dean Pahal on row 12.
The last couple of drivers, Albert Farrow and Ansel Murray. Soren Gallagher has not gone out today. The Cater Motorsport driver sadly had to withdraw. Somebody on the live chat, what time was the senior final again? 4 o'clock UK time. Tell a friend to tell a friend to tell a friend. We've had a couple of questions. Very quickly, let's run through the last couple of questions on the Ask the Commentators feature. Take it away, Andrew.
Favourite F1 team driver and from that Karting kid. I'm going to go with something on both fronts that's not current. Damon Hill and Jordan.
My favourite Formula 1 team were Osella, and my favourite driver of all time in Formula 1, Piercarlo Ghinzani.
There we go. Favourite track from Edge Motorsport. Henry, I'll let you do that one first. Well, it's going to be, I think we know what the answer is going to be here, ladies and gentlemen.
The only answer is Landau International Raceway, global home of World Motorsport, birthplace of champions.
The first place I ever drove an outdoor go-kart.
Exactly. You've never looked back
Buckmore
since.
Park for me.
Oh dear.
It's
First place I ever drove an
literally-
outdoor go-kart, Oakwood Theme Park back in 1989. There we go.
Right then, 15 minutes plus 1 lap for the first time this year in the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships here at PF International. We are not
go.
green. It's another formation lap for Micromax.
Love that. You know, Luke Millwood's dad there saying, you know, love you, mate. You know, good luck, have fun. And then Josh Cook, how you feeling? Confident. And what
Good.
they said was, when Nicole asked a very good question, you know, what difference did it make? 2 teammates. He went, no difference until the last 2 laps. Quick other thing. Now, during the lunch, the shortened lunch break, and please go and look at the Paddock Show, which we broadcasted, folks. It kicks right off. The last 10 minutes are an absolute doozy. I met Reg Bocock, the wandering Cocker Spaniel, who was here one weekend and decided to go and have a look at the racing at Fulbeck. Yeah, so Oliver Bocock's dad said, oh, by the way, have you seen Reg anywhere? And no, I haven't seen him. I think Lucas Blanford was taking him for a walk. Well, he's turned up at Fulbeck. There was another meeting going on at Fulbeck. So Reg, he loves his karting so much, as Reg Bocock, that he just had a little wander over to Fulbeck, you know, as is his wont. Here we go. Let's have a look again. The 26 strong Micromax UK grid.
Hello to James Kell, who's tuned in.
Hello,
Said,
James.
Henry, how are you?
Very well.
Cross-eyed Lion cheering on Austin and Max. Kerry Probert as well, cheering for Alfie Garrett this afternoon. And Jolly Cox as well, cheering for George Climo. How are those drivers going to get on in this one? Second formation attempt for this final in Micromax. There is Luke Millwood. He's had a superb weekend. Is it about to get even better here in the final? From pole position alongside his teammate for KR Sport, Joshua Cook. Into the tram lines we go. Are we good? Yes, green light and away for the final here at PFI. Good start for those. First and third on the grid, it'll be Millwood and Farrow leading under the bridge for the first time. Round the banked left-hand corner onto the bridge for the first time. Once again, Henry, a perfect start from Luke Millwood.
Yeah, he got the drop on Josh Cook. Cook hasn't panicked, though. He slots into third place. Now Millwood will defend into this corner. Farrow swings out wide. Will he try and do a bishop and go around the outside? Not this time. Everyone else following through behind. Up the short straight towards hairpin number 2. And Farrow will get a good run up the short chute now towards the Fullerton S's, but Millwood still holding him off. Cook in third, and then in fourth place it looks like Austin Oman for the Sam Pollock Racing Team has maintained position, and fifth and sixth, one of the Zip Karts, I think Maximilian Abrahart and Sebastian Behrman are next in line.
Well, we've seen throughout the weekend so far that in race trim, Austin Oman has been able to come through the field, had problems in time qualifying that left him starting both of his heats from the back of the grid. This is the first time we've seen him at this stage of a race in the top 5. It's Millwood, Farrow, Cook, Owen, Behrman, Abrahart, Mayer, Masiokas, Page and Roots. That's the top 10 at the end. What a start for James Roots.
I was going to say,
started 20th.
Up to 10th, he shot off like a cat with a firework up its backside. He was so quick. Oh, Farrow, high, wide and handsome, coming up turn number 4. And let's have a look. There's that Evolve Motorsport kart there on your screens. James, the Roots is on fire. He's cooking.
He really is indeed. So change for the lead momentarily with Farrow ahead of Cook. I see Max Jolly just behind James Roots there as well, back at the front of the order. And look at this. Joshua Cook has managed to work his way to the front of the order. Austin Oman up to second place. There's a move going on for fourth place there with Sebastian Behrman. Is alongside Millwood and Abrahart involved there as well. Alfie Mayer had a great start to the day. Was at the front of one of the heats earlier on this morning. Not such a good pre-final, but we know the race pace is there. The Grantham local moving up through the order is now sitting there in 7th place. New fastest lap of the race, Charlie Page, currently in 9th place, a 1 minute 5.71. Who else is on the move? Well, Dean Pahal is improving up to 15th place for the RCE number 23. That's a gain of 9.
Now, of the drivers in this race, the only driver with a Micromax British Championship podium to their name is Luke Millwood, finishing second last year at Glenagorse for the Toby George Motorsport team. The Toby George Motorsport is now effectively the KR Sport Junior section. So Micro and Minimax drivers in KR Sport, they're under the auspices of Toby George. He's overseeing that side of the team. KR Sport, they've got 16 drivers here in total. But yeah, Millwood, the only driver here with a British Championship podium in this class. Austin Oman has come through the Bambino ranks, and I'm just having a little look to see Austin Oman. Has he had, yes, he's had a win and a second place in the British Championship as a Bambino, but not as a micro driver.
Josh Hushka with the new fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 5.28 seconds. James Roots now up to 8th place. That's a gain of 12 so far. Hello to Harrison Leach, one of the junior and senior finals. 4 o'clock for the senior, 4:30 for the junior. Down the inside, here comes Austin Nolan for the lead of the race and takes it. There, early stages of lap number 4. Joshua Cook didn't fight that one too much. Again, wanting to keep the numbers down in this battle at the front of the order. Arthur Farrow there in 3rd place, and Maximilian Abrahart making some good progress into the top 5.
Now, 2 drivers who have sadly gone the other way. George Climo, the Coles Racing number 83, is down to 23rd. George Swire for KR Sport is down to 24th. Going the other way, Dian Pahal up 8 places to 16th, and James Roots up 12 places to 8th.
Harry Radcliffe also gaining positions, another one of the top rookies, 3rd of the rookies at the moment, has gained 4 places so far for Sam Pollitt Racing, is up to 15th. Charlie, wow, that's some good pace from Charlie Page.
Aye.
1 minute 4.93. Charlie Page, you'll see with the green and red details in the number 33.
Very, very distinctive crash helmet design, and there is Charlie Page. So, yeah, he sticks out like a sore thumb, which is great for us commentators, especially for the commentators like myself that are getting slightly older and whose eyesight is maybe not quite what it was.
Well, good sights at the moment for Austin Oman at the front of this field. Oman and Cook working together right now and doing well. There's a bit of a gap growing back to Arthur Farrow there. Arthur Farrow's just got to stay calm, stay smooth at the wheel of the number 24. They get some help from others behind. Long way to go in this race, 9.5 minutes, nearly the full length of a heat race, of course. It's a different proposition, these finals, Henry, with the 15 minutes, particularly at the end of a long weekend.
Yes, indeed. As Max Jolly sets the fastest lap of the race, Joshua Cook had a little look up the inside going around the banking on race leader Austin Oman, but Oman held on. Now, the Xspirit chassis for Sam Pollitt Racing. Sam Pollitt, they've had so many podiums in the British Championship, and I'm looking to see if they've got a win. And I'm just having a little look in the modern era of the British Championship. Sam Pollitt Racing, no, they've got a 2nd and 3 thirds. They have not had a win in the modern era of the British Championship. 8.5 minutes. Can Austin Oman change that statistic?
Oh, he's definitely got a good chance here. Arthur Farrow holding in very nicely right now. He said he just needed to keep it calm. I think he's actually closed in a little bit. Well, by 1/100th of a second. There's Charlie Page down the inside of Alfie Mayer, side by side through the Bruno Ferrari. Yes, it's good racing between Mayer and Page there. Mayer holds on to 7th place. We've got to keep an eye out for Max Jolly, because Max Jolly's now the fastest driver out there on circuit. Sat there in 9th place. We spoke to him earlier on in the weekend for a feature that you can see on the Karting UK. Problems there. Chloe McGill on her debut in the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. A lot of learning, I feel, to be done for Chloe this year, but there's a lot of promise there in the young Scottish driver. But unfortunately, her first final in the British Championships ends on lap 5.
Now, we'll turn our attention to the chasing pack. There are your top 3. then there is a gap of 9/10 of a second. In fact, it's grown to 1.2 seconds. Back to fourth place driver Maximilian Abrahart. There he is, leading Luke Millward, Sebastian Behrman, Charlie Page, Alfie Mayer, Max Jolly, James Roots. And behind Roots is Benedictus Masiokas and Joss Husker. Harris Barber and Maria Roberto also tagging on to that chasing pack. Side by side, oh, that's Millward getting run wide there, 4 wide going onto the bridge. They somehow sort themselves out. Charlie Page in the 33 picks up a couple of positions. Abrahart looking over his shoulder to try and see, come on, let's work together. They've still got 7 minutes plus a lap to go.
Yeah, they've got to get themselves organised fairly sharpish though, otherwise that gap will be too big to pull back in the latter stages. That's Charlie Page down the inside of Luke Millward, and for Luke Millward, this is all going wrong at the moment. The championship leader down to 8th place now, and meanwhile his teammate up front, Joshua Cook, could be on the live championship points taking the lead. On this particular lap, as going through there was that Sebastian Behrman going for an overtake.
Yes, it was. Behrman in the 37, now getting repassed side by side to the final chicane. Abrahart back in the 4th. That's not going to help them, as Charlie Page, new chapter for Page, and he moves up a position as well.
Yes, nicely done by Charlie Page. He's building into this race. It has indeed changed the situation. Still very early stages of this year's championship, but if the race was to finish like this, Josh Cook would head to Lark Hall as the points leader in Micromax UK. Page and Millward fighting once again. This is over 7th place, and Max Jolly's going to come in now, and that's another position lost for Luke Millward. It's just falling away. He's been so strong so far this weekend, but in this final, it's just the pace, the race pace is just not, for whatever reason, it's not there right now.
Now, what Luke Millward needs to do now is just, he's got 5.5 minutes. His team will be signalling for the next 2 laps. His team should be saying, okay, calm down, just sit, gather your thoughts, and let the race come back to you. Because the race will come back to this second group of drivers, as long as they now, calmer heads need to prevail. I don't want to see any side-by-side action from this group. You know, if possible, they need to stay in a line. There they go. Well, of course, kids will be kids. And but they can catch these 3 drivers. But and look at the 3 leaders looking over their shoulders. Now they're thinking, okay, we're going to leave it another lap before we break loose and start battling. Because if we start battling now, this group will catch them. If they continue to run single file for another 2 laps or so, 3 laps, then they should have the race. They'll decide the race amongst themselves for the 3 podium positions. Cook now leads again for KR Sport. KR Sport, 21 wins in the British Championship. That places them just behind Dan Holland Racing, Fusion Motorsport. Oh, Dian Pahal's weekend goes from bad to worse. And the number 23 RCE Kart sadly out of the race. Now they've got themselves sorted out. The gap, 3 seconds between the top 3 and the 4th placing. Update on London Marathon. David Whitehouse has hit his wife. No, sorry. David Whitehouse's wife has hit the half distance of the marathon in 3 hours 10 minutes. I just thought, David, I thought you hit your wife. No. She's still running the London Marathon. This is a marathon, but as the time ticks down, it's going to turn itself into a sprint.
Millward down the inside of Behrman takes another position. That's Millward back up to 4th place. Meanwhile, back with the leading trio, Cook, Oman and Pharaoh. 1, 2, 3 in the pace at the moment. Well, the second group is not closing in right now. There's parity between the group of 3 and the group of 6 or 7 behind. Through the Mike Wilson complex once again. We're here on lap number 11. Joshua Cook one last time out at Wilton Mill in the O-plates. That's why he's got that O-plate on the front of his kart for the rest of 2024. Another lap ticks on by, 0.18 covering the top 3. They're actually starting to pull away now. 1 minute 4.8 is down the inside. There goes Pharaoh. Out of the race is the number 26 of Harry Radcliffe. What a shame, Harry Radcliffe. I think there's a loose bumper at the back there. That's going to be the end of Harry Radcliffe's race for Sam Pollitt Racing. But Pharaoh's taken the lead. as we're having a look here at the Abrahart, Mayer, Millward, Behrman, Page, Jolly group, and Benediktas Masiokas is now a big part of this as well. Look out for the Lithuanian there in the Zip Factory team number 16. But a change at the front of the order to report on here that Pharaoh has found a way ahead of Cook and Oman. And what a story is this? Oh, Charlie Page all over the curb on the entrance to the Fullerton S's there. Kept it going in the correct direction. But I think this is the point where you start to get a bit of a panic going on, Henry, in this group, as they know that catching those top three is a bit beyond them, I think, today.
It does look like that now. Behind the second group that we're watching now, there's a 5-second gap back to Logan Rolfe in 15th and Alfie Garrett. Then it's George Swire, Buddy Hugo, Ansel Murray, George Climo, Lucian Smith, William Crombie, Albert Farrow. They're the only other drivers running. 23 still left in the race. We've lost Harry Ratcliffe, Diapahal, Chloe McGill, and Soren Gallagher didn't take the start. Now it's game on. Now it's 3 wide. Oman to the inside. Put the Sam Pollock racing number 11 into the race lead. For how long? We don't know, because Cook is on the outside. Farrow back up the inside into P2. Oman on points once again.
This is going to be one of those races that's all about timing for these three. Farrow down the inside once again, retakes the lead through the Fullerton S's. Takes control of it once again. Josh Cook now getting a bit nervous perhaps at the wheel of his KR Sport machine, because he's finding himself now in third place, down 1 place from where he started. He would be losing the championship lead as things stand. Over the line, there's going to be 48 seconds remaining. It'll be this lap plus one more. Time will expire side by side between Oman and Cook through and under the bridge, but it's still Farrow, Oman, Cook, 1, 2, 3. The chasing group are now quicker, but only by about half a second a lap. There's simply not enough time remaining for that 3.5 second gap to fully close. Oman to the outside now into hairpin number 1. Farrow holding on side by side between Oman and Cook as they run towards hairpin number 2. What do you do if you're these three drivers? When do you go for the attack? Because there's still a lot of overtaking opportunities for them.
It's the clock will strike 0. Now, Alfie Mayer and Max Abrahart, the two Zip Factory teammates, have broken clear in their scrap for 4th place. But that's off the podium. It's Dan Holland Racing versus Sam Pollock Racing versus KR Sports for the win in Micromax. Here we go, ring the dinner bell, the last lap has begun. Farrow defends through the Bruno Ferrari S's and out onto the banking. Watch for Oman to try and cut underneath him, coming onto the bridge, can't do it. The next opportunity is going to be into this corner, Andrew Mather.
To the inside goes Arthur Farrow. He's going to white line it all the way to hairpin 1. Can he get the braking right? Is there going to be a lane open for Oman? No. Good control from Farrow. Good run. Oh, God, very close there between Oman and Cook. Cook's fallen back a bit. Two drivers going for the same piece of road. Is this the best opportunity now for Arthur Farrow? Through into the Fullerton S's. Through 1, then 2. The corners are ticking on by. Arthur Farrow, who started the day at the side of the road, got a reprieve in the heat, has taken the opportunity with both hands, comes through the final couple of corners and wins at PF International in Micromax. It's going to be close on the line by 0.01. Farrow holds on ahead of Oman and Cook and takes victory for Dan Holland Racing, but nearly celebrated too soon.
There we go. Unofficially, Arthur Farrow steps onto a British Championship podium for the first time. It's the 55th win for Dan Holland Racing in the modern era. Austin Oman equals Sam Pollock Racing's best result in the British Championship. Josh Cook finishes 3rd, but behind him the story, Alfie Mayer and Maximilian Abrahart, Charlie Page and Luke Millward. Millward unofficially, although he'll be disappointed with 7th, he takes the championship lead by 2 points over his teammate Cook, as we look down at the rest of the finishing order, there comes Austin Oman. He passes the nose cone check. He passes the weighing scales. He'll go in to the scrutineering and technical area. He will park very nicely in front of the 1, 2, 3 boards.
There's your winner, Arthur Farrow, and how much will this mean to the Farrow family? Good sportsmanship between the top two there. So the championship scores, Millward 186, Cook 184. Let's throw down there with 2 Parc Fermé. Let's get the thoughts of Nicole Sutherland.
What a way to kick off today's finals. We'll quickly catch up with race winner Arthur. Arthur, this is your first British Kart Championships win. How are you feeling?
Good. I had a bad quali and I didn't think I would do any good at the end of it, but now I'll go home with a win, so I'll take that.
And have you got anybody to thank for this weekend?
My mum, my dad, my granddad, Time, DHR and Gary.
Congratulations, Arthur. We'll also catch up with second place, which is Austin Oman. Austin, how was your race?
I think we did pretty well, yeah.
You definitely did. Second place is fantastic result, especially when this is such a long championship. And going into the rest of the rounds, are you feeling confident?
Yeah.
And Henry, over the commentary, was saying how second place is one of Sam Pollitt's best results in this championship. Do you think he'll be happy with this?
Yeah.
Very well done, Austin. Good luck for the rest of the championship. We'll just go back up to the comms box, who will introduce the next final of our race before we'll see some highlights from the first final.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Indeed, let's have a look at some of the highlights from that first final of the day, first final of the season for Micromax UK. Good start for those on the pole side of the grid. Henry, straight away, Millward into the lead with Farrow following there in second place.
Yeah, and it just goes to show how fortunes can ebb and flow, and timing is key, because Millward led early on, but then he got shuffled back in the space of one corner. Millward was shuffled back to about fifth or sixth position, and then you can see here Farrow in third place. Oh, Art.
Lovely.
Art. Now back to the action, there we go. You can see Farrow. Farrow had a bit of work to do to close in, and he was helped in by Oman and Cook swapping positions, and this just helped Farrow. Farrow took the race lead, and then this is the key moment, I think, coming out of this next corner. Oman had a look for the race lead, or is it a lap later, but then him and Cook managed to sort of connect and slow each other down a little bit, but it's so close.
It was indeed. Joshua Cook having a go there under the bridge, trying to get into P2. Some great defence from Arthur Farrow as they went through. This was a key moment.
Yep.
Very close there
was
between
the move. Yeah,
Owen and Josh Cook. And yeah, just both of them side by side.
And all it left was for Farrow to walk like an Egyptian. To the bangles, to the checkered flag, yes. See what I did there? Pharaoh, Egyptian, bangles.
I'm going to make a prediction now.
Okay.
If it doesn't happen today, I think Austin Oman will be the first Sam Pollitt Racing final winner.
Oh, I think William Antrobus has been warned.
Yes.
Because he's looking good as well. But there we go.
Prove me wrong, SPR drivers for the rest of the day. Very good performance from Oman on what's been a difficult weekend. Right, coming up, next out on circuit will be Honda Cadet after a few of these messages.
Ooh.
Back on the grid ahead of our Honda Cadet final, we'll quickly catch up with Oak Plate winner and pole sitter, Ralphie. Ralphie, how are you feeling ahead of this race?
I'm feeling very nervous and just hope I can do it.
And who would you say, in your opinion, is your biggest competition ahead of this race?
Well, you got Kevin, Ryan, Ed, and Archie Loveridge is all just pushing us down the straight.
Best of luck to you, Ralphie. We'll head back to the comms box to introduce the race.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Ready for the second final here this afternoon at PF International. It is Honda Cadet's GX200 ready to go racing. And Henry, a good amount of experience on this grid. Number of drivers on this one who were here last season, including the champion from last year and the winner of the last Honda Cadet British Championships final here at PF International, Ryan White.
Yeah, but I love the authenticity. You know, he said, yes, you're right, Andrew. You know, plenty of experience on the grid, but then, you know, when Nicole asked Ralphie how you feeling, I'm feeling really nervous because, again, these are just 8 to 12-year-old drivers. How many other sports in the world do you get an 8-year-old speaking to a global audience seconds before they go out for a national level final? Kelly White saying lots of love to Ryan White from Mam, from Casey and all the rest of the family watching at home. Ambition Motorsport, hashtag Blue Army. That's there is race director, one of our race directors, Dan Ashton, centre of the screen, green flag in hand. He will give the drivers a signal. We will still have a rolling lap, I believe. And then they will stop and they will, and it'll be a standing start. Only 13 drivers, but I got a feeling this could be a very, very special race indeed. Now, here's the last question. We've had one final out of 5 decided by 100th of a second.
Yep.
How many other finals, we got 4 including this with the go, is going to be decided by less than 1 second? I don't reckon we're going to have a final decided by more than 1 second all day. There's my prediction. 5 finals out of 5, all decided by less than a second. Your thoughts, Andrew, and then your thoughts, viewers, on the live chat, please.
I'm going to say hello to Maz, cheering on Margaret Kvekis. Here is your grid. Ralphie Branscombe starts on pole position. Can he repeat the win that he had last time out at the O Plate at Wilton Mill? He's joined on the front row of the grid by the reigning Honda Cadet GX200 champion, Ryan White. Archie Loveridge starts on row 2 alongside Margaret Kvekis in his first final in the British Kart Championships. Ed Spain and Kevin Ivanov on row 3. Archie Cannon and Riley Blakemore on row 4.
Harry Grant, worst mechanic in the world and all, on the Project 1, starts 9th alongside Esme Rosie, Shay Hilton and Kian Sullivan on the British Racing Karts, the BRK chassis, and Jayan Prakash. So, 1 minute 7.91 for Jayan Prakash. Can the youngster, the least experienced driver in the field, he's been running at the back, can he improve on his personal best lap time in this last race? Gemma Crosby saying good luck Archie Cannon from teammate Luke McGaul and family. Andrew Pierce, keep pushing Harry Grant. 0.2 is what we're going to get this race decided by. David Whitehouse saying 1 final decided by more than a second, and it's going to be senior Rotax.
Ooh, that's a different choice.
Have you been drinking, Dave? Have you been watching the senior Rotax racing, David? Come on now. You could do, in the words of Chris Sutton on Radio 5 Live, you could do better than that.
So this is race 25 on the schedule for this weekend at PF International. Andrew Mather and Henry Baudet on commentary duties for you this weekend. Honda Cadet GX200, always great fun commentating on these races. Henry, the drivers coming into their starting positions now.
Yes.
Branscombe versus White, Loveridge versus Kvekis. See, I feel like we've had so many stories with this group of drivers already, and we're only at round 1 of 4.
They are indeed. It is Branscombe, pink crash helmet, left-hand side of your screen, just adjusting his visor, making sure that the vents on the front of his crash helmet are open clearly. On the outside, Ryan White, visor down, reflecting in the sunshine, which has covered this corner of Lincolnshire this afternoon. And Dan Ashton, we will wait. There is the green flag. Attention now turns to the starting gantry. Red lights are on. Red lights are out. We're off and racing. Branscombe gets a decent start, but Ryan White from the outside of row 1 gets the whole shot.
Really good start there from Ryan White. Immediately takes the lead. Branscombe into second place. Good start as well for Margaret Kavekis is up to third place. They run up onto the bridge then for the first time. It's 15 minutes plus 1 lap once again for the Honda Cadet field. But immediately after that great start by Ryan White is being reeled in. This is what we come to expect in Honda Cadet. This early stage all about these drivers just getting into a nice rhythm and keeping themselves as part of the discussion.
Yeah, this race is going to look like a multi-coloured 4-stroke slinky. They're going to expand and then they're going to contract. They're going to expand and then they're going to contract. As White leads into the Fullerton S's. There's the leader of the Blue Army, Ed Spain, as Branscombe runs a little bit wide onto the grass blocks as they head down the back straight into Bobby Game corner. And now the Mike Wilson complex. And here we go, out of the Mike Wilson complex. Oh, Branscombe runs a little bit wide, but that's going to give him a good run through the final chicane onto the start-finish straight. Let's see if Branscombe can tow up. You can see the gap there as they cross the start-finish line. Look at the slipstream. By the time he gets to the first corner, he's literally touching the rear bumper of Ryan White.
Well, Branscombe's had the full haul of points so far this weekend. 65 from his performance in the heat, 65 from the pre-final earlier on. So doesn't necessarily need to win this race to lead the championship, but I don't think he's going to be thinking of that right now. He wants the race win this afternoon. Here comes Kevin Ivanov, who took the checkered flag first of the drivers at the O-Plate, but had that 5-second penalty, which handed the title of O-Plate winner to Ralphie Branscombe, who had that opportunistic move for second on the road on that last lap. I still think, for me, Henry, that number 50 in race trim is the fastest kart. Was the fastest package here this weekend. Good to see him up to third.
I think you could be right, and what Kevin Ivanov has got to try, he's got to tame the package. You know, he's got a very, very quick package underneath him, but it's then making those right decisions and not overdoing things and pushing the envelope when it doesn't need to. And sometimes, you know, instead of trying to go and force the issue, you know, let the engine do the work for you. And there he goes, up into P2, clean as a whistle. Branscombe back to third. White still leads.
Well, he's up to second place now. That's where Ivanov finished the race last year in the 2023 edition of the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. Their last visit here to Lincolnshire. 12 minutes and 10 seconds to go, though. Still a lot of time to run. Change further back in the order. Harry Grant has got past Shea Hilton for 11th place. Bright start as well for Keane Sullivan to report. Has gained 3 positions so far. He's up to 9th. Good work there. A difficult start this weekend.
Yes.
Having a retirement. Well, effectively, it did not start in the first round of heats.
Yes, and it just goes to show, even in a small grid like this, if you have one bad result, it does take time to work your way back up into a prominent position. There is the, that graphics kit, the Sharp International Transport, the Jamie and Joe Sharp's team company that have been in karting for a long, long time. And of course, Jamie, a Walter Hayes Trophy. No, not Walter Hayes, a Brands Hatch Formula Ford Festival winner. Jamie Sharp, that kart looks like it's Jamie, JM Prakash. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, JM Prakash updates. New personal best lap, 107.88, and it's only lap 3. Well done, JM.
Yeah, really good performance there from JM, learning all the time here this weekend. We spoke to him at the O-Plate, and looking forward to see how he develops across the course of 2024. Fastest driver on the circuit. We'll come back to that, because here's a move for the lead. Ivanov trying to go down the inside through the Fullerton S's. White was wise to that one. These two finished in this order back in October, the last time the drivers were here for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Branscombe still there in third, Spain fourth, Lovebridge having a quiet race at the moment there in fifth place. Here goes Ivanov again. Can he get it done into the Bruno Ferrari S's? Yes, he can. And here comes Branscombe looking to the outside now as they go under the bridge. Going for second place, but wise positioning there from Ryan White. He holds it to second place, but new leader, and his name is Kevin Ivanov.
And Ed Spain moving into third position with an excellent move just after the move for the lead. Ed Spain at the inside of the banking into P3. And look at that, almost the whole field, 9 out of the 13 karts are, well, you could fit them all on a postage stamp. They're so close together. Coming down the short chute, there's Cian Sullivan at the back of the lead train. What did we say? We've been taught, all it's been is Rotax, Rotax, Rotax. Are the Hondas going to steal a march and produce the race of the day?
Well, quite possibly. Still very close here with a good number of laps remaining. Coming around to complete lap number 5. Ivanov, I think he's just going to pace himself here. Wants to make sure that he's quick at the end of these races and just hold everybody at a Honda Cadet arm's length. Has the rest of the field.
Arm's length in Honda Cadet is about 3 millimeters.
Yes.
Yeah. As they go over the bridge. And you can see even in the top 9, there's the next 3 drivers, 10th, 11th and 12th. Harry Grant, Esme Rosie and Shea Hilton. They're next in line. And you know what? They're not far off the lead. We could have 12 out of the 13 drivers all battling for the race win.
Included in that, I think I'm going to throw in the number 42 of Archie Cannon. Archie having arguably the strongest race of the number 42's weekend so far. It's just gone fastest of anyone, a 1 minute 5.9. Battle side by side through the Fullerton S's once again between Spain, Branscombe and Lovebridge. This is an opportunity now. There's a bit of a gap between White there in second place and Spain in third, but just as soon as we've said that, the gap closes back in again. The slinky effect showing itself once again at the end of lap number 6, but it's another lap down for Kevin Ivanov, doing all he can do right now, leading this race and controlling the pace.
Now the second of the multi-blue coloured Ambition Motorsport kart has moved into 7th place. That's Riley Blakemore. I know Riley's nan and granddad are watching. How do I know that, Andrew? Because they put it in the live chat. Yeah, there we go. I should have said because I'm psychic and I know these things. I can sense them, but no, they put it in the live chat. Young Riley, he's doing an excellent job, and I love that. Nan and Granddad, the next time that Nan sees Riley, what the Nans do, they sort of like slip you a $5. They say, don't tell your mother and father. It's like they're doing some sort of drug deal. They slip you a $5 and say, there you go, lads. Don't tell your mum and dad. But he could earn more than a $5 if he keeps on marching his way up the order, because he is just behind the number 15 kart of Margaris Kavekis, and 1.5 seconds separating the top 9.
Indeed. So we're into the second half on the time of this 15-minute plus 1 lap final. Live coverage of the Honda Cadet GX200 final here at PF International. Still Ivanov leading from White, Spain, Branscombe, Lovebridge. They're all just keeping themselves in play right now. It's the top 9 covered by 1.5 seconds. Good scrap going on further down between Harry Grant, Esme Rosie and Shea Hilton. But now it's started to get a little bit more boisterous out there. A bit wide for Ryan White. Here's Branscombe looking down the inside, but no, just in the end, settles back into 4th place. I think that's quite a wise move there from Ralphie Branscombe. It would need to have been a big stop on the brakes to get it locked down for 3rd place ahead of Ed Spain with a lot of risk.
Yeah, like I said yesterday, this is, the word on the street is this is a ruddy great rumpus. This is, I have to say. Ivanov looking over his shoulder. White and then Spain sitting there. Branscombe in 4th position, followed by Archie Loveridge. Then it's Kavekis. Followed by Blakemore, Cannon and Sullivan. Every once in a while, Cian Sullivan looks like he's falling off this lead group. He's now actually passed Blakemore and Archie Cannon, but the top 6 are threatening to break away from 7th, 8th and 9th. There we go, 2, 4, 6. In fact, the top 5 with Margaris Kavekis, running the risk now of losing touch. We've still got just under 6 minutes plus 1 lap to go.
Well, it's a familiar situation for Kavekis. We saw this in the pre-final. We saw him be able to hold himself in there and take opportunities later on in the race. 5.5 minutes remaining to go. Warning flag for the number 68. That's Riley Blakemore currently in 8th place. Oh, look at this, side by side towards the Fullerton S's. Very close between Spain and Branscombe. Here's the opportunity surely for Loveridge now with a bit of an assist from behind as away and gone now are Ivanov and White. They can keep this formation going because a big gap now to third that's emerged. I think Archie Loveridge at the front of it. Yes, indeed. Look, Keir Sullivan, all of a sudden is in the top 5.
And I got to say, if we look back, that could be the moment that decides the top 2. That could be the moment of the race. Going into Ed Spain, Ralphie Branscombe, slowing each other down, slowing everybody down. And in the space of 1 corner, look at the gap that has developed between Ivanov, White and the rest. It's over 1.5 seconds. They're still tripping over each other. Ed Spain has fallen right back to the tail end of this second group of karts now. Frederick Chang on the live chat. Again, these drivers are 8 to 12 years old. Hard to believe. There's Keir Sullivan, who has now sort of moved himself into a position where he can fight for the final step of the podium. But one thing is that Ryan White in 2nd place, he's moving to within 5 points of Ralphie Branscombe in the championship lead.
Well, again, we've seen over the years that 1.4 seconds, it's a decent battle buffer, but not insurmountable. So for Loveridge, Branscombe, Sullivan, they've got to believe right now that they can close in on Ivanov and White with the time remaining, and there's the best part of 4 minutes of it still on the clock. That's what you need if you're Ralphie Branscombe. New fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 5.69. That last lap, that pace was half a second quicker than that of Ivanov and White. So do the maths. Less than 2 second gap. There's going to be more than 4. Oh, now what's that? Is that a piece of debris?
Oh, it's a chain guard.
Now the question is,
who's
chain guard? Because that is going to result in a mechanical flag for somebody. Now, did it come off one of the front leaders? We're having a look out of our window.
Oh, someone is about to get their heart broken because a chain guard is a mechanical flag. Let's have a look as they come out of this. So there's Ivanov and Branscombe.
Oh, it's off White. It's Ryan White.
Oh dear, it's a plain white chain guard. It's a non-branded chain guard for the privateer driver. Is it game over for Ryan White? Well, obviously we can say something. He's looking down. He knows. What does he do? And that could get, well, that's, you think to yourself, oh, that's great news for Kevin Ivanov. No, because Ryan White's going to have to pit, and then Ivanov's going to be all on his own. Nobody is going to be pushing him along, and Branscombe and Loveridge will be trying to work together to close in. Hand in the air from Ryan White, chain guard off. Oh, devastation for Ryan White. The defending and reigning British champion will not win this one, and that will push him. He was second in the point standings. He will have a little... It was, oh, dearie me. Never mind.
The motorsport gods have not smiled down favourably on Ryan White today. He'll see the body, but he knows, hand in the air. Well, you've got to give it to Ryan White. Pits in, follows the instructions of the officials straight away. That's good sportsmanship.
So now we look at the gap there. Oh, no. And again, I know Nicole Sutherland is down there, but these are 8 to 12-year-olds, and you don't want to shove a camera in their face when obviously, the disappointment is. But now, here's the key. Branscombe and Loveridge started this lap 0.6 of a second behind Ivanov. Ivanov is on his own. Branscombe and Loveridge are literally super glued together and trying to work up, and they're going to catch him before the end of this lap.
Yeah, they took 0.5 of a second out of Ivanov last time around. So, the gap's going to go on this lap if the progress continues. Another bit of improvement for Archie Cannon. Has just got past Riley Blakemore for 7th place, but we're going to hold here at the front of the order. 1 minute on the clock here at PF International. Kevin Ivanov has led so many laps of this Honda Cadet GX200 class, either here this weekend at PF International or 3 weekends ago at Wilton Mill, but hasn't tasted victory yet in 2024. He looks over his shoulder. He sees his Zip Factory teammate Archie Loveridge right there. There's going to be 2 more laps, and there's a communication. There it is. Ivanov and Loveridge started like this. There was 0.01 second between them on lap time in the first timed free practice of the weekend. They know the strategy. Work together. Push together, drop Ralphie Branscombe, and then fight for the win on the final lap.
Well, privateer drivers such as Ralphie Branscombe, privateers have won 42 finals in the modern era. To break that record, to move on to 43, Branscombe will have to beat not 1 but 2 Zip Karts, and of course the number 42 synonymous with Zip Karts and the late great Martin Hines. Sometimes there is poetry within numbers and statistics, but Zip on their way potentially to a 4th win of the modern era. But Branscombe is there, and we know Branscombe can really manage the last lap of a race. And Ivanov is going to be thinking, lightning can't strike 3 times. Just get through the last lap, which starts now, without getting a penalty.
Indeed, so the final lap boarded. You've got to give it to Ralphie Branscombe in that second half of the penultimate lap. He was closing in. This is a key phase. Ivanov and Loveridge keeping this formation for Zip Factory team off of the bridge. Branscombe, how on earth is he doing this? The physics tell us it shouldn't be possible for the single driver to be closing in the pair ahead of him, but that's exactly what Ralphie Branscombe is doing. We've seen Ivanov and Loveridge hold position in races before this weekend, but this is different. This is a final. This is for a win in the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships to go into the history books here at the Premier Circuit in the country. Into Bobby Game corner they go. They're still holding this formation.
Branscombe.
Branscombe's gone down the inside on Loveridge for second place. That's good news if you're Kevin Ivanov, because that's going to take any opportunity for Loveridge to attack away. Kevin Ivanov comes round the final corner and this time takes a checkered flag and will win in Honda Cadet GX200 at PF International. Second here last year. It's the first place trophy for the number 50. It elevates him to 3rd in the championship scores. It's a Zip Factory 1-2. Ivanov from Loveridge, Ralphie Branscombe finishing in 3rd.
Memories of O-Plate heartache fade to insignificance as Ivanov celebrates his first British Championship win, a 4th for the Zip Factory team, and it's a 1-2 finish for Earl and Tuesday Hines' boys, with O-Plate champion Ralphie Branscombe finishing 3rd and holding on to the early season championship lead. Margaris Kavekis finishes 4th. Kian Sullivan, a great result for Kian to finish 5th. And then the Blue Army, Ed Spain, Riley Blakemore 6th and H, Archie Cannon 7th, another privateer, Shay Hilton, Harry Grant, Esme Rose and Jayan Prakash with his fastest lap of the weekend in the final. Rounds out the finishers. Poor old Ryan White. Oh, now, Ivanov, he wanted a park in front of the number 1 plate, but Arthur Farrow still got his go-kart there. Now, you would have thought, with the 874 people that Dan Holland Racing have got here, one of them would have moved his go-kart. But anyway, enough of that. Nicole Sutherland, our lady on the spot, take it away.
What a race by our Honda Cadet grid. They're some of the youngest drivers at this event, but still put on a fantastic show. We'll just catch up with second place Archie. Archie, are you happy with that result?
Yeah, very.
Can you tell us a little bit about the race? We saw you and Ralphie were having a nice battle. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, it was quite good.
And have you got anybody to thank for this weekend?
My mum and dad.
Great, thanks.
And Kart.
Thanks, Archie. We'll just go over to race winner as well, Kevin Ivanov. Kevin, we saw you unfortunately had a bit of bad luck at the O plate after such a strong performance, but this weekend you've definitely redeemed that. How are you feeling?
I mean, I'm feeling great. I don't know what I would have done without my teammate.
And so the next event is Larcool. Do you reckon you can replicate the same result there?
I mean, hopefully. I've never been there, but I'll try my best.
Is there anybody you'd like to thank for this weekend?
I would like to thank my mum, my dad, Zip Kart Factor and my teammates, and RM Engines.
Congratulations, Kevin. Provisional winner for this weekend. We will be heading over to our next final of the day, but before then, we'll just catch up on some highlights.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Indeed, let's have a look at some of the highlights from that Honda Cadet GX200 final. This was the start, a great one for Ryan White. Straight from P2, immediately taking the lead ahead of Ralphie Branscombe. Clean start for all of the runners. But as always with the Honda Cadet final, getting the start is one thing, staying in the lead is very much another.
Yeah, indeed. I was going to say, look at the highlights. Have you got a 12 minutes or so to spare? Because that was one non-stop highlight reel. The race ebbed and flowed wonderfully. You know, like we said, the slinky effect. The gaps will grow, but then the nature of four-stroke racing and the wonderful, the beauty of these simple Honda. Well, they're simple. In karting terms, they're simpler to look after, to maintain, but there's still a real dark art to get him to move quickly. There, Ivanov and Leverage moving together, and occasionally, you know, I thought there was going to be absolute chaos going into, you know, into the Fullerton S's, but fair play to these drivers, especially here. Look how close Branscombe and White were to coming together there. But that's the moment that sort of allowed White and Ivanov to escape initially. But then, and Cross-Eyed Lion on the live chat has spotted there's a chain guard wobbling. It was Weebles wobbles, but they don't fall down. Well, in this case, it fell off.
Yeah, and that would be the end of Ryan White's race. There it was. There was the errant chain guard that Ralphie Branscombe was very lucky to meet with the front bumper there, and not anything that would have been damaged by that hit with the chain guard. That was the reaction of Ryan White. Wanted to go back to back here at PFI with round wins in Honda Cadet GX200. It wasn't to be. But that's an overdue victory, I'd say, Henry. Kevin Ivanov has been fantastic so far whenever we've seen him race in 2024.
Correct.
A fully deserving winner here at PFI.
And yes, well, the little wee Ryan, he'll be back at the next round of the Honda Championship. Branscombe made the move for second, and I'm not sure if Branscombe hadn't have made that move, but whether they would have maybe been able to, a bit of a drag race to the line, winning margin 0.4 of a second. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And here is a look. Next up will be Minimax. Don't forget, boys and girls, 4 o'clock local time. The next 3 races, and we're not trying to say don't tune into this one, because obviously it's going to be a fantastic race. However, the showstopper is next. So, here's a new feature. Let's have a walk out onto the grid with Nicole Sutherland and Emerson McAndrew-Uren.
So we're going to walk out onto the grid with Emerson. How's your weekend been so far?
Yeah, we've been really fast all weekend, and I hope I can continue that in the final and maybe hopefully win.
And last year you were our Micromax champion. Has it been different in Minimax for you?
Yeah, the grids are way harder this year, but I still have to try and do my best.
And you're running with Dan Holland this year. What advice has Dan and the team been giving you?
They're an amazing team and they just support you all the way, and I think they're a great team.
And for you, this is very, very talented grid. In your opinion, who's your biggest competition? Who do you look out for?
My biggest competition is probably like Albie Friend, because like he's a good driver and he almost won it last year. So.
Great to speak to you, Emerson. We'll catch up with you a little bit later on. We'll just have a quick walk down the rest of the grid as they head out onto the circuit. probably see if we can catch up with... Let's have a look. They'll all run off now because they don't want to speak to me. Too concentrated.
Straight down on the
Max. Max, how's your weekend been so far?
It's been going good. Had a bad heat one. My engine didn't start, so we just hope for starting 9th, just hope to get up the field.
And you've recently joined the Thule Motorsport awning. How have you been getting on in there? What kind of advice has Drew and the team been giving you?
Just get through there, get stuck in. If you're going to have to defend, just defend, and we've just got to get stuck in there.
And I just asked the same question to your competitor, Emerson. Who would you say is your biggest competition?
Top 5. Normally just go push with top 5 and then try and have a good battle at the end.
Great to speak to you, Max. We'll head up to the front of the grid where we have pole sitter Albie Friend. Albie, undoubtedly one of the fastest drivers on this grid, always successful in these events, and he's with the Strawberry Racing team again this year. We'll go and have a quick chat with him, just see his thoughts on the race. Albie, just quickly, how are you feeling ahead of the final?
Feeling good. Just hoping for a win, or just a win, so to get the best points possible.
And do you tend to drive a final differently from how you drive a heat or a pre-final?
No, not really. I just want to win all of them, but it gets scrappier as the weekend goes on, so yeah, I've just got to deal with that and see how it goes.
Best of luck to you, Albie. We'll hopefully catch up with you a little bit later on. We'll clear the grid now and head back up to the comms box, who'll introduce the race.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Great work as always, getting the insights of the drivers here for Minimax 950, the inter-category, ages of 10 to 13 years here at PF International. Once again, it'll be 15 minutes plus 1 lap for a field of 34 drivers. This is the first category that we've seen this in the second part of this afternoon, who have had a repechage to get through if you're towards the back end of the grid, and the initial 28 qualified directly through 2 sets of heats for each driver earlier on in the weekend. Keep your messages of support. Hello to Roger Lung and Ethan Haig, both cheering on Albie there. Spoke to him on the grid. Calm and concentrated there is Albie Friend, second in the championship here last year. In terms of this race last year, it was Cole Denham who took the win last time. Minimax UK had, Minimax 950 had a final here at PF International, but you look at some of the other names who's won one of these races in the mini Rotax category over the years. 2022, Scott Marsh was your winner. 21, Harrison Crowther. Well, they've both gone on to bigger and better things.
Yes.
And, Archie Kitching as well in 2019. Who's going to join that list? We'll find out across the course of the next 20 minutes or so, including, as I say, within that 50-minute plus 1 lap final. It is 3:30 here in Lincolnshire. Following up after this, senior Rotax at 4 o'clock and the junior final at 4:30. So do keep it locked here on your broadcast platform of choice. Andrew Mather and Henry Baudette on commentary for you through every moment of these races.
Yes, here's an interesting statistic for those of you that are that way inclined. Coles Racing and Dan Holland Racing have both got 9 wins in Minimax. Can Dan Holland make it 10? Here we go. Minimax up next.
Here's your grid then for the Minimax 950 final. Albie Friend on pole position alongside on the front row Joshua Griffin, Harry Taylor and Finley Lyons on row 2, Luca Holmes-Ballack and Jensen Chalk on row 3, Emerson McAndrew-Uren and Zadek Babacek on row 4.
Row number 5, Max Gilman and then Jack Collinson, Oliver Spencer and Kian Bernard are on row 6. Blair Smith and Riley Murrow, row 7, Adam Turacek and Josh Cormack, row 8.
Finley Hines and Edward Haynes on row 9. Theo Bradshaw and Jamie Ambrose on row 10. Alfie Ward and Tom Reed on row 11. And row 12, Leo Livings and Devin Taylor.
The last few drivers, Benjamin Lawn, Canada's Olivier Chassé, Sebastian Clark and Archie Rogers-Tyler, then Jensen Walker, Hasnain Khan, Louis Radcliffe and Zach Starbuck. Zach will be coming from the back of the field, watch for him, Alex Goodson and Charlie King. Watch also for Edward Haynes on row number 9. Can the Thule Motorsport Force driver do anything from the 9th row of the grid? Here we go, lights are out, we're off and racing in Minimax. Friend leads the field through the Bruno Ferrari S's and under the bridge on the opening lap. And they fan out 3 and 4 wide through the banking and somebody on the grass. And it looks like a zip cart to me. That could be, well, Zach Starbuck was at the back of the field. But we'll have a little look. Change for second, Holmes Paddock, but Friend still leads.
Yeah, good start, clean start in the most part for all 34 runners. Out of hairpin number 2 and towards the Fullerton S's for the first time. It's a breakaway of 4. Friend, Holmes Ballack, Griffin and Taylor all involved. It's over to the rest of them, led by Finley Lines to challenge change between the DHRs there for 3rd place. But Albie Friend will be pretty pleased, I think, with that first lap. Controlled it from pole position, got the reaction to the lights right, and will lead at the end of this first lap. 2nd place is Luca Holmes Ballack, Griffin 3rd, Taylor 4th. Good start for Riley Murrow, up 6 places already, is into 8th place. Also on the move, Edward Haynes, as predicted, Henry's up 3, and the farmer, Tom Reed, up 4 spots to 18th. Hasnain Khan has also had a good start, up 9 to 21st.
7Z, I think, easy win for Lubimov. Well, Nikita Lubimov, the Estonian driver, he's not here. Sorry. So, but I'm sure that if he was here, he would be contending for the win. But, wishful thinking there on the live chat. Here we go. It is Friend now back to 3rd place. Holmes Ballack and Joshua Griffin lead the way from Friend, and then Harry Taylor. Behind them is Finley Lines. Now, remember the first race, the pre-final rather, where Finley Lines was closing in on the lead trio at the end of the race. Now he's got to do it all again, and we got another battle for the race lead. New leader, Scotland's Joshua Griffin.
Yeah, good move there by Griffin into the first couple of corners. Finley Lines' new fastest lap of the race. Friend down the inside takes 2nd place away from Luca Holmes Ballack. This is one of those races that's going to go back and forth, and back in the favour, I'd say. His Friend has a look down the inside but thinks better of it to go for it. I think he was a bit undecided there whether to go for the move or not. Holds in 2nd place, but here comes the chasing pack. There is Finley Lines with the O-plate, the green helmet. Brilliant performance from Lines at Wilton Mill a few weeks ago. He's going to have a bit of more work, I feel, in this final if he's going to win it. But he's closing in, and it's now that initial quartet are back as part of the main peloton, as it were, of these Minimax drivers.
Indeed, that's the thing with Finley Lines. You give Lines a sniff of victory, and he is, on it like a tramp on chips. Now, out of the final corner, Friend trying to break away with Josh Griffin. Then a gap back to the 2 Synergy teammates, Holmes Ballack Lines, McAndrew Uren and Harry Taylor next. Jensen Cho, I think Auntie Jody is giving Jensen some support on the line, on the live chat. Riley Murrow in 8th, then Babicek, the Czech Republic-based driver, and Gilman rounding out your top 10 ahead of Bernard, Smith, Collinson, Haynes up to 14th, then Tom Reed, Spencer, Turacek, Khan, Bradshaw and Finley Hines rounding out your top 20. It doesn't look like Coles Racing are going to take their 10th Minimax win in this race. Their leading driver is Hines down in P20.
Yeah, good defence there from Jensen Chalk, keeping ahead of Riley Moore for 7th place. Griffin and Friend feel right now, Henry, they know they have to work together right now. They cannot afford to let Lines, Holmes, Ballack and Taylor back into this one. They've got a good gap with 11 minutes remaining on the clock. Let's have a look at what the pace is like as they come round to finish lap number 4. 1 minute 1.5s for the two leaders, as that is Taylor down the inside of Luca Holmes-Ballack. At the moment, Finley Lyons is 0.4 of a second quicker than the front two. 1 minute 1.0, 3 wide going onto the bridge. I hope that gets sorted out before they get to the next couple of apexes, and I believe they did. Good driving. Here goes Friend down the inside for the lead. Spot on the brakes. Takes the lead away from Joshua Griffin, but that has definitely brought Finley Lyons back into play now. The O-plate holder is there, less than 0.3, 0.4 of a second behind.
On the live chat, Martin Hallam was used to watch Finley's dad Stuart Lyons racing the Volkswagen Audi Group Trophy. He goes, does that make it old? No, Martin, it doesn't make you old. Makes you let the ancients.
No, Stuart's very proud of what Finley's doing. Here's a move from Joshua Griffin, and through as well goes Finley Lyons. Both of them ahead of Albert Friend. Round onto the bank. Once again, a Lyons lead. No, he doesn't, because back comes Friend. Well, Albert Friend goes from first to second to third to second to first in the space of about 10 seconds. That's Minimax 950 to the core. Harry Taylor's approaching now as well there in 4th place. Luca Holmes-Ballack and Emerson McAndrew-Ewan 5th and 6th. But that's classic Albie Friend. The second he gets overtaken, he's like, no, I'm striking straight back here. Brilliant overtake to retake the lead.
You look in any off-track footage and Albie Friend has always got a beaming smile on his face. That smile belies an absolute tiger when he gets back behind the wheel. You cannot. He doesn't know how to spell give up. He can't give up. He won't give up. And he will never, ever admit he's beaten. He will take the fight to anybody down to the wire. New leader, Finley Lyons.
Great move down the inside by Lyons. Takes the lead back, but Friend once again going for the lead. Oh, big chunk of curb coming off the bridge. I think that's going to cost Albie Friend right now, as here come the DHRs. Here come Joshua Griffin and Harry Taylor. Now, we should note there has been a warning flag to the 153 of Harry Taylor, so he has attracted the attention of the officials. Needs to be on best behaviour for the remainder of this race. Further down the order, just to note, some great drives through the field. Tom Reed up 9 spots now to 13th. Edward Haynes up 6 to 12th, and also in double figures for number of positions gained. Khan, Radcliffe and King all scrapping inside or around the top 20.
Well, I've got to say, Finley Lyons has checked out.
This is what we've seen.
0.5 of a second in the first lap. Last lap, he did a 101.34. The chasing pack did 101.7s. Now the pressure's on Griffin and Taylor and Friend. Behind second, third and fourth, you've got a 3-kart battle for fifth between Holmes-Ballack, McAndrew-Uren and reigning Micromax Rotax Grand Finals champion Jensen Chalk. So Finley Lyons, he's not beating the best in Britain, he's beating the best in Europe and the world, because British drivers dominated Europe and the Grand Finals last year. Incredible stuff from the Synergy driver, Mike Spencer and Rob Hanscom, and the rest of the Synergy team. And of course, Finn's mechanic, Macaulay Austin, of sort of this weekend, it was a job of, Wilton Mill, everything went their way.
Yep.
And it's easy to win when everything's going your way. This weekend, Finley's had a lot of adversity to overcome. So the job of dad and team and mechanic is to get young driver back into the right headspace and sort of tell him, don't overdrive, don't overreact. Like I said, let the package do the talking. Let the car, let the engine, let the handling do the talking. You just do your bit as well, and everything will be clover.
I've got to say, Joshua Griffin's digging deep here. That was a great last lap from Griffin. 1 minute 1.2, a personal best. Pulled in quarter of a second of Lyons' lead. So it's 2/3 of a second that covers the top 4. Emerson McAndrew-Ewan and Luca Holmes-Ballack still pushing on there with Jensen Chalk for company. That's the chase group, 5th, 6th and 7th. You just see them there at the back of your shot. This is at a classic middle phase now. Everybody knows what they've done so far in the first half of this race. Everybody knows what's at stake for the remaining time on the clock, and you don't want to throw it away. Still with 5 minutes and 43 seconds to go. End of lap 9. It's Lines, Griffin, Taylor, Friend, McAdoo-Uren, Holmes, Ballack, Chalk, Zednek, Babacek then leads the next group behind. That also includes Edward Haynes, Max Skillman, Riley Murrow and Tom Reed, who's now up 10 places in this race to 12th.
Yeah, indeed. And we've still got all 34 drivers running, which is great to see. Lines. And of course, wouldn't it be poetic if it came down to a battle between Finley Lines and Joshua Griffin for this final win? And there's the chasing pack. So there's the 118 of Jensen Chalk side by side behind. There's Edward Haynes. Haynes, the baby-faced assassin, is now up into 8th place.
A gain of 9 from where Haynes started for Thule Motorsport, and he's getting some help from Max Skillman as well. The two Thule Motorsport drivers piloting things well right now. End of lap 10 then. What is the gap looking like at the very front of the field? Well, it's stabilised. Identical lap times for the two leaders to the 100th of a second last time around. Harry Taylor, a relative chasm of 200ths slower on that last lap round. And Friend was actually the quickest of them last time. So it's still that pack of 4 looking a bit further back. This is, was that Tom Reed looking down the inside on the Strawberry? Yes, it is, the 111. That's going past Riley Murrow in the 138. That's Reed up to 11th.
The Strawberry race, the junior arm of the Strawberry racing team, which is helped run by Mark Baines, and Mark has been celebrating Sheffield Wednesday won earlier on today, so Mark's in good spirits. During the match, I think it was 12:30 kick-off, apparently there were kids being thrown around the awning, there was, windows being broken and everything like that, but all is now well with the world, and the Strawberry racing drivers have picked themselves up and are now going back to the front.
They are indeed. So another lap ticks on by. Lines still comfortable at the moment out front, quite happy to lead this group, but Griffin starting to apply the pressure as Blair Smith out of the race. It's been a tough weekend for Blair Smith. Was 8th in the final here last year. It won't be this year. Change of lead. Griffin to the front and Fred down the inside as well. What has happened to Lines? Well, he's down to 4th place now. He's trying to fight back round the outside of Joshua Griffin for 3rd, but that's completely changed the story of this race now. Albie Friend once again back into the lead.
Yes, indeed. Again, you just can't keep a good man down. Friend from the lead, back to 2nd, back to 3rd, back to the lead. Now what can Finley Lines do? Now we'll see what he's made of. He's been forced back to 4th position. We got less than 3 minutes to go. He's going to either, I hate saying it, it's either going to be win it or bin it. This is a key moment for Finley Lines now. Can he keep his head? He's got a championship to think about.
It has indeed.
Are they all these drivers do? At the moment, Friend would be your championship leader over Griffin, Holmes, Ballack, Taylor and Lines in 5th. But Lines, he's got the kart to get to the front, but he's got 3 supremely talented world-class drivers in front of him. Here's the first move. There's Griffin to the inside. Door shuts in Lines' face. Stays 4th. Friend's going to start backing them up. Friend is going to start not messing with them, but backing them up, trying to wait and almost feel the little push from behind and then go. What can Finley Lines do? What can Griffin do? Harry Taylor. This is the best I've ever seen Harry Taylor drive.
It really has been an impressive performance from Harry Taylor here this weekend. Less than 2 minutes to go then. Albie Friend continues to lead. Finished 9th in the final here last year, a final where he was going for the championship. In the end, finished P2. To the start of the 2024 campaign. As there's the move from Lines down the inside of Harry Taylor for 3rd place. Can he get it done at the top of the banking? Yes, he can. So that's one position for Finley Lines. Now he'll set about trying to find a way past Joshua Griffin, which of course he had to do on the way to winning the O-Plate in in somewhat strange circumstances. Friend defends to the inside and successfully through hairpin 1, but here comes the attack through hairpin 2. Lines looking to the outside now. Is there going to be a switchback available for him into the Fullerton S's? Griffin squeezes a little bit, but leaves enough racing room. That's good racing between Lines and Griffin. Lines up to second place. Friend checks over the shoulder, sees he's got about, what would you say, 4 or 5 kart length lead.
I tell you what, he's
going down all the time.
I'll tell you what the gap is. The gap is not enough.
Not enough.
Not
2
yet.
laps to go then. Albert Friend comes round, sees 30-odd seconds on the clock remaining, but if he looks over his shoulder, he'll see the bright green helmet and O-plate of Finlay Lines is there in second place now. All to play for here at PFI.
Here we go, over the bridge for the penultimate time. They descend towards hairpin number 1, 180 degrees right. Up the short chute, 180 degrees left. Up the second short chute, and then a 90 left and a 90 right to the Fullerton S's. Onto the back straight. This parcel of land here in Lincolnshire has seen some of the best kart racing I've ever witnessed in my 20-something years in this sport. And I've got a feeling as the clock strikes 0, it's about to see another 1 minute and 1 second of stuff that will live long in the memory. Friend, Lines, Griffin and Taylor. Who's it going to be?
Any 4 of them could take this communication there between Lines and Friend to keep going. Lines goes for it down the inside. Does it work? They're nearly 3 wide as they go onto the bridge, and it's Friend who's emerged at the front of it, but it's not done yet. Griffin up to second place. Lines now third. This is where Friend will defend to the inside. Got to get the braking right. Lines looking to the outside now. Is there a switchback out of hairpin 1? Friend will defend again into hairpin 2. Lines round the outside. Surely that's a gap that's going to squeeze. Fair play. Joshua Griffin leaves him a good amount of space. Oh, very close there. Out of position goes Finlay Lines, but Albie Friend has crucially still got the lead of this one. And it's very close there through Bobby Game corner. Through goes Lines. The DHR's into 3rd and 4th. Has Albie Friend controlled this to the line? Is he going to put 2023 to bed and start 2024 with victory? Yes, he is. Albie Friend wins at PF International. Second place goes to Finlay Lines, and it's a 3rd place for Joshua Griffin on the podium. What a race. What a finish. And it's a bit of a redemption story for Albie Friend. He will be delighted with that. He timed it to perfection. He got the lead. That go from Finlay Lines onto the banking on that last lap. A little bit too much speed. Friend cut back on the inside, and then he knew as long as he defended, got his apexes right across the course of that final lap, nobody was going to be able to beat him. A very, very good drive and another win here at PFI for Strawberry Racing.
And that brings up a quarter of a century's wins for Strawberry Racing. 25 in the modern era. The winning margin 0.3 of a second. Finlay Lines second for Synergy Racing. Joshua Griffin and Harry Taylor round out your top 4. Edward Haynes from there's George Friend in the green sleeves and Albie's brother running to celebrate with Albie back in the paddock. Oh, I said the smiling assassin, and this is what we're going to see an awful lot of. It'll be a sporting class, this will, and I say that in every sense of the word, because one thing I will say about Albie Friend is that, he drives clean. And, all the time, I've got to say that his mechanic, Lee Taylor, will be overjoyed with that. And we're about to hear from the smiling Albie Friend, who's with Nicole right now.
What a race by our Minimax grid. Albie, we spoke to you on the grid before, on pole, and now you've won the race. How are you feeling?
Feeling really happy. I mean, great start to the season with a bag full of points. So heading into the next round, feeling confident.
You lost the race lead partway through and then got it back again from lines. Can you talk us through what happened there and how you kept your head?
Yeah, I wasn't very fast at the start, but I knew I just had to keep with them because I knew it would be a battle at the end. And they overtook each other and I got the switch back and managed to get into first and then just got a bit of a gap and then just had to defend on the last lap and was really pleased that I came across the line in first.
And is there anybody you'd like to thank for this weekend, Albie?
Yeah, I'd like to thank Nathan, Joe, Mark, Whole of Strawberry, my dad, yeah, and Cream Engines as well.
Congratulations, Albie, very well done. We'll also catch up with second place, Ethan. Ethan, how was your race?
Good, thank you.
Sorry, Finney. Finney, it was a great battle. I'm sure that'll be making you feel confident for the rest of the year.
Yeah, it was a good battle, good clean battle between us four. The front, I'm quite happy with second. It's quite a decent starting place to start the championship. Hopefully we can gain more points throughout the year to try and come first, but second's good for the first round.
Yeah, of course, you always want that race win, but this early on in the year, points doesn't hurt anybody, so congratulations. Sorry for the wrong name, silly me. So we'll just throw back up to the box, catch up with some highlights from the race.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Let's indeed have a look at some of the highlights from that one.
15-minute highlights package. A great start, and I love what the drivers were saying there. It was a good clean battle. I think going into Bobby Game Corner, the last corner, I think there was a little bit of bit of bumpety action as people back themselves up. But Luca Holmes-Ballock, who eventually failed to finish 10th, led early on. And it was one of those moments where you could see Holmes-Ballock gets shuffled wide. Finley Lyons at the green crash on it there. He's not in contention here, but he closed in. He showed that he's got the pace to run at the front. Great work from the two DHR drivers, Harry Taylor and Josh Griffin. We mentioned before, obviously, it was there for all to see at the O plate. Josh Griffin, a lap down. Having a moment of madness, I think, a bit of frustration, but that's all been put aside now. And I know him and Finley have been speaking, in the paddock and playing around and messing about and stuff like kids should do, and all made up. But this is the Josh Griffin that we know is in there. A superbly talented, nice, clean driver. And there's Albert Friend again. This is the point where I said, he shakes his head. Jensen Chalk goes through. There's the baby-faced assassin, Edward Haynes. So I was outside checking the weather, as I do before some of these races. And Jordan Baines, who runs Force Motorsport, said, "Watch this, Haynes, top 5 or a 5-second penalty." And he fair play from 18th on the grid. Jordan knows his stuff. But there, Finley Lyons up the inside into P3 at this point. And this is where Friend controls things brilliantly. Not blocking, defending, and just putting himself in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, his race management was superb across the course of this one. This was the moment where Lyons just a bit too much speed there, and that was the opportunity where Friend knew with that speed of entry for Lyons that was going to be he was going to be able to cut back. That was a very close moment for Lyons. And that would be the deciding moment that gave Albie Friend the win. Back here at PF International, Trent Valley Kart Club in Lincolnshire, and getting ready for what promises to be one of the highlights of the weekend. The Senior Rotax Final is coming up. We're due to go off in less
than 5 minutes time. Thank you for joining us here. If you're new around here, and even if you're not, and you've just not done so already, if you've enjoyed the broadcast, do make sure you've clicked the subscribe button or buttons on Motorsport UK's channel, on Alpha Live, and of course the brand new Karting UK YouTube channel, where you'll be able to see all of the features, the Paddock Show, the Paddock Shows that have been filmed across the course of the weekend, and watch all of the action back here this weekend. For now, though, let's head down to Nicole Sutherland, who's walking out with the drivers.
We're walking out onto the circuit ahead of our first senior Rotax final of the year with Jack Lilly. Jack, how's your weekend been so far?
It's been an up and down weekend. It's the heats were a bit challenging, so and then we had a challenging pre-final then. So hopefully we're going to get back to the front.
And we've seen you make a lot of progress in the past 12 months and throughout the winter. What's helped you to do that?
Just not having injuries, really. Like I've only had. This is my only first pre-season, so it's good to get the laps in and get towards the front.
So you're running with Sam Pollock this year, same as last year. What's Sam's expectations for you?
Just to get the best out of the kart and the performance, just try and get the best results possible, so I can get a good result in the championship.
That's great. Best of luck to you, Jack. We'll head over and quickly catch up with Lewis Gilbert. Lewis, have you got a second for a chat?
Yeah.
How's your weekend been so far?
It's been not so bad. A little bit poor in the last heat with a DNF, so that put us in the back foot. So started quite far back in the pre-final, got way up a good few spots in the pre, but still got a lot of work to do for the final.
Well, best of luck to you, Lewis. We'll head further down the grid. We caught up with Ewan Charman yesterday, who was one of our heat winners. Ewan's one of the only karts on the circuit that isn't an OTK. He's on a Birrell. Ewan, after we caught up with you after your heat win, how have you been getting on?
Yes, we struggled in the pre-final. We also got fourth in the heat, which is decent, but the pre-final we struggled. Seat stay snapped. So struggled with rear end grip and a few other things, but hopefully it should be sorted for the final and hoping to get within the top 5.
Best of luck to you, Ewan. See who else we can catch up with. Archie, I'm going to pick on you. So 7th last year, what are your goals for this year?
I think just build on last year, try and get top 3 in the championship, aiming for the win in the championship. Struggled here a bit, but looking for more in the next couple of rounds and in this final.
Yeah, and you've done this championship a number of times. You know the score when it comes to finals, that it can be anyone's win. What's your plan?
Pick my way through. When the opportunity presents itself, go for the win.
Best of luck to you, Archie. We'll carry on going down the grid. We've got Hunter Motorsport car Gustav Uvzakov's up at the sharp end of the grid as well as teammate Kai Hunter. Kai was our British champion last year. Kai, hi.
Hi, Nicole.
How's your weekend been so far, Kai?
Yeah, pretty average, can't lie. I wanted it to go a bit better, but we're here in 5th position, hoping to go a bit further forward.
So when you say average, what's that been caused by?
A little bit of everything, a little bit of bad luck, a little bit of me. But we're going to go forward for now.
And as well, you've changed the livery for this year. Previously, you had just all branded Hunter Motorsport graphics, and now you're on the Carlos Sainz. So, can you tell us about the partnership between Hunter Motorsport and the Carlos Sainz chassis?
Yeah, me and Reese obviously got the CS55 deal at the start of the year. So I'm trying to obviously promote the kart. It's a brand new kart from the OTK group. So we're just going to try to do a bit for that, and then I think we're going to switch the sticker kit up later on in the year.
Great to hear from you, Kai. Best of luck for the race. We'll see you a bit later on. Macaulay, we caught up with you earlier on in this weekend. You were saying how confident you felt. Is that still the case for the final?
Yeah, I'm up at the sharp end, so I'll see what we can do in the final.
Great to hear from you. Best of luck. We'll head off the grid now, let the drivers get concentrated and pass back over to Henry and Andrew.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Well, Henry, this is the one that I think you and I have been waiting for.
Just a bit. You, me, and the rest of the karting world. I'm just looking down the grid there. So Darren Brown, chatting with Callum Bradshaw. A Nash Motorsport jacket with Teddy Pritchard Williams. Of course, Blake Nash running for the Tony Kart Factory team. Okay, charge your glasses. Sit down and wait. What can the stars of Senior Rotax do?
Time for the final in Senior Rotax, round 1 of their Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championship for 2024. On pole position, former world champion Callum Bradshaw starts on an all-strawberry racing front row, joined by Teddy Pritchard Williams. Kana McQueen and Macaulay Bishop go from row 2. Reigning British champion Kai Hunter goes alongside Guy Cunnington on row 3. Cian Geraghty and Ethan Jeff Hall find themselves on row 4.
Gustav Usakovs from Latvia and Jamie Perilli round out your top 10 ahead of Ewan Charman on the Birrell ART and Archie Walker. Row number 7, the Diamond of Dalry, Lewis Gilbert and Jack Lilly, Neo Clark and Tristan Rennie.
Armand Hamilton and Archie Buttle go from row number 9. Brandon Klein, Nagelvort and Pearson Bullock Carter start on row 10. Reg Hayward and Joshua Graham start on row 11. Deacon Russell and Angus Scrivener, who race through from the Repechage, on row 12.
Sam Baker, George Donald, David Olesner and Alex Moody are next up, with Austin Lee, Alex Adams-Acton, Sam Longley and Tyler Harris.
Last row of the grid, it's a 34 kart field completed by Matthew Sayer, flying the flag of Vietnam, and Morgan Porter, who had a retirement from the pre-final.
2020 British Senior Rotax champion and 2023 British KZ2 champion Morgan Porter. You can cut the tension with a cricket stump here, and they're gonna go around again, and that to me is absolutely zero surprise with Callum Bradshaw on pole position. He is one of the best direct drive karters in the world.
Yes.
Has been for some time. There is nobody, in my humble opinion, that plays the mental game better than Callum Bradshaw. If his go-kart isn't the quickest in the race, he will make sure that he outsmarts the rest and makes everyone else think he has the quickest go-kart.
Yep. No, absolutely. Well, at the moment, he leads the Virtual Championship scores after 2 portions of 25 points, 130 for Bradshaw, 124 for Pritchard Williams, McQueen on 119, Bishop on 117. Here last year, it was Kai Hunter who took the final victory on his way to finally securing that Senior Rotax trophy. The year before, it was Bradshaw, the 2022 round winner here at PFI, Sean Butcher the year before that, and Kieran Gifford back in 2019.
And of course, we have record viewing figures for the day. More of you are tuning in than at any other point of the weekend for this race. Senior Rotax, Bradshaw, Pritchard Williams, McQueen, Bishop, Hunter, Cunnington and the rest into the tram lines. Lights are out. We are off and racing. It's a great start for Bradshaw. McQueen dives up the inside of Pritchard Williams, threads the needle and takes the lead. At the back of the pack, there are carts off. Somebody out of their cart. We can't see who that is. I think it might be Armand Hamilton. George Donald has also not come round. There are several drivers at the side of the circuit. Kai Hunter is also. Where is Kai Hunter? And a pile up at turn number 1. This is not the start we hoped for. And the Battenberg flags are out. The Battenberg flags are out. It's a full course caution. Looking at there, the number 31, Sam Baker, has got damage from the Jack Dex Racing team. Kai Hunter is right at the back of the field. What happened to Kai Hunter? Now, I have seen there was a driver out of his kart, but walking away. I wonder if we can have a little look back and see what happened going under the bridge for the first time. We'll try and get that, but we're under a full course caution with Bradshaw leading McQueen and Pritchard Williams, with Cunnington and Bishop the rest of the top 5. The clock continues to tick now. Let's have a look at this, Andrew.
Yeah, so it's a very, very fast start for the drivers. Teddy Pritchard Williams nearly having to take to the grass. So it's going to come from the midfield here. Drivers will spear. Oh, that's a big hit. So one of the drivers losing a wheel there as well.
Yeah.
I think it was Alex.
Now,
I think it was Alex Moody and Matthew Sayer, because Armand Hamilton and George Donald I don't think took the start at all. So yeah, Alex Moody and Matthew Sayer, who both started towards the back of the field.
And Kai Hunter, I saw as because of the move that McQueen and Pritchard Williams made going side by side, Hunter got squeezed to the outside. Hunter got squeezed to the outside going under the bridge, and I think he was clipped and got turned. The two drivers behind went off and out. That's how Kai Hunter is right at the back. We also had the likes of Pearson, Bullock, Carter, Archie Buttle, and Deacon Russell at the start. They were also involved in the first hairpin collision, but 12.5 minutes left on the clock. We shall breathe a little bit deeper and take you through now. Of course, let's have a look at the top 10. Bradshaw, McQueen, Pritchard Williams, Cunnington, Bishop, your top 5. Ethan, Jeff, Hall, Keir Garrity, Gustav Usakov, Jamie Perilli, and they will go green now. Take 2 in senior Rotax.
So it effectively becomes the length of a pre-final then. 12 minutes for Callum Bradshaw to lead this one out. Caden McQueen straight on in there in second place. Change for third place. Guy Cunnington's had a quick restart. Sam Baker is out of the race. That damage means he could not take the restart, but it's Cunnington up to third in the early stages after the restart. Defended to the inside there. I think that was Gustav Uzakov's being involved in that exchange. Oh, let's look at that. Teddy Pritchard Williams and Guy Cunnington both went for the same piece of tarmac. Macaulay Bishop's in there as well. They get it sorted out in terms of keeping themselves on the track by the time they get to the Fullerton S's. But look at the gap that Bradshaw and McQueen have now got on the rest of the field. Well, there was a prediction earlier that Bradshaw might run away with this. McQueen is going to do everything that he can to stop that prediction coming true. 11 minutes to go, end of lap 3. Bradshaw leads, McQueen second, Pritchard Williams third. Ethan Jeff Hall's on a move here. He's up to 4th place ahead of Macaulay Bishop in 5th place. Warning flag for Guy Cunnington there in 6th.
Now, Caden McQueen, how many years was it with the Croc Promotions team on the Mad Croc chassis? 7 years. And of course, he was not only racing the car, he was developing it as well. There is a reason why just before his passing, Martin Hines selected Caden McQueen to be what turned out to be the last Martin Hines officially selected driver to the Zipkart team. McQueen has spent 7 years developing a chassis, working with the team, often on his own. He now, after being loyal to a fault, him and his dad Andrew, they moved to one of the sports powerhouses that use the Cosmic Kart, the same kart virtually that Strawberry and Dan Holland Racing used, OTK product. And now McQueen gets a chance to remind everybody why Mr. Karting himself selected him as a youngster at just 7 or 8 years old to join one of the most fabled stable, one of the most fabled Zip Young Guns, as Bishop goes through and makes a move on Ethan Jeff Hall. Guy Cunnington there. What can Caden McQueen do with European, Grand Finals, British and World Champion Callum Bradshaw?
Well, at the moment he's going toe-to-toe with him, 0.15 of a second between the two of them. Coming through into the Mike Wilson complex, we saw a moment there for Jeff Hall running wide out of the bridge. That was the opportunity that Macaulay Bishop needed to hop through into 4th place. Still, you'd feel the early stages of this one. We're only 5 laps down. Who's making their way through the order? Morgan Porter is up 19 spots so far in this race to 15th. Austin Lee as well is up 11 to 18th. Cian Geraghty, though, this could be Cian Geraghty's kind of race. Spoke to him earlier. He's going to be racing out in Europe in the next few weeks, but right now his priority is moving up from 10th place. That looks like Archie Walker on the move. Yes, it is. Down the inside of Jack Lilly for 11th.
There's Ewan Charman. That's Racing Perfection, courtesy of Ewan Charman, I've got to say. Racing Perfection having their best weekend in the British Championships ever at the moment. And now, this is a chance. I've got to say, the last time they crossed, there is Morgan Porter picking him up and putting him down as he sighs his way through the pack. I think McQueen looks very, very cool, calm and collected. He doesn't look bothered by at all. Pritchard Williams is coming back into the fray as well.
I'm just going to make a point with Porter. It's going to get harder and harder for him as he moves further up the order. He's finding faster drivers. Terrible luck not running in the pre-final. He'll have much fresher tyres than everybody else out there. And we did see we had a little bit of a peer out the commentary box window. You could start to see a bit of wear, especially on the front tyres. They go on the front left in particular. Think of that run into hairpin 1. Undergoes a lot of punishment round here at PF International. Could that be a factor for Morgan Porter coming through the field? There's Guy Cunnington, currently fastest driver on the circuit, up to 4th place now, has got past Macaulay Bishop on this lap. 7.5 minutes gone, 7.5 to go. I tell you what, Teddy Pritchard Williams is closing in here. He's reeling McQueen and his former world champion teammate Callum Bradshaw back in.
Super Ted is pulling away from the Cunnington Bishop Jeff Hall battle and closing in on McQueen and Bradshaw. Caden McQueen and Callum Bradshaw have never raced on equal equipment. And I say that in terms of, OTK product. It's always been, McQueen, on a Croc Promotions car. And with, no disrespect to the Croc team, I'm a huge fan. In X30, they are wonderful. Rotax, they never quite got to grips with the Rotax class at the moment. They're not in the championship this year, the Croc team. But McQueen now showing what he's going to do. But he's going to be in the middle of a strawberry racing sandwich before long.
Top 5 move for Ethan Jeff Hall past Macaulay Bishop, but we will not count Bishop out. We made that mistake. I made that mistake back at the O-Plate a few weeks ago, and we all know what happened. And with more than 6 minutes on the clock, end of lap number 8, Bradshaw continues to lead. Edges out a bit there, back up to 0.3 of a second ahead of McQueen. New fastest lap of the race now goes to Lewis Gilbert, just inside the top 10. Morgan Porter's progress seems to have halted. He's still there in 15th place, which is good news for those with older rubber towards the front of the field. You can hear how much the Mojo D5 tyres are being polished. You've got to give it to the tyre suppliers this weekend. The performance has been very good for them across the course. It was a very green circuit at the start of the weekenders out there. Austin Lee. So Austin Lee had a great start, had moved up more than 10 positions, retires on lap number 8. No. 5.5 minutes to go, Henry. This feels like the point where Callum Bradshaw is just starting to put a bit more pressure. His race management second to none. His lead is now 0.4 of a second.
Yes, indeed it is. And Caden McQueen is going to have to deal with Teddy Pritchard Williams. What does Pritchard Williams do? Does he try and work with McQueen and push up to his teammate? Or does he make the move at the moment? Pritchard Williams goes through the turn number 4. Great move from Super Ted. Off the bridge, clean as you like, into P2. It's going to cost him a little bit of time now. So, Teddy Pritchard Williams, are you a superstar, or are you a nearly man who's just a really nice guy with a great smile and a great family, or are you a champion? Let's have a look. What are your stones made of now, Super Ted? This is your chance.
It is indeed. Guy Cunnington closing in as well there in 4th place. 2nd place, remember, last year in the season closer for Senior Rotax at this very circuit. That was the first time that we saw Teddy Pritchard Williams on a Senior Rotax podium at this level. This, I feel, is a really big lap now. This next lap, he's made that statement move, getting past McQueen, will have lost a bit of time out of it. What has he got through this first sector? Well, McQueen's going to repay the value. It's all gone wrong. It's all gone wrong for both of them. McQueen went down the inside. Pritchard Williams was there, and they've both gone wide and lost more than 6 positions. So it's up to Guy Cunnington now and Macaulay Bishop. Can they chase Bradshaw down? You can understand it from McQueen's perspective. He wanted to repay the favour, retake the initiative, but it's just a bit too tight through turn 4.
Over to you, team owner, former British champion, Guy Cunnington. Now, the only owner-driver in the whole paddock. Nobody else runs their own team and drives for their own team and runs a plethora of other drivers. Now what could Guy Cunnington do? He was the inaugural champion in the modern era of the British Championship back in 2019. Ironically, he won that championship for Darren Brown's Persistence Motorsport team. Who's mechanicking for Callum Bradshaw this weekend? Darren Brown. Of course he is.
3 minutes to go then. A +5 second penalty. In-race penalty, the number 47 of Caden McQueen. That's come from race control, we'd imagine, for that move.
I would imagine
on
so.
Teddy Pritchard Williams on the previous lap. Archie Walker looking a bit wide there.
Bishop's gone up to second. Sorry, Andrew. Bishop's up to second, and that has opened up a huge lead for Callum Bradshaw. 2.5 minutes to go. I think that's done it, Dustin. Oh, no. And there's the number 30, Jack's Motorsport Kart of Jamie Perilli and Ewan Charman coming to grief. But 2.5 minutes to go. The gap is 1.72 seconds. Bradshaw, well, could you have imagined, Andrew Mather, at the start of this race, that we would be talking about one driver leading every lap, start to finish?
Well, no, is the
simple answer to
there
that. We are, yeah.
But if there's one driver who wants to change that scenario, and one driver who's capable, based on what we've seen the last month or so, it's that man there, the O-Plate winner from 3 weeks ago, Macaulay Bishop. He's going to need that help from Guy Cunnington behind. Kai Hunter is out of the race. It is not the way that he would have wanted to start his defence of the senior Rotax title. As he said, it's been an average at best weekend, but you're sure to see Kai Hunter will strike back when we go to Lark Hall in a month's time. 1 minute and 38 to go. Bradshaw overlooks his shoulder, sees the gap. It's 1.48. It's coming down. It's coming down, but is it at enough of a rate for Bishop and the rest to have an opportunity? Their only option, I feel right now, Henry, if they want to win this race, they have to work together. They have to trust themselves that they will be able to reel Bradshaw in.
Wow.
One attempt at an overtake will take it out of their hands. They've got 1 minute and 10 seconds. They've taken another 10th out of Bradshaw in the first sector. It is coming down. They've got to keep this formation. Ethan Jeffhall there in fourth. Teddy Pritchard Williams is not out of this. He's got back up into 5th place. Through sector 2, they've taken another 1/10 of a second out of Bradshaw's lead. There's going to be 2 more laps of this here at PFI. There's a chance. It's not a big chance, but it's one big enough for the likes of Bishop, Cunnington, Jeff Hall and Pritchard Williams to close Bradshaw in.
I've got to say, I'm forever the optimist, but I got a feeling the only way the rest of the field are gonna beat Callum Bradshaw if they hire a sniper and shoot him at this point. Out of the bridge, down the hill towards turn number 1. On the live chat, I've got to say, David Whitehouse said, I think Bradshaw's going to win by 1.2 seconds. With 15 seconds to go, Bradshaw leads by 1.1 seconds. I thought David Whitehouse was absolutely gangster tripping when he said that, but he could be the smartest man in the room. Who knows? What can Bishop do? The O-Plate pulling away from Cunnington. Pritchard Williams has passed Jeff Hall for 4th position. Usakov 6th, Garrity 7th, McQueen 8th, Gilbert 9th, Walker 10th, and it's Porter from the back of the grid to 11th, followed by Lilly, Graham, Clark, Rennie, Scrivener, Nagelbort, Hayward and Auleshna, with Alex Adams-Acton rounding out your top 20. The final lap has begun. Bradshaw leads by 1.1 seconds. I said not one final will be decided by less than a second. Come on, Bishop. Just 1600s is all I need.
It does indeed, but Bradshaw has control of this one. He's looking to add another win here at PFI. Defensive to the inside there is Teddy Pritchard-Williams. Fourth place battle with Ethan Jeff Hall. Guy Cunnington has got back past ahead of Pritchard-Williams. To the inside maybe for Jeff Hall. No, not that time around. Bishop closing in. The gap's 1.07. It's been a sterling effort by Macaulay Bishop, but quite simply on this day there was no beating the former world champion, the 2022 British Senior Rotax champion Callum Bradshaw once again in 2024 wins at PFI. He beats his chest and says, how about that? He is back in the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships, and on a big year here at PFI, he starts the season with a win.
Beats his chest as if to say, boys, I'm back, and guess what? I'm still the daddy. What a drive from Callum Bradshaw by 0.7 of a second. Sorry, David Whitehouse. Over Macaulay Bishop. Guy Cunnington completes the podium. Teddy Pritchard-Williams in fourth. What could have been for Super Ted. Then Ethan Jeff Hall, Gustav Usakovs. Well, Strawberry Racing, Dan Holland Racing, Guy Cunnington Racing, 3 teams in the top 3. Sam Pollock Racing, Hunter Motorsport, KR Sport, Craft Motorsport also in the top 10. Down towards those who failed to finish. What a drive from... Where did Morgan Porter go? He was up to 40. Well, he lost a couple of places there on the last lap. He was up into the reach of the top 10. There's Ethan Jeff Hall going through, and yeah, Callum Bradshaw getting congratulations there from Guy Cunnington and Macaulay Bishop. And well, there we go. I won't dive into it. Callum Bradshaw and Macaulay Bishop had a really nice little conversation.
Yes.
Yesterday, and again, gamesmanship. But nobody is a bigger fighter than Macaulay Bishop, but nobody is a bigger thinker than Callum Bradshaw. And on this occasion, it was mind over matter.
It was indeed, led from the lights to the flag, and a little smile there from Callum Bradshaw. He knows that's a good day's work, and well, he worked hard for that one. I'm sure, in some ways on a lap chart it'll have looked easy going from pole position to the win, but those of us watching, let's have a little listen in. Let's head down then to Nicole Sutherland, who's down in Parc Ferme.
What a race by our senior Rotax grid. Shame to lose a few drivers like Kai Hunter, but we'll quickly catch up with Macaulay Bishop. Macaulay, what a race. How was it for you?
Yeah, I mean, I had an all right start, nearly a massive crash, but yeah, got shuffled down to like 5th or something, and then after the Battenberg, just kept making my way up the field, got into 2nd, and then, yeah, just couldn't quite catch Callum on the last couple of laps.
And this is a long championship, and we all know that it's all about points. So what will your thoughts be when you go into the rest of the races?
Yeah, I mean, I've got a good haul of points this weekend, so hopefully we can build on that for the rest of the year.
Great, thanks Macaulay, and congratulations. Callum, we'll catch up with you as well. You're back then.
Yeah, I guess we could say that.
And this year, Strawberry, obviously 2022 champion, have they got the same expectations for you again, or are you just taking every race as it comes?
Obviously we'll take every race as it comes, but the expectations are always there. Obviously you drive for Strawberry, the past they have, the champions they've brought, obviously myself being one of them, but many others, so you kind of get an expectation for that, but no, it's a great start to the season.
So can you confirm for us as well, you'll be joining us at Larkhall?
I think I might as well after how this round's gone. I think I've got to, so yeah.
Great, congratulations Callum, thanks very much. We'll head back up to the comments box to see some highlights from that race, if we can fit them in, because I think there's going to be a fair few.
They are indeed, and a great scoop from Nicole, that we should have Callum Bradshaw on the grid for Larkhall. This was the start of the race, very dramatic start of the final. There was Kai Hunter going out wide. There, out of the race, Alex Moody and Matthew Sayer. Good to know that they were both able to
Yeah,
and walk away
they're
from
actually
those
just walking past us now, so all fine, yeah. But here's Teddy Pritchard-Williams trying to close in on the McQueen and Bradshaw battle. It was one of those things that I think Caden McQueen's setup started to go away from him, because by here he's looking around, but then gradually, this is a great move. That's move of the day for me by Teddy Pritchard-Williams. Up the inside, McQueen tried to reinvent the move, but Pritchard-Williams already coming across, and I don't think Caden was quite as much alongside before the turn-in. For the second final in succession, Ewan Charman's great run ends in a grassy moment. But Bradshaw, and as celebrations go, I would give that celebration an 8.4 celebration. There's your winner, and that is all she wrote.
Walking onto the circuit for the last race of today, we're with Leon Hasty, Thule Motorsport driver. Leon, how's your weekend been so far?
Very eventful. I've been quite fast, but a few mistakes in the pre-final, the qualifying, and obviously I didn't finish one of the heats, has set us quite far back for this. So hopefully I can move up and I can get at least a top 10 finish.
And we saw you had a bit of bad luck earlier on in the weekend. I know you were really frustrated with that. How did you mentally deal with that to make sure it didn't impact the rest of your weekend?
I just had to put it past me as fast as I could and just try and get on with the next race.
Well, best of luck to you, Leon. Hopefully see you a little bit later on. We'll take a stroll down the rest of the grid. We're here with Dan Holland racing driver Noah Barham. Noah, how's your weekend been so far?
It's been quite strong. Did good in the heats and qualifying. Had a bit of a crash in the pre-final, but hopefully we can come back in the final.
And the Wera Tools British Kart Championship, it's the championship, everybody watches it, it's huge. What is it that's made you compete in this year?
Well, I feel at the highest level of motorsport, so to go for the best championship, I think it's a no-brainer. Just trying to do the best in it.
Great to speak to you, Noah, and good luck for the rest of today's racing. We also have Kenzo Craigie here. Kenzo, we've seen you out in Europe. You've been racing in the OK category and you've joined us again in Rotax for this weekend. How's your weekend been?
It's been quite a tough weekend. We didn't have the best of qualies, and then we made our way through in the heats. Had a good starting position for the pre-final, and then unfortunately got a penalty, which was a bit disappointing. But now we start 17th for the final, and hopefully we can have a good one. The speed is there, so let's just go away through.
Great to speak to you, Kenzo, and the best of luck. We'll see if we can head to the front of the grid quickly to catch up with Harrison Whitcomb. Harrison, Argenti Junior driver. This year he started off his championship very positively, 2 heat wins, which is a fantastic result for him. I know his mum is watching on, very excited. If we've got time, probably going to get kicked off the grid.
We'll go yellow and green, that'll be your countdown. Steady it down into the yellow flag zone. Yeah, so you get the pace, and bunch everybody up. All right, good luck.
Harrison, we'll just quickly catch up with you. How are you feeling ahead of this weekend? We've just been telling the audience how positive you started your championship. Can you tell us a bit about that?
I've been really confident going into this race. It's a bit of a redemption from Oplay, and we just got to show them what we can do.
And you're alongside Harry, who, very experienced driver, lots of championships under his belt. Does that impact the way that you approach the race at all?
I know Harry's a very clean driver, and I hope maybe us three, like me, Tom and Harry, could work away and have a nice little fight at the end.
Great to speak to you, Harrison, and the very best of luck. We'll catch up with Harry as well. We spoke to Harry a number of times this weekend. He originally qualified 26th and then was first afterwards in the intermediate classification. Harry, how are you feeling going into this race?
Very confident. We didn't have a great pre-final, slipped back at the start, but I ended up bringing it back. So second on the grid for the final, so got a good position.
And last year, in a different engine class, we saw you all win the World Finals. How does that help you when you're going into other big races like this?
Obviously, it's a good experience, so I know how to approach it, and obviously, if all goes well, same result.
Great to speak to you, and wishing you the best of luck. We'll go back up to the comms box now with Henry and Andrew for the last race of today.
We will indeed, but we've had a change. We've had a driver change in the commentary box. I'm very happy to be joined by Forza Racing's Lewis Wera. Lewis, great to see you back here at PF International. First of all, how are you doing?
I'm doing good.
Very busy season so far for yourself, racing out in Europe. Next weekend we'll be at Val d'Argenton for the FIA Karting Championships. You looking forward to that?
Yeah, I'm very confident. We had really good speed. Just a bit unlucky at the end.
Apologies there. Yeah, we'll have a little bit of a race delay here whilst the track is prepared. Sorry, Lewis, I just cut across you there. But yeah, no, some good speed at Champions of the Future a few weeks ago. Some good performances in Spain and good results as well. You know, being on the podium in Valencia. What was that like?
It was really good, especially for my age, 13 years old, and going with people that are really a lot older than me, and putting on the podium in my first FIA race in OK. So.
And the international karting ranking as well. One of the big changes for this year, of course, you know, races in the British Kart Championships now counting towards the IKR. For you as the driver, you know, you finished at the top of the IKR last year. How for those kind of uninitiated to it, how much did that mean, and what has it done for your career?
It's a good thing to win, and it's helped me a lot because it's boosted my confidence, and it's helped me for this year as well to try win it again.
Talking a bit more about this circuit, what are your memories of racing here at PF International, and what's key to be quick round here?
Well, I live 15 minutes away from here, so I was always here when I was like 8 years old, and I have missed it. I've not raced here for ages, and I'm really excited for the World Championship. I
was going to say it's been a talking point of this weekend that, you know, 30 years of PF International this year, 2024, all building up towards those FIA World Championships in September. You know, I know it's still very early in the season. What do you think your chances are? I mean, it's been a really good season for yourself and Forza Racing.
Yeah, after round one of the FIA, my goal for this year is to either become European champion or world champion, especially on my home track. It would be really nice.
You know, looking forward to this race as well. You know, Junior Rotax is our remaining final. We're just pausing here whilst we're ready to go. Lucas Blanford, you can see there, and you can see just on the rear right corner, a little advert sponsorship that Lucas Blanford's identified straight on it with the new legality panels on the corners that drivers need to have for even the stewards. Just to run through as well this grid, if you are just joining us, Harrison Whitcomb on the left-hand side of the grid, Harry Bartle on the right. You know, from the racing that you've seen this weekend, the juniors have put on quite a bit of a show in the pre-final earlier. Is there any of these drivers in particular that have impressed you?
Yeah, it's been quite close. I think everybody's quite fast, but we'll find out in the final, I guess.
Looking on to next weekend as well. So once again, like some of the drivers out on circuit, like Kenzo, for example, you know, you're racing a multitude of different engine formulas this year. How difficult is that to switch from one to the other weekend to weekend?
I'm not really sure because at the minute we're just sticking to OK, but I would say it's probably quite hard because OK's probably a bit faster, but the tyres and everything like that is different. So
Well, one of the things I heard earlier on in the weekend from another one of the drivers who's going to be racing at Val later this week is the rubber that the drivers are running on here, the Mojos, have a bit of a similarity to the Maxxis tyres that the FIA and Champions use. Have you had a similar experience on that, or are you still waiting to have that?
I'm still waiting to have that. I've never really driven on the Mojos, but I think the Maxis are quite good tyres. They just don't last as long as you really want them to.
And from a driver's perspective, when you've got a race like this, I mean, it's slightly different here in that everyone is still on used rubber as opposed to some of the things that we work on in Europe where you get a fresh set. You know, a big race on used rubber, what's going through your mind when you're preparing for that race?
Yeah, in Europe you have used tyres, so you can push a lot more. But in the heats, you probably have to conserve the tyres, so you're quicker in the final. But yeah.
Looking further down the road as well, obviously, you know, very much the focus this year, the FIA European Championships, the World Championships here later in the year. Is there already started to look for 2025 as well, and what could be further ahead in the future?
No, not yet. We'll see what this year brings, and then might help for something next year.
And for any of the drivers on this grid, you know, focusing on a British campaign, what advice do you think you'd give them for anyone looking at, I'd love to be racing where Lewis is right now in Europe for future years? What do you think is key to make that step?
I mean, it probably helps if you have a lot of experience, but for me, I started just when I was about 6 years old, and I've not gave up, and that's how I'm here now. So.
Good stuff. Keep your comments coming in, ladies and gentlemen. If you've got any questions for Lewis Wera, let us know. We're just having a pause here at the circuit, just whilst we're getting the track ready and having all the requirements that allow us to go racing. You're not missing anything at this moment. And Liz is going to stay on with us for the first few laps of the race, whilst Henry's, as I say, assessing the weather, as he says. Junior Rotax final will be going off shortly. Harrison Whittaker, you can see on the left-hand side there in the Argenti Motorsport team with the deep red helmet. It's been really impressive so far this weekend. Had a tough time at O-Plate 3 weeks ago. A bit of a clerical error, shall we say, ruled him out of running at the front of that one. Howie Bartle on the right-hand side is Strawberry Racing. O-plated machine will be alongside Thomas Spearing and William Antrobus. Could this be the first time we see a Sam Pollitt Racing entry win a round of the British Kart Championships? We'll find out in due course. Hello to Ethan Haig, who's saying hello, Lewis, and looking forward to a bit of Lewis Wera commentary. Hello once again to Roger Young. Hello to Christian Engelstead. See, we have a very eagle-eyed audience here in the karting community. Maybe Callum could even bring a race suit with his own name on it next time. Yes, that has been something that we've spotted. He's been using one of Mark Kimber's race suits this weekend. Hello to Dries van Langendonk. Hello, Dries. One of your teammates, Lewis. In fact, let's talk about Dries. Let's embarrass him whilst he's listening. What's it like? You're racing in the different categories, of course. Dries racing in the OK Junior, yourself in the OK and the Senior. But Dries is having a really good season. What's it like being in the same team, irrespective, different classes, but Dries having a mega season? Does that almost push you on in a way to start equaling those results and be top dog within the team?
I mean, I think that's probably how it was last year, but when Dries joined the team, it helped me out a lot also because there's more data. When Dries wasn't in the team, it was just me on my own, so it helps. Yeah.
Definitely so. Keep comments coming in. Hello to Nisha, hello to PF Racing as well. Reminder as well, we'll have 34 karts in this one.
And, well, we're going to have a further delay here, ladies and gentlemen. What this does do, it gives us an opportunity to play out bits of the Paddock Show that we didn't see earlier on. So keep it locked here on coverage of the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. We're going to have a bit of the Paddock Show that myself and Henry had some fun with yesterday. And we'll be back soon here for more live action at PF International.
It's a new season. It's a new look around the paddock. It's a new look team. Welcome to the 2024 Wera Tools British Kart Championship Paddock Show. Round 1 is halfway in the books. Andrew Mather, 200 drivers from 22 different nations here at PF International. What a day it's been.
A really good day of first 12 races here for the heats. More of them tomorrow before we get to the repechages and then the big ones, the pre-finals, and the finals. See, buzzing with excitement is the paddock.
That was Luke Millward, by the way, running through in his tie-dye outfit there. But, I mean, 22 nations, including Latvia via Hartlepool. Jack Collinson. Jack's had a great day today.
Very good day. Talk us through it.
First heat started P6. My quali was pretty good. And then second, after, wait.
The second in the second one?
My second one, I had a really good heat. Finished P2. Led for a bit of the race. It was really strong heat. In the last couple, well, in my opinion, I think in the last couple of weeks I've improved a lot really with my driving standards, driving style, etc. So I think really strong day, and I think I'll be really hyped for the pre-final tomorrow.
What's the thing you've learnt most today that you're taking in tomorrow that you perhaps didn't know at the start of the day?
Just how tricky it is to actually maintain a good race at the front. Like with how many good, strong drivers there is up there.
Good stuff. Well on, Jack. Keep it up tomorrow. If anyone's taking a bet on how long it was going to take into a paddock show, give it, 2 minutes? Henry, you found a pop.
You know what they say, never work with animals and kids. Well, Neva interviewing a pooch. First things first, first paddock show pooch of the year. It's a paddock show puppy of the year. Right, who is this?
Lily.
Lily, and who does Lily belong to?
The Crowther family.
The Crowther, this is Lily Crowther. Well, I think Lily Crowther has been a good luck charm. We'll tell you what, we'll go and speak to Mr. Crowther, because Harrison Crowther, how old is Lily Crowther?
4 months old.
4 months old. Oh my word. Oh dear. Right. Well, the last time I had a paddock pooch called Sprinkles at Kartmasters here, they had a little sprinkle on me. But I tell you what, Andrew, there's shows. But we'll go and speak to Harrison Crowther, because he's been one of the stars of the show today, hasn't he, Andrew?
Yes.
For Coles Racing, you can see we're here. So, Saturday, 12 races in. The juniors and the seniors have had all their heat races. We're going to have one heat with Mini, Micro and Honda tomorrow morning, or we would have had this because this is going out during the Sunday lunch break. Let's have a look inside the Coles Racing tent very quickly. Here. Hi, Coach, how are you?
Hello.
How's it going today?
Not very well.
Why not?
I had DNF in the first one.
Oh dear.
And, well, I couldn't really get going in the second one, so...
but all to play for tomorrow?
Yeah, hopefully do well in the repechage.
Do you want to have a quick talk around the Coles Racing awning to see who's done what today? So, we'll start with you here. Yeah, with you, Charlie. Again, for those of you wondering, Charlie Cox used to be a British touring car commentator. Jensen Butterfield is exiting stage left with Dave Withers, so not good for Charlie Cox. How about Hugh Moulton, Charlie? You can guide us round. Any good today?
I think he's done all right, to be honest.
Fair enough. Reg Hayward at the corner there, he set some fast lap times, doesn't he, Andrew?
Yeah, no, it's a really good pace from Reg, fighting his way through the field. So, you know, one of those drivers that I think we could look forward to later on in the round.
Here he comes, looking scruffy as always. How's the puppy?
It's all right.
How was the driving?
I drove like an idiot in the second heat.
Well, I didn't think you did. You were leading at one point. You fell back at the end. But what I would say is, I was saying to Andrew on commentary, it looks like 2024, after 2 years in a bit of the doldrums, you're back.
Yeah.
This is the Harrison Crowther that we're used to seeing.
Yeah.
Happy? Is it because you've got Lily?
I don't know. I think it's more my new helmet.
Oh, the new helmet. Right, where's the new helmet? Where's the new helmet? That's important.
Helmet's always worth a good
Paddock
few
Show
cents.
puppies are one thing. New crash helmets. What's more? I'll speak to Harris's dad. What's more expensive, a puppy or a new crash helmet?
I'm not entirely sure, but the helmet doesn't need feeding.
Ah, the helmet. The helmet's more expensive at the moment. The helmet's more expensive until the puppy eats like chocolate or something like that, or grapes, which is bad. So the new helmet, nice.
Yeah.
Okay. Rest of the team. How have the rest of the team gone today?
Oh, they've gone all right.
There we go. Succinct. Thank you very much, Harrison. You know, that's what we need. Right, we'll move along. Hello, young man. Right, tell us name, rank, serial number, and how your day's gone in less than 5 sentences.
Number 51, Hugh Moulton. Good recovery from qualifying. Not sure where I'm starting tomorrow, but hopefully in the top 10 for the pre-final.
4 sentences. Well done, Hugh. Let's go.
That'll do.
All right then, let's go out this way. Let's have a look. There are masses of media here. The paddock at PF International is always special, isn't it?
It's buzzing. I say I think everyone's, they've had the first day of racing. They're into the rhythm now of the season, and long season, but lots of hopes for everybody out there.
Now, KR Sports have had a good day as well today. We'll have a little chat in here. Let's have a look. I can see a few people there. Well, some of them had a good day. Caden McQueen has had a very, very good first race. What was it like, Caden, racing? You had Bradshaw, Bishop, yourself in that second heat. That was nice and lively, wasn't it?
Yeah, got a little bit exciting, I think.
Important question. Did your dad stay for the first race, or did he bugger off home to cook his breakfast at 4 o'clock in the afternoon?
No, he stayed. He stayed for the first one.
He thought I stayed. Now, we got 2 more Paddock Show pooches down there. Oh, I don't know if they're going to match. I don't know if we're going to match Lily Crowther. Thanks, Caden. Let's have it. Oh, well, first things first. Well, first Paddock Show mum of the year. Hello.
Hello.
And hello. Hi. Here we go. And who are you?
Josh Cook's mum.
Josh Cook's mum. You're Josh Cook. No, you're Josh Cook's mum. Sorry.
This is Willow and this is Chester.
Willow. Hello, Willow. And this is Chester. Chester Copperpot, the black Cocker Spaniel. Excellent. That's 3 Paddock Show pooches inside the first. How's Josh's... so O-Plate win 3 weeks ago after not leading anything until about the last 30 metres.
Well-timed move.
Well, it was a well-timed move. It was a smart move. There's... That's Archie Walker's cart. There we go.
I don't know where he is. Don't know where Archie is. Sorry.
No, that's quite all right. Sorry. We'll move down the paddock. I don't know what. While Andrew's sorting his microphone out, we'll come down this way. Thank you very much, Josh's mum and the 2 dogs, Willow and Chester. How's Fuel Your Media doing? Kirsty Hockley, one of many media representatives here. How are your drivers doing, young lady?
Mixture.
A mixture. You've got a new employee called Chris, haven't you?
Yes.
I've seen him sitting on the banking saying it's the only place I can get a signal, but he's really just sitting on Tinder flicking.
Probably. But
shocking
photos, and they're uploading, so I'm waiting for him right now.
Okay, well, you'll be waiting a while because you can't get any signal anywhere. There we go. Typical employees. So day. What have you noticed, media, obviously running a press agency, working with drivers, what have you noticed this year about the championship? Has it grown, or have more drivers started taking the press side of things seriously?
Yeah, they're like improving a lot of getting better at interviews and things like that, and they're realising the importance of it to like move forward in their career as well.
Indeed. Okay, thank you very much. There we go. We'll have a little look here. So the KR Sport, lots of wagons being clean. There's Vlad Tomenchuk's cart. I'm not quite sure what's happened to Andrew.
Henry, is it working?
We're doing Caden's down there doing something else. Ignore Caden. Are we all right there, Andrew?
It's good. Caden McQueen, he's not just a quick driver, he's good with
Caden fixed it. Well then, Caden, he's good for something. Right, should we go out this way and catch up with Hunter Motorsport?
We will.
No, thank you very much, KR Sport. 2 more Paddock Show pooches. Hunter Motorsport. Ooh, an interesting day for Hunter Motorsport. Kai Hunter, very quick, maybe not a great deal of luck.
No.
But we've had a look at the Carlos Sainz chassis, haven't we?
Yeah,
Let's have a little look in here.
Again.
We'll have a closer look. We'll try and find... here's Max Jolly's mechanic. So Mr. Mackerel is hard at work. The Carlos Sainz chassis for the Hunter Motorsport team. Hunter Motorsport, the UK distributors. Is that right? How's Max's day gone?
It could be better, to be honest with you. Made a few mistakes in that last one, but we'll get there for tomorrow, definitely.
Now, you were obviously with Max. Max has got a huge social media following with his thing. That's incredible, isn't it? Did you find that, that helps him as a driver or in any way?
Yeah, we get a lot of people coming up to him and asking him questions about his social media. Even drivers out there, he's got a lot of fans, so
I think he does have a lot of respect. So,
and it's a learning curve. So all these drivers, and it's not, Max hasn't employed somebody to do fancy reels or show reels. He just takes his little microphone and he goes, "Hello, I'm Max Jolly, and this is what I've been doing today." And it's authentic, isn't it?
That's right. Yeah. He's just got a massive following. Even Lando Norris. That's great for him. Absolutely brilliant.
Well, to be fair, Max is taller than Lando, so that's very understandable. Hi, Lando. Right, thank you very much. Good luck. Andrew Mather, over to you.
I found Will Archer. Will, good day today. Talk to us about it.
So it's been all right. We started off the morning not very well, but Heat 1, we had a great start, but just didn't really race very well. And then the Heat 2, we went like second to last on the first lap, and then made our way back through the field, setting good laps. And then, yeah, so we ended off the day well, started not very good.
Tough circuit this. It's kind of got a bit of everything, the straights, the technical bits. What's this new chassis like to drive?
It's really good, like a lot of grip, so it's really good.
What's different with it to what you've maybe experienced before?
It's a normal OTK chassis, isn't it? Just painted differently and cooled differently. It feels pretty normal, but yeah, it's good.
Hopes for tomorrow?
Hopefully we make the final and the pre-final, and yeah, our aim is just a top like 25 in the A final because we're a rookie, so it'll be good.
Good stuff. Well done once again, Will. I think have we got Angus? Yeah, we have got Angus. I think we've got Gustav as well.
A very cosmopolitan awnings. You've got Zdenek Babicek from the Czech Republic. You've got Gustav Uzakov representing Latvia. Teresa Babich-Kova, I think, is in this audience as well. Hasnain Khan, how's your day been, young man?
Good. We finished 10th in qualifying in our group, and then we finished 9th in our first heat. Then we've got another heat tomorrow.
Now, I met your mum and your younger brother at the Open at Wilton Hill. Is your younger brother wearing his Lucky Wellies and his Batman T-shirt, which is very, very important, everybody?
He's coming tomorrow, so he might be.
Well, I think if you tell him tonight, tell him if he's not wearing... Young Master Khan, if you're not wearing your Lucky Wellies and your Batman T-shirt, Hasnain's not going to do very well tomorrow. So the pressure's on, yeah?
Yeah.
OK, thank you very much.
I want to work with Angus Scrivener because I want to find out what was going on at the start of his first race.
Oh, yes, because he decided to not start properly, didn't he?
Angus, come on back in. What was going on first race?
I got a 10-second penalty when I was in 10th, which was quite unfortunate. It just kind of ruined my whole race so far, so, yeah.
The start looked a bit hectic as well.
Yeah, it was. Got put on the grass in the first start because the guy in front of me, his cart broke down, so, yeah.
But you can fight back tomorrow, can't you? You've got the good race pace.
Hopefully, yeah. I don't know if I'm going to be in the B final. I'm going to be probably quite close, but I see. Hopefully tomorrow goes well. So.
But you can overtake round here, so if it's an unfortunate B final start, you can race through, can't you?
Yeah, definitely, 100%.
Hunter Motorsport, the new chassis treating you well as well.
Yeah, I'm really liking the new chassis. It's got so much grip, and it's just a really good chassis overall.
Good stuff. We'll talk to you again, or see you out there again tomorrow, Angus. I think that's a good wrap-up of Hunter Motorsport.
Right, so we've got to try and get out of here, which is a bit like the Crystal Maze.
Yes.
So we're going to go out here.
Out here.
I tell you what, Mr. Cameraman. Hang on.
You go first.
You go. There you go, Mr. Cameraman. Aren't I a gentleman, Mr. Cameraman? Yes, I am. There we go. Sometimes. We'll go this way. We're still going this way. Yeah, correct side. There's always good. So the MLC P1 Power team. Slow. Not to say slow day. That's not the correct word. A tough day for them.
Yeah.
So far, Tyler Harris was a mid pack,
15th place kind of place.
Let's have a little look up here. We got trucks and lorries behind there. I gotta say that strawberry racing truck always super duper impressive. Now, there's going to be people... I tell you what, Lewis Malin is walking this way. Here's an interesting... So, Lewis Malin is mechanicking for Tooley Motorsport. William Pemble is Lewis's driver.
Is this mandatory?
It is,
Yes.
it is, absolutely.
It says in the regulations.
It
You
says
have
in the
to take
regulations. Number one, Mr. Pemble didn't have a great start, or didn't start at all, but how did he recover?
The second heat, we drove all right, just a bit bland, really. Just cruise around in 15th, 13th.
Just a nice Saturday afternoon drive, just waving to his mum as he goes past?
Not really, just the race didn't really go our way.
Oh, OK, fair enough. How... Because it's only William's second year, isn't it?
Yeah.
60 drivers, such a world-class field, you know, how do you sort of temper expectations, or what do you say? You know, because it's unrealistic to expect them to go out and be top 10, you know, against that in year 2, isn't it?
You've known me long enough to know I can't say that on this.
Anyway, yes. Get out there and get it done. That's the basic.
Yeah, something along those lines, yeah.
Something along those lines. Okay, right then. Which way should we go? Tell it, which way should we be that way, Lewis? Should we go this way, or should we go that way?
I'll go find strawberry.
Find strawberry? Really? Do we have to? Oh. Go on then, cheers. Lewis Mayland, everybody. Let's go down this way, shall we?
Yes, I don't know if the minis and the micros tend to go, because we didn't talk to them yesterday. We had a good chat with some of the older strawberry racing drivers yesterday.
Obviously,
yes.
We'll be back with the X30 classes here. Just want to say, you know, so sorry for the loss of Shelley Barrett, Mick and Dan and the rest of the family. You're in our thoughts. But I'm sure you'll cover that at the IARMY round. There are 15 privateers here. 15 of them have an entry of 200, which is good. And you can see now, there we go. There you've got, right, bring him out here. See, now look at this. This is real karting. Wagon and bed and injured driver alert. Our first casualty of the 2024 season. Right, come this way, Aidan Mitchell. First things first. Vice champion in TKM last year, moved across to Rotax this year. Really strong performance at the O plate, and you were involved in that nasty accident going under the bridge. We saw you come into the pit lane. Obviously, we're okay, but not 100% perfect.
Yeah, I've got a fractured hand, so...
Fractured hand.
Yeah, weekend's over for me.
Weekend's over. So okay, well, very sorry to that. You know, Mum, Dad, you know, it's really tough for a driver. You could come and maybe do a bit of. Are you going home tonight? Or are you going to stay to watch tomorrow?
Probably. I think we'll probably go back.
I think probably. Well, you know, sleeping in that bunk up there with a fractured hand, you know, especially. But you know, how long till the next round at Lark Hall?
4 to 5 weeks.
You'll be back, won't you?
Yeah.
You'll be back. You'll be back. There we go. Mum, Dad, okay. Here's an interesting thing. So we talk about this. Mum, karting mum, when you see little baby, but senior driver, little baby, but, you know, what goes through mum's mind when the karts go under the bridge and then you're waiting for more to come out and yours doesn't?
It's horrifying, really. I mean, I kind of knew we were above the bridge, and I saw him go in, and I heard a bang, and I just had a funny feeling, and so I started to make my way down. But I'm just sort of glad it's not as.
Yeah. Okay, sporting parents. You know, I'm a sporting parent, but you know, basketball. You know, it's there in front of you. It's. I mean, it's hard being a motorsport parent anyway, just because of the cost, sacrifice, things like that. But, you know, whereas Dad is more kind of concerned about equipment and setup and tyre pressures and all that kind of. Mum is more concerned with the squishy bits in the middle of the metal bit, aren't you?
Yes, very much so.
Dad was concerned about the squishy bit as well, but generally it's you know, the weight of sort of all the trials weight is on mums, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm the most worried. Aidan doesn't worry about himself. He's just worried. In fact, the only thing he was worried about was when he can go back racing. That's what he was asking the doctor. Like, how am I going to be out? How long am I going to be out for? And do you think I'm going to be able to race in 2 weeks? And
you're thinking, oh, do you know what? This is a great time to take up the sport of darts. Best of luck. Commiserations. We'll see you at the circuit very soon.
Yes.
There we go. The trials and tribulations of a karting mum and an injured driver.
Yeah, it's never nice when it happens, but I can speak from personal experience. You can come back from that. You probably come back even quicker than he was before.
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
because there's those who have hit the wall, and there's those that are going to hit the wall. And he's hit the wall quite literally. Now he knows. Okay, whatever it hurts, you know, things, you know, will come back. The Zip team are down here.
Yes.
Should we have a little wander, Mr. Cameraman? Let's have a little look. So we're going to have Zip. In Honda Cadet, we had one Honda Cadet. They had a 1-2 finish. Kevin Ivanov and Archie Loveridge. It's a bit of a quiet Zip on it.
Very quiet. I don't think have they all gone to bed?
They've all gone to bed early. Look at this. It's almost spooky, isn't it? It's like, it's you know, it's the night before a big battle and all the horses are sleeping in their pens, waiting to be given the charge of the light brigade or something like that. I wax lyrical, but there's no one in here to interview, so let's
move on.
Let's move on.
Let's move on. But I do think for Zip tomorrow, some good chances, not just in Honda Cadet. They've got some good experience around here as well. They know how to set a kart up for the big one round this place that we've seen in previous rounds and kart masters as well. So
I hear some shouting. No. Should we trip someone Saturday night?
Yes.
Yeah, let's go.
Definitely.
Right, we're going to come in here. We're going to come in here with a camera. There's dogs, there's kids, there's everything. We're going to bring a camera in here. More evening all. Right. Hopefully you're all there. Hopefully you're not. This is how the other half live. Right. Let's have a sit down, shall we? This is nice, isn't it? Come and sit down here now. I'll tell you what. Well. Look at this. Right.
It's no longer a Paddock Show, it's a Paddock Lounge.
First things first, there's a driver over by there, but we'll sit there. Right, first things first, welcome to Shez
Starbucks.
Shez Starbuck. So this is Mrs. Starbuck, and that would be Zach Starbuck. Andrew, you...
Costa, as you said last week.
Exactly, Costa. Yeah, Shez Costa. Right, you take it away.
Zach, summary of the day. Pretty comfortable now in the motorhome?
Yeah, it's been a bit of a weird day. We had a bit of an incident in Heat 1. Which took us out, but we got back to 13th, which is all right, and then went from 16th to 6th in the second heat, but then got an in-race penalty, unfortunately.
But good race pace, especially that move up through the field.
Yeah, we've been fast. We've been fast all day, so there's a lot of way to go, but we're still fast.
What's it like travelling around the country as well in this? It's quite a bit of a cushy setup you got here.
Well, technically, it's not actually ours.
Oh, it's not yours. Whose is it then?
We just gate crashed.
You know?
Oh, Alfie Mayer. So this is Alfie Mayer's gaff.
Yeah, so he's gone to a restaurant, but we've...
And you've commandeered.
Yeah, basically. We're staying in here tonight, so we just thought, let's have a tour around.
Why not? And you've invited us in as well. Well, this will all go out on the Paddock Show later.
Excellent.
On the premiere during the lunch break. And
hi, Alfie.
It'll be known forever more. Henry, I think we best make our...
Yeah,
I think we best go.
Thank you, Zach.
I think we best
Thank you, Mrs. Starbuck. Thank you. Very good. Excellent. Right then.
Moving on.
At least they've done the dishes. Right, there we are.
Keep it tidy in there. Leave it as you found it.
Oh, dearie me. OK, the outer paddocks out there. We've got 3 minutes to go. Let's have a quick round the corner. It can help you. You don't have to drive back to hotels, or you've just got a good mate who leaves their motorhome door open when they go out for dinner. There you go. Pro Train. Let's end
Pro
up
Train
Pro
and
Train.
JDR this weekend as well, because
yes,
Jack and the team were all in here. They've again had some decent results.
Yes, indeed. And of course, they've got Shane Chandaria from Kenry.
Yeah.
They've got Jack Collins, who's there. They've got Jack Dex racing in there. Owen Neve. Oh, now this is the table of doom. Nobody wants to be on the table of doom on a Saturday evening, do they?
It's not my go-kart. So
it's a go-kart.
It's not mine, though.
It's not your go-kart, but what is... in layman's terms, we talk about the table of doom. What is this, and what are you doing?
Well, we're fixing a crash go-kart.
Yes.
That's simple.
So this is high-tech, multi-million-dollar sport. If all else fails, hit it with a large bit of steel.
Yeah, use a massive metal bar and a bit of manpower.
A bit of manpower, right? We've got to go and find a couple of them then. But OK, this is not what you want to be seeing. You know, the Kenyan flag for Shane Chandaria. It's a long way to travel to break your go-kart on the first lap, isn't it?
Yes, it's definitely not ideal. It was quite a big one as well.
It was. We were watching it. It was less than 4 wheels left on the wagon, wasn't there?
Yeah, it was. Well, it made the grandstand go silent.
Oh, OK. Is he all right? Where is Shane?
He's now home.
Oh, OK. Is he out tomorrow?
Yeah, he'll be fine.
Right, what's going on here? Oh, oh dear, there's a table there. Right, let's go and we'll finish the Paddock Show by hijacking a high rig.
Another vehicle.
Oh, it's Richard Locke. Richard Locke and Trevor from Motorsport UK. I tell you what, let's have a look in here. What's going on here? Right. Oh my word, this is going to be the first one. Richard, we got 2 minutes to tell everybody how amazing tomorrow's broadcast is going to be from PFI. Right, to the camera. What can we expect tomorrow, today, or for the finals, which they're going to be watching straight after this goes out?
I think we've got some very fantastic, exciting racing ahead of us tomorrow. The weather's going to be dry, as today. So, yeah, I think we've got some of the top drivers in the world racing this championship. So, it's up for grabs tomorrow, absolutely.
Excellent. Has this truck got one of those horns that you pull down like in the film Convoy? Hey, there we go, Andrew Mather.
That made me jump.
Finish the Paddock Show off. This is great.
We hijacked a transporter, we've hijacked a motorhome, Katie McQueen broke and fixed a microphone, and we had some interviews in the middle. That was the Paddock Show. You never know what you're going to get.
Never know.
That's a wrap. Whatever's coming up, we'll see you tomorrow.
Chaos.
We'll see you tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, due to unforeseen circumstances in a non-racing related incident, we regret to inform you the meeting here this afternoon at PF International has been abandoned. The Junior Rotax final shall not take place. We want to thank you for joining us here at PFI. Any further updates will be released as necessary on the official British Kart Championships communications channels. We hope you join us next time for Event 2 here at PF International, the weekend